All the council members are on. So with that, I will, turning from closed session. So in that case, I guess we're reconvening. So I will reconvene to open session and ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
He was there.
Was there. Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
He was there too.
Councilmember Gran.
I'm here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
Not on camera. There we go. And Mayor Brand.
Here.
And
thank you.
Yeah, we're going to show Lowenstein not here. Councilmember Lowenstein not here until he shows up.
Okay. Joe, were there any actions in closed session to report?
No reportable action tonight.
Okay, great. I will entertain a motion to adjourn to a regular meeting of the City Council.
So move.
Second.
Okay, any opposed? I think we can go ahead and do that without a roll call vote. Okay, now I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD.
Here.
And Mayor Brand.
Here. And there is our lovely flag. So why don't we all stand and salute the flag and take a moment of silence afterwards. Thank you. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all. Okay, thank you. Go. Get some normalcy to our meetings. Announcements. Let me start with Councilmember Nierenheim. Councilmember Nierenheim, do you have any announcements to make?
I do. I've got my community meeting this Saturday. Actually, I'm going to have it at the park at Julia Field. Actually, at the parking lot where the tennis courts are at. It's going to be outside. It's going to be at normal time, 9 a.m. Bring your lawn chair. We'll have a couple tables set up. But social distancing, wear a mask, be respectful, wear a mask. We're going to have one or two guest speakers there talking about some things. We'll go over some items. It'll be outside. It'll be in the sun, so wear some sunscreen. The UV will be strong. And other than that, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Lowenstein, are you there?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, my August community meeting will be on Saturday, the 15th. We'll be doing it virtually again from 9:30 to 11 a.m. And we're going to be talking about the Artesia Aviation Corridor Plan.
Great. Councilmember Grant.
My community meeting is this Saturday. It will be from 9 until 10:30. And we will also be talking about the Artesia Aviation Corridor Plan as well. So look for an email. Need to register. It will be virtual. Thanks.
Excellent. Councilmember MD.
No announcements, but Nils, that's an interesting concept you're doing as an outside park. I look forward to hearing how that goes. Take pictures, would you?
I will, absolutely. Send it over to you.
By the way, Nils.
What? Say it again?
One at Perry Park and Dominguez Park and Anderson Park in the future.
Right. So I want to see some pictures to see how everybody's social distanced and masked. I like
And masks. That age group.
You're all spending more time outside anyway. The only announcement I have is Sacramento is in full swing, folks, and they have big plans to change the character of our town in huge ways, meaning they're forcing residential zoning everywhere, taking away local control. It's just to give you an example, there's one bill, SB 1120, and there's like 10 or 11 that need everyone's attention. 1120 really requires people to be able to build duplexes on single family residences. So those of you who live in single family neighborhoods, you're now going to be able to build duplexes, as are your neighbors, according to SB 1120. And just to give you a little flavor of what they're doing. And then, of course, SB 902 allows a narrow majority of a city council to rezone commercial properties for 10 residential units per acre, circumventing voter initiatives that were approved by registered voters in the community. So Sacramento's got a lot planned to strip local control from where and how much and when residential development occurs. And they're going to be voting this month. So contact your state representatives, Senator Ben Allen and Assemblymember Miritsuchi. And hopefully you are not in favor of this Sacramento, this centralized land use planning all over the state. That's all over the state. They will be eliminating single family zoning in the entire state with SB 1120. So that's just a flavor. There's about 10 or 11 other bills. So I just want to make sure everybody's aware that's going to happen this month, by the end of this month. So be sure Senator Allen and Al Miritsuchi knows your opinion about that. So with that, we'll move on. Next up, I guess, is approval of order of agenda. Does anybody want to make any motions to approve the order, change the order?
Make the motion to.
No, second, sorry.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as is. And
Okay,
Second.
by Councilmember MD. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, so we have an agenda. Next up is our agency regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. And hang on one second. I'm gonna pull that up and we'll get started. Just a second. So I'd like to call to order a regular meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Nierenheim,
Here.
Member Lowenstein,
Here.
Member Horvath.
Here.
Member Gran,
Here.
Member MD,
Here.
and Chairman Brand.
Here, thank you. Order of agenda. Is there any objections to the order of agenda? Just
I'm in
kind
the
of,
meeting. I'm in the meeting.
just kind of so ordered. Additional items. Are there any blue folder items for this Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority regular meeting?
None, sir.
Okay, thank you. Consent calendar. There are 4 items on the consent calendar. These are all voted on at once. Any member of the public can comment on any of these items. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment on the consent calendar of the Community Financing Authority? Vicki, do you have any comments on the consent
Oh, I'm
calendar?
very sorry. None. I apologize.
Okay. Any members want to pull any items? Okay, I didn't think so. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, sounds like a motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember Lowenstein. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, do you need to read anything, Vicki, in here?
No, there are no resolutions for this agenda this evening.
Okay, so this is time for public participation on non-agenda items. Again, this is the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority. Are there any public non-agenda items, comments for this particular hearing?
No, sir, they're not.
Okay, well, with that, there are no public hearings, old or new business. Any referrals to staff?
I have none.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Nierenheim, second by Councilmember MD to adjourn. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned from that. So back to the regular council meeting. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Nierenheim,
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein,
Here.
Councilmember Horvath,
Here.
Councilmember Gran,
Here.
Councilmember MD,
Here.
and Mayor Brand.
Here.
Thank
Thank you. So blue folder items. I know we have some blue folder items. Can you list them for us, Vicki? And we can-
Certainly. J1 for public participation on non-agenda items, public comments submitted. For N1, for regarding proposed traffic control modifications at Torrance Boulevard and Broadway, we also have public comments submitted. For N2, regarding the feasibility study prepared for the advanced skate park project and at various parks in the city, public comments. For N4, submitted were public comments for the next phase of the enhanced response to the homelessness pilot program. For N5, also public comments submitted regarding the capital improvement project to improve the pier sales at the waterfront and public art in the project. And for O1, regarding public comment also submitted for the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19 and the associated resolutions. And that concludes the
Okay.
blue folder
Is it-
items.
Is there a motion to admit those to the record?
So moved.
Second.
Didn't see who made the motion, didn't hear.
Christian.
Christian. Councilmember, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember Lowenstein. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Moving on to the consent calendar. Tonight, we have 8 items on the consent calendar. We normally approve these all at once. Any council member can pull an item. Any member from the public can comment on any item. I'll start with Councilmember Narenheim. Did you want to pull anything from the consent calendar?
I do not.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Gran.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Okay, so no items are pulled from the consent calendar. Are there any public comments regarding the consent calendar tonight, Vicki?
No, sir, there are not. I'm just double checking on e-comment to see if there's any submitted. 9th hour, no, sir, there are no public comments.
Okay, well, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Horvath.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Horvath, seconded by Councilmember MD to approve the consent calendar. Roll call vote, Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, anything to read, Vicki?
Yes, sir. For item H8, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2008-056, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the official book of classifications by modifying the class specification for the firefighter/paramedic position. And that concludes resolutions.
Okay. Thank you. So we're all ready to public participation on non-agenda items. This is the opportunity for the public to speak for 3 minutes on any item that is not already on the agenda. Feel free to step up. And do we have any comments for non-agenda items?
Yes, sir, we do. The first speaker on the list is Terry Gasparovich for item J1. And I am just clicking allow to talk, so he should be okay, I think.
Okay.
No, wait a minute. Give me a second. Oh, he needs to unmute his mic.
Okay, Terry, we're waiting for you.
I'm sorry, I don't have anything right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Ellen. I'm sorry, Vicki.
That's okay. Holly Osborne.
Okay, Holly, go ahead.
I got to unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
All right. Good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. I hope you know there's a proposed bill, SB 1120, that if passed would allow all single-family lots in Hermosa, Manhattan, Redondo to be split with 2 houses on each of the split lots. That's worse than you said, Mr. Brand. This is a bill backed by real estate interests, developers, and mega corporations who hope to gain more houses to control the rental market. In 2004, well below the last recession, 58.6% of California single-family homes were owner-occupied. After the recession, only 53.6% of homes were owner-occupied, a drop of 5%. This is because speculators had bought up the homes that went into foreclosure and never returned them to the market. They kept them for rentals. We are now in the start of another recession, although this time it is the state legislature that is going to help speculators and developers take control of single-family lots. The bill SB 1120 allows any lot to be split and 2 homes built on each of the split properties for a total of 4 dwelling units. There is basically no minimum lot size that restricts splitting. A token limit is that after lot splitting, it must be at least 1,200 square feet. And a developer would be allowed to squeeze 2 dwellings on that. Further, no parking would be required if the dwellings are within a half a mile of a bus stop. All Manhattan, Redondo, and Hermosa meet this criteria. If there are 4 dwellings where one used to be, that could be a total of 8 cars now on the street if each dwelling is occupied by 2 people with cars. Scott Wiener, the state senator who authored the failed SB 50, is behind this bill along with several others. This bill, as originally introduced in February, did not have any of these considerations. Several quick last-minute modifications starting in May introduced changes of which most senators were probably unaware. The bill passed the Senate on the consent calendar. That is automatically with a 39-0 vote. The senators were all apparently asleep at the wheel, for no one even pulled it for discussion. The mega corporations and speculators behind us will make a killing if they can buy some of the old properties and upzone them. They will also be able to push aside any young buyers by making all cash offers. SB 1120 is now in front of the Assembly. All of us, everyone on here, needs to get in touch with our Assemblyman Al Mirasucci and request that he vote against it. It's coming up next week. We need to stop it now. But there's another bill, AB 3040, that's an Assembly one that allows for and a lot without the split. And that bill is now in front of the Senate. So email Senator Ben Allen and ask him to oppose AB 3040. Hopefully he will not be asleep this time. And hopefully our planning department has written stuff against these bills. Thank you. 3 minutes, 3 seconds.
Nice going, Holly. Yeah, they're not asleep at the wheel. This is all very intentional. So it's the only argument I would have. Anyway, anyone else have non-agenda items?
Yes, sir. The next speaker is Zaino Baji. Let me just click it so he can, and ask him to unmute. And he should be,
All right.
there we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, city council members, and Mr. Mayor. First, I want to support what Holly just said. Thank you, Holly, for that. I'm all with you. And I've written to Assemblymember Mirasucci and Senator Ben Allen, and I thank Mayor Brand for going live on Facebook and sharing with us the need to contact our legislators on that. I want to share some good news. It's small but big and important good news, and that's that the Redondo Together thing that I started about 2 weeks ago has picked up a little steam, and that's a great thing. We had a bunch of people who signed up to provide services to other folks. We had some people who signed up to provide money to help service other folks. And we had one couple who requested assistance, and they requested groceries. And the grocery list was not long. The grocery list included tangerines, some grapes, and so on and so forth. Eventually, I got in contact with the couple's daughter. She explained they're on Section 8 housing. They're elderly. They were previously walking to the market, but then that became extra difficult for them, and it became dangerous. So with the spike in COVID, they stopped going to the market. They needed help. Beach Cities, for some reason, that was not able to continue to deliver for them the requisite food that they needed. So last Saturday, we had several volunteers. The first volunteer decided she could not help because she was over 70, and she was getting scared of COVID. That's awesome, though, that she volunteered to begin with. Then Betty stepped up. I don't know how old she is, but she's very nice. I'm not going to say her last name. She didn't authorize me to do so. And Betty went down, purchased items, and dropped them off for this couple. That was amazing. We reimbursed Betty $60. It was beautiful. And hopefully we can help this couple again. They've asked for help 2 weeks from now. This clearly is not something that's been abused. So I want to just tell the residents of Redondo, we can do great things when we look out for each other and when we chip in for one another. I thank you for stepping up, those that did. And if anybody has any ideas on how we can improve our community during this period of time when we all have a little extra time because we're not commuting, by all means, come to me, email me, support@redondotogether.com. support@redondotogether.com, and I'm happy to have a conversation and figure out what we can do to enhance our community. That's about it, and I just want to say, let's remember, Black Lives Matter. All lives matter, and let's be sure that in Redondo we recognize that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abaji. Any other comments under non-agenda items?
No comments in e-comment, so I think that includes non-agenda items for
Okay.
public comment.
Awesome, thank you. Just another date.
Background noise there, I don't know.
That was a good time, and that was a-
So good.
Okay, there we go. Okay, really no public hearings, so we'll just go right to items for discussion. In one, discussion and possible action regarding the proposed traffic control modifications at Torrance Boulevard and Broadway. And Ted Samant, Public Works Director, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, Ted Samant, Public Works Director. This is an item that was referred to the staff in November of 2019 to basically reassess the existing traffic controls at that intersection. Staff proceeded with that analysis, completed it, brought it to the Public Works Commission in February, and was bringing it to the City Council early in March when COVID hit and we paused everything on the presentation. So at this point, I've got Gene Kim, our city traffic engineer. He's going to walk us through a presentation on the materials. And I believe, Gene, you're going to share your screen on the presentation slides.
Yes, I'm going to attempt to do that right now. You guys see my screen?
Yeah, we see it fine. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's good to see everyone again. As Ted mentioned, so this item, Torrance Boulevard at Broadway traffic control enhancement. This was originally brought forth to the City Council, I believe, sometime back in December of 2015, with the idea to help enhance vehicular, bike, and pedestrian safety at the intersection. And at that time, the City Council approved the installation of what we call RRFBs, or Rapid Reflective Flashing Beacons, for the east-west approaches of Torrance Boulevard at Broadway. So this included the installation of high visibility crosswalk on all approaches, the pedestrian actuated crossing flashers, yield pavement markings. We actually included repainting the stop pavement markings and installing limit lines for Broadway. We included cross traffic does not stop signs for northbound and southbound Broadway. We repainted some of the red curb. And then one of the more important things we did was we tried to trim and remove some of the foliage that was in the west median that we thought, at least during our field observations, that was impeding some of the site visibility. And so that's what was all completed as part of the original recommendation and the approval by the City Council back in December of 2015. Now, in November of 2019, the council made a referral to staff to reassess the existing intersection and reconsider some new alternatives or some different alternatives for the intersection. And so those alternatives, of course, we had to go out there and do some data collection, which included field observations. We collected some traffic volume data, and we kind of did a look at the accident history, if you will, from 2016 until present, or as best as we could get for present as the data was made available to us. So before I begin kind of going through some of the findings, just brief overview. Torrance Boulevard and Broadway, a four-legged intersection, as we know. Broadway is stop controlled in the north-south direction, while Torrance Boulevard is largely uncontrolled with pedestrian actuated flashing beacons for the east and west legs. The intersection, as you can see, this is an aerial taken from Google, has painted high visibility crosswalks on all approaches and posted stop controls and stop markings for both of the approaches for Broadway. Broadway has a north-south alignment, one lane in each direction, angled head-in parking available in both of the north and southbound directions, while Torrance Boulevard has an east-west alignment with 2 lanes in each direction and on-street parking, parallel mostly, available along the segment of our study area. The speed limit for Broadway is 25 miles an hour, while Torrance Boulevard is 30 miles an hour. Fronting development at the subject intersection, adjacent to the subject intersection, actually includes multi-unit residential and retail land uses. And there's also a metro bus stop at the southeast and southwest corner. Source analysis, some of our findings. So while we're doing our field observations, I just kind of briefly listed some of the things that we found while we were out in the field. So one of the things we noticed is that motorists stopped on Torrance Boulevard generally, despite there being no pedestrians within the crossing. Motorists traveling along Broadway, we observed at least a few times where they failed to yield the right of way. So they either did a California rollover, barely a California rollover, or just didn't stop at all. And that caused a lot of Torrance Boulevard vehicles to have to stop and yield to the Broadway vehicles. There was significant left turning movements, westbound left turning movements that were actually U-turns, and they were actually coming from the gas station that were undoubtedly trying to make their way back onto northbound PCH. Most of the pedestrians did activate the beacons. They, approached the intersection, pressed the button, waited to make sure that the vehicles were coming to a slower stop, and then, they proceeded to cross the intersection. But we did observe a few times where not everyone, they either didn't actuate the pedestrian beacons, or they actuated the pedestrian beacons, and then instead of crossing Torrance, they proceeded to cross on Broadway. And then one of the other things we noticed is that motorists traveling northbound on Broadway, as wide as that roadway is, they occupy the entire lane. And so they essentially disallowed or prevented right turners to what we call sneakers to sneak by and make a right turn, despite the fact that they were in the lane prepared to make a through or a left movement. Let's see. I have some information that was outlined in the AR but not presented in a slide, but for the sake of the presentation, I'll just kind of orally mention everything. So there were a total of 18 total collisions between the years of 2016 and I believe early 2020. Now, of these collisions, 14 collisions were actually stop sign violation related. There were 2 pedestrian collisions that both occurred in 2016, and then there were 2 bicycle collisions that were both involved turning vehicles on Torrance Boulevard versus bicycles that were crossing on Broadway. So that kind of brings us to our first alternative. So the review of the traffic collisions actually showed us that they're generally caused by vehicles traveling northbound and southbound along Broadway. And so the recommendation that you see here is a recommendation that was forwarded by the Public Works Commission, and it was to consider installing right turn only traffic functions at Broadway. So this alternative would maintain the existing flashing beacons, but would reroute access onto Torrance Boulevard from adjacent roadways. So in this case, most likely vehicles would have to use Pearl Street and Garnet Street, or some of the vehicles that were actually avoiding PCH would now be forced to continue on PCH instead of trying to use Broadway. This alternative, of course, is justified based on the potential, the possibility and the potential mitigation of the collisions. We anticipate that the general volume displacement to be about, or at least 200 vehicles in the AM peak hour based on recent volume counts. And by recent, I mean earlier this year. But volume and flow along Torrance Boulevard, of course, east-west, would be generally unimpeded. This alternative also incurs the lowest cost for implementation at approximately $2,000. Our next alternative, another recommendation that we have, was the bulb out installation. So with the bulb outs, of course, as we've talked about before, the purpose of the bulb outs would be to generally narrow the crossing distance across Torrance Boulevard. So as part of this recommendation, the north and south approaches of Broadway would be restriped to provide a separate right turn and through left turn lane, as you see in this illustration that we have here. This would eliminate delays for right turning vehicles caused by the through and left turning vehicles. As mentioned previously, what we had observed was that there were vehicles that were occupying the whole lane, preventing right turning vehicles traveling northbound on Broadway to access Torrance Boulevard. So we provide a little bit of striping to kind of separate the two movements. The existing cross traffic does not stop signs on Broadway would be replaced with oversized signs to really emphasize that Torrance Boulevard does not stop, or vehicles traveling along Torrance Boulevard are not traffic controlled to stop once a pedestrian is in the way. Oversized 30-mile-per-hour speed limit signs and 30 pavement markings should be utilized or could be utilized on Torrance Boulevard between PCH and Catalina Avenue. And as part of this recommendation, we would also try to include some radar speed feedback signs to be placed on westbound traffic on Torrance Boulevard west of PCH. This alternative is geared towards more reducing pedestrian crossing times across Torrance Boulevard. So although the general volume and flow on Torrance would be unimpeded, it doesn't necessarily attempt to mitigate the correctable collisions mentioned previously. The total cost incurred for this alternative could be approximately $50,000. Next alternative we have here is the always stop control installation. This alternative is very similar to the right turn only alternative in that it would help to potentially mitigate and address the correctable collisions that occur at this intersection. This alternative will not cause any major changes to geometry. However, it does require every vehicle to stop in the east-west direction, which one of the issues that would always get brought up is the potential backing up and the issues that may be caused along the length of Torrance and possibly inclusive of the intersection of Torrance at PCH. This alternative incurs the second lowest cost for implementation at approximately $5,000. As part of the analysis, we also took a look at two other alternatives, one being the feasibility of a roundabout and the other being the feasibility of a traffic signal. A roundabout at this location is not considered a feasible alternative, mainly due to the significant right-of-way requirements, as we see on this slide. The close proximity to PCH, whether it's a multi-lane, so a two-lane roundabout, or if we were to narrow down to a single-lane roundabout, in either scenario, there's a huge potential for circulation and operations issued throughout the corridor. And that's not regarding the fact that there's such a significant right-of-way take that's required for the installation and construction of a roundabout. Not shown, and I don't have a slide for, is just the traffic signal alternative. The traffic signal alternative, of course, one of the concerns would be that it would be placed in close proximity to the PCH and Torrance, so it's essentially between the Catalina, Torrance Boulevard, and PCH and Torrance Boulevard, which there would be a traffic signal approximately 300 to 350 feet away from either intersection. So the close spacing is anticipated to degrade traffic flow through this corridor unless we're able to have some type of network or coordination for communication that's established with between this proposed signal and the already existing traffic signal at PCH and Torrance. Of course, as we know, the intersection of PCH and Torrance is under the jurisdiction of the state. Although the installation of the traffic signal would definitely address would potentially address the correctable traffic collisions, the installation of a traffic signal does incur significant construction costs. We've been seeing anywhere from about $275,000 to about $325,000 for the installation, and of course, that may or may not include additional coordination with Caltrans to get the sync corridor and the network going. So here's just a brief overview of the fiscal impacts. The right turn only intersection at Broadway, around $2,000. The bulb out on Torrance Boulevard for the pedestrians, approximately $50,000. Always stop control at $5,000, and then the traffic signal at about at least $275,000. Notifications. Oh, actually, before notifications, as part of the attachments, the AR and the draft meeting minutes from the February 24th meeting that addresses some of the residents' concerns and what was discussed at the Public Works Commission meeting has been provided as an attachment for this AR. And the notifications for this meeting were sent to residents approximately three blocks north and south and 1 block east and west of the subject intersection of Torrance and Broadway. And electronic versions of the mailed notifications were sent to the mayor and council for their distribution as they saw appropriate. So the recommendation is as follows: is to review the engineering report, receive public input, and provide direction to staff regarding proceeding with the proposed traffic control modifications at the intersection of Torrance Boulevard and Broadway. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Gene, for that. And thanks to staff for all the work. I remember walking out there about 5 years ago with Jack Rydell, who is one of our traffic engineers, showing him the intersection, and that's how we ended up implementing the crosswalks and the additional flashing lights. I would venture to say, among the council and among the staff, and other than anybody from the public, there's no one who has more experience with this intersection than myself. I've been driving through it multiple times, daily sometimes, for 25 years. So I know I'm quite familiar with this intersection. I've seen an accident there where somebody was broadsided. I came up and a girl had been hit on her bicycle. It's a dangerous intersection. Putting in the lights and things helped, but it really wasn't enough, as evidenced by the 18 collisions we've had in 2 years. It's still a problem. Every time you go through that intersection, frankly, it's an experience, especially going north-south on Broadway. And there's a lot of confusion, and I'll tell you why, because coming down Torrance Boulevard, there's a lot of people from out of town coming down Torrance Boulevard, going to the pier and the beaches and Veterans Park. And when you're headed either way on Torrance Boulevard, people don't understand what's going on at that intersection because it kind of looks like a four-way stop. And so you have some people stopping and others just continuing on. And that's why you get these broadside collisions. Even with the lights, even with the crossing lights, I've seen that. People get confused. They see a yellow light. They think, oh, well, I don't really have to stop, or we're just kind of got to look out. And other people are stopping. And so it's always, when you pull up, you're kind of like looking and trying to see what people are thinking. So, yeah, given my experience and obviously the records of the collisions, we had similar collision numbers back 5 years ago. So that's really why we were trying to address it. What else did I want to say? Yeah, so obviously, in my view, the traffic light's way too expensive. Be nice to have that, be able to synchronize with PCH and Catalina, but that's just out of our price range. I think what'll work best here, and I've heard from several residents, it'll be interesting to hear what the residents have to say here, and what would be inexpensive is just a four-way stop. I think eliminating the right turn move, or just making it a right turn only, eliminates the main movement that the residents use, and that is to cross Torrance Boulevard on Broadway. And I think it will change. I know it will change the entire circulation element in this area if residents can't go straight on Broadway anymore. You'll have them going to Catalina. You'll have them getting on PCH. And yeah, it's just a huge inconvenience. It'll reduce the traffic on my street, I'll tell you that. Because a lot fewer people will be coming down Broadway, crossing Torrance Boulevard and coming through. I live on Broadway and vice versa. But I don't think it's fair to eliminate that movement for the residents. I think we need to find a way to allow that movement to continue and make that intersection still much safer than it is. I think you do it really with an all-way stop with LED lights, and I think that way it'll be clear. It'll be clear to the people heading north and south that are from out of town on Torrance Boulevard. I'm sorry, east and west on Torrance Boulevard that are from out of town. Hey, you got to stop, and it'll make it a lot safer. And I've heard for years that, this idea that it's going to back up traffic across PCH or back up traffic across Catalina. I mean, we really don't know. And I think people know that you don't enter an intersection if you can't get all the way through. And that might happen, on the weekends in the summer or a popular weekend. But, I think we need to give it a try and see if that works. And it's cheap. We can install it. If it doesn't work, causes problems, we'll know in a short amount of time, and we can go to plan B. So I'll be really curious to hear what the public say. I've already gotten a lot of emails. One lady lives nearby, and she says her car was totaled at this intersection, and she's in favor of an all-way stop and things that'll increase the safety. People who live here and use the intersection a lot realize, hey, everybody needs to be stopping because it's just too confusing. It's too wide. It's a big, wide, it's 4 lanes, and anyway. I'm in big favor of trying the always stop with the LEDs. If it creates a problem, it'll be inexpensive to go to plan B. So whatever that'll be. And I think eliminating the right turn, or making it a right turn only really is a disservice to the public. They're not going to be able to use Broadway. And that's a major, for locals who live here, you go down Broadway for a variety of reasons and you have to cross Torrance Boulevard. And likewise, of course, the police and the fire do the same thing. And while they could avoid it, again, you have police going through there and people aren't used to that, it's going to create problems. So I just think it's a cheap alternative, cheap way to give it a try, and we'll see what happens. And that's my opinion. And I'm sure there's been a lot of opinions from the public, and I'm glad this has finally come forward. Glad we put it off. Gene, did you say your distribution went a block on Broadway? A block north?
It went 3 blocks.
It went 3 blocks. Thank you. At first, it was going to go a block, and I wrote back staff. I said, you need to go more than a block, because people who do this are, and there aren't that many residents on one block. So once you go to 2 blocks, 3 blocks, you start picking up the people who really use it on a regular basis. So with that, I'm curious what any other council members have to say or what the public has to say. How many comments do we have from the public, Vicki?
We have 2 registered speakers, and we also have 1 e-comment.
Okay. Well, let's hear some preliminary comments from the council, and then we'll go to the public comments. So, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. So, Gene, I just want to reiterate, right? Out of the 18 total collisions, the vast majority of those were north-south movements on Broadway, right? People trying to cross Broadway.
That is correct. Vehicles trying to cross Broadway, yes.
Okay.
Broadway.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I'm going to defer to my South Redondo colleagues on this one, but here's my thoughts. Just as a driver myself, I can remember years ago trying to make that north-south movement across Broadway, and it's just a hairy, intersection to try to cross north or south. And so I just made a personal decision that I was never going to do that again. I was always going to reroute myself out to Catalina or PCH, depending on, which way I was going. And so I can totally understand why the Public Works Commission, recommended the right-hand turn movement only, because I think that's where we're seeing the issue here primarily. I guess a 4-way stop can also correct for that, but it may have unintended consequences, as are mentioned in the Public Works Commission conversation and the staff report, that you may start seeing some backup and stuff at high traffic times. So I'm fine with either the right-hand turn restriction or the 4-way stop, but I think the right-hand turn restriction was the right call made. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Nairnut.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I have received an exorbitant amount of public contact on this, emails, everything else along the way. This is an intersection that has a high interest from the community because it is so dangerous. I myself can attest to, as well as all the contacts that I get, people walking across the intersection, this is taking your life in your hands. I mean, that's what people feel like. It's an extremely wide intersection. It's essentially 3 lanes on Torrance Boulevard and a good 4 lanes on Broadway, because the way Broadway is cut from the old designs. And so when you're walking across that as a pedestrian or running or, baby carriage and family and whatever else, it's first you have to navigate the first set. It's like Frogger for first set of pathways. Then you got to look to the other side and the other side of the street, which way Torrance is going. And those 2 sets of drivers don't communicate to each other. Some think that they proactively need to stop. Some think they just have to stop. Some just blow right through. And when you're in a car and you try to go all the way across, I definitely do not ever try to take this, because it's, like I said, it's even worse when you're in a car because you have to navigate through 4 lanes of traffic. It is way too wide. And I think a 4-way stop, while I hate stop signs, I think it's a good idea. I think putting LED stop signs there are a great idea. I'm a big fan of those in the right intersections where they're done correctly, used in the right way, not putting them everywhere. But I also think, for the sake of the pedestrians, also add the bulb outs as well. So I would do the bulb outs plus the LED stop signs. So that's what I would be in favor of, very much so in favor of doing the LED stop signs and very much doing the bulb outs, because you need to shorten the amount of crosswalk space for the pedestrians and people that are walking across those lanes, where they can see easier both ways. So I'm going to hold off on making a motion now, but anything that I want to do on this is going to include LED stop signs and those bulb outs. So that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I would agree. That is a very dangerous intersection. I constantly feel like I'm taking my life in my own hands. It's a consensus among everybody, not just council people, but everybody in the neighborhood. And as Mayor Brand said, if there's an issue with traffic overflowing over PCH up Torrance, we can always remove them. It's a cheap alternative. And with the crosswalks there, it just seems like it's very confusing to people, thinking it's a 4-way stop when it isn't. So let's look at it. Let's make it a 4-way stop. As for the bulb outs, I'd be willing to entertain that, if the budget allows for it. But at the very least, let's make it a four-way stop. The other thing I'm concerned about is also the traffic overflowing. If people don't use Broadway as a thoroughfare, they'll be using PCH, and we already have an issue at that intersection. Until that right-hand turn on southbound gets done, we're going to have major backups. So with the right turn lane, so I would definitely recommend we look at a four-way stop right now. So thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the public. Vicki, you want to go ahead and read some of the public comments?
First, we have Austin Anderson participating via Zoom, and he's about to speak now.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us, Austin.
Hello, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm a resident. I live just less than a block and a half north of this intersection. I frequently cross that intersection. But I want to speak for the interests of pedestrians and bicyclists, because I am both. I frequently cross as a pedestrian as well as a cyclist. And I feel like so far the analysis and the discussion has been given short shrift to those interests, which are major in this situation. This is a major street used by cyclists as well as pedestrians. Broadway is fortunately a very walkable and cycling friendly street, and we really need to consider those interests. So I want to speak for that. It's really important that we manage the speed of the traffic that is going on Torrance Boulevard. I think that's part of the issue. There are a number of motorists that are trying to go through Torrance quite fast. And I'm very much in favor of anything that narrows the width of the vehicle traffic there on Torrance Boulevard at that intersection. So I'm in favor of going for the bulb outs. I like the four-way stop idea, but I'm a little disappointed that the roundabout idea is given short shrift so much. And I realize budget is an issue, but it seems that the multi-lane roundabout was the only thing that was really kind of given in the analysis. I'm not sure that the traffic volume dictates having a multi-lane roundabout if you were to go at the roundabout. I think the point that I want to make is the traffic volume is not super high here, and from my casual observation, even the volume on Torrance Boulevard is not high volume. So in my opinion, I think there are too many lanes for the vehicles on Torrance Boulevard. Honestly, I think I'd love to see it just reduced down to one lane in each direction for motor vehicles. If you look at the way that Redondo Street was redesigned I don't know when, but a couple years ago, I don't know. But it used to be 2 lanes in each direction, and then it was narrowed down to 1 lane of motor vehicle, and then you had that diagonal parking along that street. Why can't Torrance Boulevard become that here? I think that's a part of the problem is you're creating this problem by having this really wide traffic flow, and when you build such wide streets with multiple lanes, you encourage that motorists to travel really fast and to take that kind of lightly. So, I just want to speak in favor of, for me, the gold option would be the roundabout as a single lane route, and maybe even narrowing down Torrance to a single lane in each direction. Option B, I would love to see the bulb outs combined with the 4-way stop.
Time.
Okay. Thank you, Austin, for taking the time. Really appreciate it. It's good to have somebody from the area commenting. It's important. Who's next, Vicki?
The next speaker would be Francis Oricchio.
Okay, Francis, go right ahead.
Yes,
Welcome.
hi. I have a similar perspective to Austin, but I live right on that intersection. So the windows of my home are right against Torrance Boulevard, and the traffic speed on Torrance Boulevard between Catalina to PCH, with the people racing to try to make that light at PCH, makes this extremely dangerous for pedestrians. I've almost been run over in those crosswalks several times regardless of the flashing lights that are that have been put up there. It actually gives the pedestrians a false sense of it's safe to walk across. But when the traffic doesn't slow down and nearly misses you, and then the people flip you off or scream out the windows at you because you're in the crosswalk, that means that the traffic has to stop. And I think that a four-way stop there would be a great addition. I would take the flashing lights out of there because I don't think they do anything. But controlling the speed, controlling the speed on Torrance Boulevard in the eastern direction, I think is imperative to the safety of the people on, walking, on bicycles, etc. The other proposals here, I don't think will protect the foot traffic or the bicycle traffic as much as a stop sign would. And I'm all for trying it. If it doesn't work, like you said, we can take it out. But I hear the brakes screech every night. I hear the vehicles racing up from the pier trying to make it to PCH before the lights change, and it's terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Really, really appreciate it. I'm curious how you found out. Did you just get the notice and decided to log on and comment, or some other way?
Yes. No, I got the notice in the mail, and thought that it was important to have my voice heard.
Well, thanks for following up. Really, really appreciate it. I know there's a lot of people who share your sentiment. Any more public comments, Vicki?
Yes, we have another speaker that wants to speak, Terry Gasparovic.
Go ahead, Terry. I got your email. In fact, I was going to read it, but go ahead, Terry.
Asking her to unmute.
Sorry, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I agree with Nils. I think that turnout, the bulb out, is going to be important because I've been running down on the Esplanade for 20 years. I cross Catalina, I cross Broadway. And the problem is I'm afraid if we just put the stop signs, we're going to empower the walkers, we're going to empower the runners to just expect the vehicles to stop. And unfortunately, as we know, not all vehicles stop for the stop signs in that area. I'm afraid we're going to increase the number of pedestrian accidents as well as car-to-car accidents, where the cars at the last minute are going to realize they're going through it and there is a pedestrian, because normally they do run it. But now they see a pedestrian, they're going to stop and they're going to cause a rear end accident. But I think the bulb out will allow the drivers to see the pedestrians. I think they'll stick out a little bit more into the intersection and let them know there is a pedestrian coming, and perhaps catch their attention more than just the stop sign itself. So I think both of them would be important to have.
Okay. Thank you, Terry.
Thanks.
Other public comments, Vicki?
Before I move on to e-comments, sir, I just wanted to let the public know if they've already spoken on item J or a previous item, they can raise their hand just like Mr. Gasparovic did on their computer. Barring seeing anyone else raise their hand, I will read the e-comments.
Vicki, real quick, if somebody wanted to do an e-comment or get on the line right now and they didn't get the invite, or how do they get the Zoom invite if they can and wanted to right now? Is it possible?
That's a good question for
I'm going to actually let Eleanor Manzano
Yeah,
respond.
they can email at cityclerk@redondo.org, and I'll go ahead and give them the information to register, and they can come right on.
Okay,
So I'm monitoring. That's what I'm doing right now is monitoring.
Okay, if they email cityclerk@redondo.org. Okay.
Correct. Okay.
Okay, the first comment was submitted by Brad Waller. I have driven or rode my bicycle through this intersection pretty much twice a day for the last 20 years, as this is along my preferred route to and from work every day. I live near Torrance and Prospect and work in the Riviera Village where my company has an office. I read through all the possible options and at first favored the roundabout, but now I see now that it is not feasible with the size required. I support the right turn restrictions as this is the least impact to the greatest number of people. A four-way stop sign would cause massive traffic problems during peak summer use, where Torrance Boulevard already gets backed up with people coming to or leaving the pier and beach during the warm weekends. The traffic signal could be synchronized, but is too expensive for in today's fiscal climate. While the right turn only restriction would impact me personally, as this is my route, where I would turn left to return home from GPAC meetings, city council meetings, meetings with city staff, and other visits to City Hall and the library. This is the lowest cost to implement and still leaves open every other option in the future. This is new traffic improvement measure, does not make the difference that is hoped for. Brad Waller, District 1. The second comment is submitted by Wayne Craig. This intersection is dangerous each time I try to cross. When walking after pressing the flashing pedestrian light, cars rarely stop before one enters the intersection. While in the middle of the intersection, cars often drive through without stopping while pedestrians are clearly visible, something that is against California law. Some sort of four-way stop sign appears to be a better option than either a roundabout or a controlled signal site. And I'm going to refresh really quick, but I believe that ends the public comment. We do have one more. Thank you. We do have one more submitted. Thank you, Eleanor. And it is submitted by Leslie Campeggi. I oppose the city staff recommendation to make this intersection a right turn only while traveling north and southbound on Broadway. I live near the intersection, walk, drive, and bike it frequently. The only solutions for consideration here should be either a four-way stop or a traffic signal that is coordinated with the traffic lights at PCH and Catalina. A roundabout isn't appropriate as to do place it effectively by size and scale, encroaches on the properties of all four corners. The flashing lights there now aren't noticeable or are ignored by most of the traffic, making it dangerous for pedestrians. Trying to cross Torrance Boulevard on Broadway by car is problematic as well. Something does need to be done, but it's not the right turn solution proposed by city staff. Either a four-way stop or a traffic signal would be most appropriate. I believe that ends the comments, public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki, and thanks to the public for everyone who participated. Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to raise my hand.
Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. Gene, I just have a few questions. So Mr. Anderson brought something up that I think is actually kind of interesting, and it's nothing we've ever discussed here. But he brought up Redondo, right? And we made those changes to Redondo where once you cross PCH, it goes from a 2-lane configuration into a 1-lane configuration. And, I'm just wondering, as people are moving down into the Pier Harbor area, have we ever considered that option of, as they're moving towards the coastal area, which is also a residential neighborhood in many respects, right? Kind of slowing it down from the type of traffic volume, the 2-lane, speedy situation that you have east of PCH.
So the question is, have we considered?
Have we ever considered that? Because it's an interesting proposition, especially in light of the fact that in the Public Works Commission conversation, right? They were talking about the bike lanes, and there was some conversation about the bike lanes continuing across PCH and down into the harbor. So when we're really thinking about a multimodal way of traveling, and I'm just talking west of PCH here and into the Pier area, but I realize that would require you to kind of go back and think about things, but is it ever something that could be considered as a, changing the speeds, by and the volume there just by narrowing it down and making it more multimodal and cyclist and pedestrian friendly in general?
It is definitely something that we can consider. It's almost, we're basically talking about a road diet at this point, or something of that magnitude, to reduce from 2 lanes, approach departure to a single lane, and of course any other traffic geometric modifications that we could make, we consider while we're doing that. We haven't really looked into it, but it's definitely something that we can look at. One of the concerns I will mention though is, ideally, because of the pier itself and just generally where the pier parking area is and all that, it's it's a huge attraction during summer weekends, of which we haven't gotten any data for. And I don't know when we would be able to. At best, we might be able to look at older data and provide some type of factor, if you will, or a summer peak factor to see kind of what the volumes may look like. But ideally, we'd like to look at more actual volumes to really see what the volumes are and to see if it's feasible to go down from 2 lanes to 1.
Totally. And I'm not being Pollyannish here, because I realize that it is a tourist attraction and that, we do get large volumes of traffic, especially during the summer months and stuff like that. But it's also a recreational, we talk a lot about recreational, people are coming there and could possibly come there in other modes as well. So, so just something to keep in mind. I will say, I'll change my comments from earlier. I do agree, a bulb out would be great. I didn't mention that in my earlier comments because I'm not sure where our budget's at, and right now I'm just being sensitive to costs, especially with where we are. So my next question, Gene or Ted, would be where, if we were to implement a bulb out with a four-way stop, do we have enough funds right now to cover that, or would we have to do a four-way stop and then create a CIP project, a future CIP project to execute the bulb out portion?
I think that the latter option of moving forward with an always stop and then, allocating budget separately as a CIP project for the bulb out is probably, because that way we can at least get the always stop implemented more as soon as possible. And then for the bulb out, we'd actually have to get design and all those other considerations. It wouldn't be something as easy as just, laying out a bulb out. And so ideally, it probably would make more sense to go with your latter approach than the former.
Okay.
I'll
Well,
add to that because
I'll just let Councilmember Nairn. Oh, sorry, Ted, go ahead.
I was going to say that we can add to that because if the council chose that option to go down the path of installing the bulb outs at this point, we can also put in the interim materials and not the full cost of the full-blown design and constructed bulb outs at the intersection. That is going to take more time and effort to do, and that gives us the opportunity to also not just assess the traffic calming budget, but to see if there's a need for any additional costs to be brought forward at a future budget time. But it does offer us, again, if the request is there from the council to do so, we may be able to do that with interim materials, even something as minor as striping, to be able to create the bulb out there.
Okay. So I know Councilmember Nairn, I think, wants to make a motion, but I would support that two-step approach if that was the motion.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea myself too, because let's choose a cheaper option up front, see if that's going to work or cause problems. But just so everybody knows, without getting the actual traffic counts, I can tell you, and I think most people know this, it's the summer weekends where you see traffic going down Torrance Boulevard at its max. It usually starts about noon, headed west, and calms down by about 3, and then it's all heading east. So it's generally the pattern on a busy Saturday or Sunday, or in the summer. But really, other than some of the summer weekends, you don't see that level of traffic volume. But be mindful, everyone. This is the entrance to our harbor in a lot of ways. So we want to be careful what we do here. Anyway, Councilmember Nairn.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I want to be mindful of restricting traffic that goes into the waterfront area, and when traffic goes out, especially on summer weekends. I think we definitely need those lanes there. When we talk about those bulb outs, can we do this is to Gene. I'm suspecting these bulb outs are the concrete cutout bulb outs that you're talking about here. Can't we do those plastic bollards first to see how those work and then kind of go from there? Yeah.
We can, and I think that's what Ted was mentioning, was that an interim type of bulb out, which would either include the rubberized stops or the channelizers, if you will. We can also do this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would be in favor of. So I'll make a motion to, two-step, two-scenario process here. First step is I'll make a motion to install the LED stop lights.
Signs.
Excuse me?
Signs. You said lights.
Excuse me. LED stop signs.
Yes.
Stop signs. Stop signs. Stop lights.
I think you mean
stop lights.
LED lights on.
Exactly. Confusing me there, Todd. And to install those and then move forward with doing a temporary bulb out for the pedestrian access as the second step to moving forward with the right-hand turn lanes and the left-hand turn and straight through on Broadway for both sides, as depicted in the bulb out illustration. And I think so. Those two steps, and then come back to us at a later date at council for the report to see how the test went.
I'll second that motion.
Is that clear, Ted?
It's clear, I believe, and Gene can correct me if he's not hearing it. So we're hearing an always stop control.
Yep.
LED stop signs.
Yep.
The bulb outs with the interim measures.
Yep.
And the multi-lane, as Councilmember Nierenheim alluded to, north-south. Now we're going to create a through left lane and a dedicated right turn lane in both directions of Broadway.
Yep.
I will caution, not caution, actually, I will just comment that the return to the council, we truly need to wait probably a year. We've got to go through a summer season. This summer season is not one that we're able to do any data collection. We're probably going to come back to you in the fall if this COVID situation allows us to even reopen up the pier to its full capacity in next summer. So it's not going to be a 3-month return or 6-month return. It may be about a year before we can come back.
That's fine.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Grant.
Yeah, I was just going to chime in and say that I would say we need to look at it about a year. In fact, get through next summer. Hopefully we're all open at that point, or at least a significant capacity. But I like the interim steps. That's great.
Yeah, I tell you guys, I'm really happy to see this. And I know a lot of the residents nearby are happy to see it. We heard plenty of testimony about how unsafe people feel through this intersection. And this is a great first start. You know, we're not breaking the bank. We're not doing it. Let's just give this a shot and we'll see how this goes. So I really, really appreciate to see this type of action. People have been talking about this really since I ever got involved about that intersection. So it's nice to see this council taking action. So with that, did you mean to have your hand up again, Councilmember Nierenheim?
No, it is down. Sorry. Took it down just now.
The motion and a second by Councilmember Lowenstein. Roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Great, thanks. So moving right along. Next item under consideration is discussion and possible action regarding the feasibility study prepared by Spawn Ranch and possible actions to advance skate park project development at various parks throughout the city. And again, this goes to you, Ed Simon, our Public Works Director. Ted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, tonight I'm actually joined by a couple of outside individuals and in-house. Vince O'Neill, he's the Vice President of Skate Park Development for Spawn Ranch. And David Bernier, who is a professional geologist, but he's also a local resident and advocate for skate parking in the city. And Andy Wingy, our city engineer, is also online. This is an item that back in August of 2019, the council approved a contract with Spawn Ranch to do the conceptual study, the feasibility study at the 5 park locations. Spawn Ranch has looked at Perry Park, Zuliger Park, Lilienthal, Franklin, and Anderson Parks, and they've completed their study. This was actually completed, again, pre-COVID, but COVID sort of stepped in and we put a pause on everything with all the other priorities with that. But tonight, since we're able to do so and bring things forward, we're going to be presenting the findings of that. And with it, Dave and Vince, if you're ready, I know you've got a presentation to share on the screen. If you have any difficulties sharing, let us know. We can try to share ours, but I'll turn it over to you for further discussion.
I'll just tee it up, Vince, and then I'll turn it over to you. But City Council, good to see everyone. So this feasibility study, we looked at a variety of parks for a variety of solutions, some short-term, lower cost options, and then some longer term kind of destination skate park solutions for the city. So I'll let Vince go, but I'll jump back in kind of at the end there and talk about what we'd really like to do, to be quite frank. I have a couple of requests really, both for a short-term option and for a long-term solution for the city. So I'll turn it over to Vince, and then like I said, when he finishes up, I'll kind of wrap up and
Yep. Thanks, Dave. I'm gonna share my screen. Let me know if this works.
Looks good, Vince.
Okay. Oh, let me scroll back to the beginning here. Okay, we good?
Yeah, your microphone's a little loud. I don't know if you're speaking, it's just a little loud. That's all.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so yeah, I'm Vince with Spawn Ranch. We are a skate park design build firm just down the road from you guys in Playa Vista. Today I'm obviously in my garage though, as you can see. I live in Long Beach. So yeah, as Ted and Dave mentioned, we were tasked with evaluating a couple different sites across Redondo Beach. So this is an overview of those sites. Volume okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. So these are the sites we looked at: Franklin, Anderson, Perry, Zuliger, and Lilienthal. So before we get into that, just a quick overview of the site analysis criteria that we look at when evaluating potential locations for skate park amenities. I'm going to gloss over these and we can come back if necessary. So first is visibility. So obviously straightforward. Next is accessibility. Ideally, the skate park is easy to get to. Again, kind of a no-brainer. Next is design canvas. We want a good shape. We don't want an awkward, kind of funky shape with weird corners and weird boundaries. We want topography and good drainage conditions. Next is barriers to shovel ready. So if this site for the skate park were to move forward, could construction move forward right away, or are there barriers to this site being shovel ready? So a key item there being, does the city own this property, or would you have to, for example, go through a lengthy property acquisition process? So that's a key criteria there. Next, we have amenities and infrastructure. Ideally, the site already has key amenities like parking, restrooms, drinking fountain, shade, spectator seating, things like that, lighting potentially as well. It's good if the site already has these items, just they don't have to be created from scratch, and you have to take away from your skate park budget to build amenities from scratch. So not the end of the world, but it's nice when the site does have them. And then impact to surrounding environment. How would the skate park impact its surrounding environment? So that could be things like adjacent homes or adjacent amenities. Overview of the different types of skate parks. We have skate dot, and I'll show a photo example of each of these. Dot, which could be as simple as a skate element or two. Skate spot, which is about 2,500 to 5,000 square feet. And then we have a neighborhood skate park, which is the most common type of skate park and probably what you are visualizing in your head when you think of a skate park. So that's approximately 5 to 15,000 square feet. And then we have a regional skate park, which is the largest type of skate park. Not something we're necessarily looking at guys just because of how dense Redondo Beach is and the available space. So I think the biggest type of facility we'd be looking at in Redondo would be a neighborhood skate park, in addition to some smaller skate dots and skate spots. So just a few examples, photo examples of each. So this is a skate dot. As you can see, just a single element there. Next, we have a skate spot, which is a few more elements, up to 5 or 6 elements. Then we have a neighborhood skate park. This is a skate park we designed and built in Bakersfield. This one's approximately 8,000 square feet. Destination or regional skate park, which is getting up to that 20,000 square foot level. Again, not something we would necessarily be looking at here. Excuse me. All right, so to review the various sites, and I'll kind of just do a quick summary, not go too in depth on the analysis. So first up is Franklin Park. So visibility, it's highly visible. Accessibility doesn't score that high just because it's on the eastern edge of Redondo, but not a deal breaker. Good design canvas, minimal barriers to shovel ready. It's in municipal park with all the necessary amenities, so it scores well there. It's got a restroom, drinking fountain, that kind of stuff. And impact surrounding environment appears to be fairly minimal. So to give you guys kind of a sense for scale, we dropped kind of just a very, very rough, very preliminary schematic design into the site. This design is approximately 8,000 square feet, 9,000 square feet. So you can see kind of how a skate park would fit into the space. This would be kind of that neighborhood level skate park. Just a few renderings there. And then we have an approximate cost for this neighborhood skate park of approximately $450,000. Timeline I will gloss over since in the COVID era, timelines are meaningless, it seems. So we can come back to that if necessary. Next is Anderson Park. So Franklin and Anderson are kind of interchangeable in our analysis. They're both really good sites. So Anderson, again, highly visible, accessibility. It's kind of in the far kind of north part of Redondo, but again, not the end of the world, not a deal breaker. It's got a good design canvas, plenty of space to do what we need to do, minimal barriers, and it's in a public municipal park with all the necessary amenities and infrastructure already existing. So that's good. And then lastly, minimal impact surrounding environment. We've got the space is large enough that we've got enough space to create buffer zones between the state park and adjacent amenities, so we don't really have, as a major concern. Again, we did something similar where we dropped kind of just a very preliminary concept, rough schematic into the space, just to give you guys a sense for scale. Anderson's a little bit bigger, so this skate park approximately 14,000 square feet, that neighborhood skate park range. Just a few examples of that. And then cost estimate, again, it's larger, so we're looking at approximately $750,000. Timeline that we'll skip over. Next is Perry Park. So this is a drone photo we shot of the site. In Perry Park, we're not looking at doing a neighborhood skate park. We're looking at doing more of a skate dot where it's just a handful of elements. Looking at the criteria, obviously great visibility. It's got good accessibility. The design canvas is limited if you were trying to do a neighborhood skate park, but for doing just a handful of elements, it could work. Property is city-owned. Barriers to shovel-ready appear to be minimal. And again, it's a public park, so good amenities and infrastructure. Impact surrounding environment, because the skate elements, which I'll show in a second, would be close to other amenities. This one doesn't score as high when it comes to the impact surrounding environment, just because you have different groups all interacting fairly close together. But in our experience, that is something that can be navigated, and we see this as a good site. So as you can see here, and let me see if I can draw. No, I don't see an option to draw. Okay. Can I? No. Okay, it's not. Okay, well, you can see there's a handful of elements here. So we got a concrete quarter pipe, a grind ledge, and then, two concrete grind ledges basically right up on the edge of that basketball court there. And when people aren't skating, those concrete grind ledges could function as spectator seating. So kind of a win-win for basketball as well. Then on the other side of the basketball court, we would add, just a very basic steel grind rail. So we're just looking at doing, a handful of basic elements kind of on the perimeter of the basketball court. Based on our understanding, that's already kind of happening with elements that are brought in from time to time. So it seems like it could be a good fit. The cost for these items, you're looking at, very simple. So less than $30K to do that. Next is Zuliger Park. So as Dave will probably talk about, Zuliger is an iconic space in the skateboarding world based on its appearances in professional skateboarding videos and magazines. So I was excited when Dave mentioned this site to me. So this is the site, obviously highly visible because it's in a heavily trafficked area, pedestrian area with the pier nearby and all that activity. Accessibility, not the best because just because it's on the far western edge. So, but again, it's a highly trafficked area and people go there. So I don't see it scoring too low in terms of accessibility. Next is design canvas, plenty of space to do what we're looking to do. Again, we're looking to do kind of more a skate dot at this space, just a handful of elements, not a neighborhood skate park or a regional skate park. So in terms of skate dot, the design canvas works great. Minimal barriers to shovel ready. Basically just be looking at placing a few elements right on top of the existing hardscape. Amenities and infrastructure. We don't have anything immediately right at that site, but obviously here in the surrounding area, you've got all the necessary amenities like restrooms and drinking fountain and that kind of stuff. Lastly, impact surrounding environment. So it's scored a little bit lower here, not because of noise necessarily, but more so, in our opinion, the perception of noise. So sound studies that have been done for skate parks, you're going to see that at the distance, these condo buildings are away from where the skateboarding activity would be. The skateboarding activity would blend in, noise from the skateboarding activity would blend in with ambient noise levels. You got a lot of ambient noise in this area from the water, the boats, all the pedestrian activity. So at the distance from those condo buildings, any kind of skateboarding noise is going to blend in with ambient noise levels. So the noise isn't an issue. It's more of a perception of noise that is something that would need to be navigated, but not a deal breaker in our opinion. So here you can see where we superimpose just a handful of elements on top of a photo of the site. So we've got two what we call manual pads. And then on the north corner, we add a concrete quarter pipe. And then lastly, we would look at removing, in key locations, not necessarily everywhere, you can see there are these metal skate deterrents on concrete ledges throughout this park. So again, in key areas, we would look at removing those skate deterrents to kind of open up sections of those concrete ledges back up to skateboarding. So looking at the cost, that leads into the cost. So these elements, you're looking at $40K. We're moving 300 linear feet of skate stoppers. We're at $5K. And then in addition to doing all that, if we also add steel edge protection to the concrete ledges to prevent the concrete from chipping and breaking where skateboarders are sliding and grinding, then we another $30K. So I believe that's a total of $75K. So timeline I'll skip over. Last site is Lilienthal Park. So as you guys probably know, it's a very narrow and linear site. Edges of the park are highly visible, but obviously the center of the park is not very visible from the road, so it didn't score too well in terms of visibility. Accessibility is good. The design canvas is limited, but for a skate dot, it could function well. Barriers to shovel ready are limited. Amenities and infrastructure, it has a restroom, has a drinking fountain. It doesn't have parking, which again, with this site being intended just for skate dots, is not a deal breaker. If it was a neighborhood skate park and you had no existing parking, it would score not too well. But for a skate dot, you're not trying to encourage a bunch of people to park and a lot of vehicular traffic. So the site not having designated parking area, not a big deal. Lastly, is impact surrounding environment. So it did not score too well here, just because, as you can see, there are homes butted up to this site on both sides. So the distance away from homes is not ideal. So I integrated two different, sample concepts into the space, basically butted up right along that pedestrian path that runs north-south through the site. Here's one. Here's the other one. And then here's an overview, a top view, where you can see the two different skate dot locations. So again, we're looking at two potential skate dots for this park. We're looking at a cost for those two skate dots of approximately $130K. And to summarize, and before I open it up to Dave, you can kind of see a summary of our analysis and how we scored the various sites. And I will give a quick disclaimer that this siting criteria is geared mostly for evaluating sites for neighborhood skate parks. It's geared for evaluating sites for skate dots and skate spots. So just a disclaimer that, Franklin Park and Anderson Park scored pretty well, which is accurate because they are great locations for neighborhood skate parks. The other three sites didn't score as well in comparison, just because they're geared more towards skate dots. But in our opinion, the other three sites are still suitable, good sites for skate dots and skate spots. So I can answer any questions about it. But to summarize, Franklin and Anderson are kind of interchangeable as great sites for neighborhood parks. And the other three are good candidates for skate dots. And everything I had, I will pass it over to Dave. You're on mute.
Thanks, Vince. That's great. And you are muted. Thanks, Vince. Spawn Ranch has done a great job of helping us well before they were under contract. Aaron and Vince have been just such a great partner for us in trying to figure this all out. So thank you, Vince. Really appreciate it. I just want to go back a little bit and just recap on at least where I understand we are budget-wise on the skate park. I think we have approved from last year carrying over, Ted, am I right around $130,000 currently?
Yeah, the original budget had about $150,000, and with the monies that have been expended, Spawn study being one of them, we have 123,000 that's still available in the budget.
Okay. And to add to that, I spoke to the LA Kings and the Redondo Beach Police Foundation this week, and the 25,000 that the Kings donated to the Police Foundation in conjunction with the Beach Life Festival was earmarked for the skate park, and that money is still available to us right now at the Police Foundation. So we're looking at close to 150,000 available currently, is the way I kind of add it up and understand it. And to put it quite frankly, I guess I'll just put out what I'd love to see happen. What I'd love to see is the council to approve funding of the skate spot at Zuliger Park. That is a temporary solution to activate a space in Redondo almost immediately. Obviously, it's immediate as Vince put, a bit in flux right now, but something that we could move on very quickly. And a park that has great skate routes. It's, as Vince said, it's iconic for a legend that happens to live here in South Bay, Rodney Mullen's part that was filmed there years ago. But it's a park that I've been to literally dozens of times looking at it for this option over the last year and a half. And to be quite frank, I'm usually the only one in that park when I'm looking at it. It's not an overly actively used space, as wonderful of a space it is. And it's got so many elements that we love as skaters. The brick's great, believe it or not. I'm thrilled with that texture that's there. It was a skate spot for so many kids in Redondo for years, hence the skate stoppers being there. So I think that's something we could activate very quickly. And I'd love to see if council would be willing to approve that $75K expenditure to get that going as soon as possible. In conjunction with that, I'd also love it if council would approve either Anderson or Franklin as the permanent home of the Redondo Beach Skate Park for obviously a neighborhood parker. I get what Vince says. I'd like to think even bigger. We may stage this neighborhood park to start. I'd love to continue to work on grant writing once we establish a location to maybe generate more funding to make that more of a regional park there. And I think both Franklin and Anderson give us that opportunity to continue to grow that spot, even if phase one is a neighborhood park. There's no reason we couldn't scale that design to be something even grander. So I'd love it if council could approve either of those locations. I don't think we have a horse in the race on one that's better than another. I think we love them both equally. And then in conjunction with that, following up on if that approval could be granted, I'd request the council or ask the council approve another between 30 and 40,000 to do a site design on either whatever the selected location is for the skate park, the larger skate park. So we can start putting pen to paper on working with the community, coming up with exactly what it would look like. Again, creating better options for us to go to the county, to the Olympic Foundation, for a lot of different avenues we've looked at for grants and opportunities to build around raising money for that. And I think Zuliger helps that bigger process too, because Zuliger gives us a place to now call home, a place to have events, a place to build momentum for the bigger skate park and making Redondo a much more skate-friendly community. And then the combination of Zuliger and either Anderson or Franklin does a great job of servicing both North and South Redondo and gives good distribution in terms of skatable locations for city residents. It gives kids and people like me in their 40s that still skate an ability to get to parks via the bus lines or skating, the bike paths very quickly if you live in either North or South Redondo. So I think it creates two really great opportunities for us to build on. Those are really the points that we'd really love to see if council would be willing to move forward with tonight. And I thank you for your time.
Well, thank you, David and Vince, for that great presentation. Just to put it into context for everybody, David has been working on this for 4 years. And when I was council member in District 2, met with him and Councilmember Barbie out at Alta Vista. He, explained to me about his experience in getting skate parks elsewhere. He was just doing it out of the goodness of his heart. He was not doing this for any financial reasons. He's just a resident of Redondo Beach and thought, I'll use this word, David, you can correct it, sacrilegious that Redondo Beach did not have a skate park. I mean, we're surrounded by skate parks and there's Redondo, we're in Surfing USA and we don't have a skate park. So that was kind of the
I think that's fair.
Impetus of this, and it makes sense. So then that's when all the complexities begin. And I don't think it was mentioned, we tried Dominguez Park, which was a great location. And we did a geotechnical survey though, and David helped us analyze that as well because that's his expertise. And because it was sited on a former dump site, the geological foundation was way too expensive to shore up to build a skate park there. So there's history to this. It gets complicated too because obviously people worry about what kind of environment is going to be created by putting a skate park there. Especially, we're a densely populated community. People worry about the noise. Those skate guards were put in Zuliger Park for a reason. They didn't just all of a sudden decide that we need skate guards there. It was probably, I don't remember, because of the noise. And those are raised residential units there, so the noise goes straight up, and I think it bothered a lot of people. So if we did something there, we would have to consider it a test, because if the residents don't like it, and then obviously it's going to go back. I had some questions about some of the other sites that should be considered, and maybe they were, several parks: Alta Vista Park, Veterans Park, Pad 10, where we have skate contests now out on the pier. Was that considered? Let me just start with Alta Vista, Veterans Park. Veterans Park, it's gotten very active now with the new playground there and the new exercise court. It seems like a great addition to that, at least a skate spot. Seems like it would be reasonable there and room for it, but I don't know. And so I'm curious if you guys looked at those other areas and what your opinion was.
Yeah, we looked at just about every available green space in the city, to be quite frank. And again, I don't think Vince and I have a horse in the race on where we have skatable features. But I know Andrew and Ted and everyone had great input on helping us select these 5 to look closer at. And, I think Veterans, just use as an example, to be quite frank, I didn't think that was going to be one that flied. It's not the biggest park in the city. Pouring concrete or expanding concrete to take away green space, to be quite frank, I just didn't think was probably something that would fly. But we're always open to options. And I think that's the great thing about some of these skate dots or spots. It's pretty easy to activate multiple locations with small features pretty quickly. So I love the idea. I loved my son before COVID. He loved the new pirate ship playground. He's 8. I would love to take him to the playground and have something to skate right next to it as well. So I think we're open to anything like that. But there was just a lot of options to look at, and these were the 5 we focused on.
Okay. Well, all these are cited in individual districts, and each council member is going to have an opinion about, citing a skate park and what their concerns are, enthusiasm or lack of enthusiasm for doing that. But anywhere you build a skate park, you'll be eliminating some green space. So I was just concerned that Veterans Park didn't get a harder look, because once they put in that exercise court and they put in those playgrounds, I mean, it is so popular down there, and it activated the park in an area that really didn't see that same amount of activism, and it really opens it up to the community. So, but like I said, there are community impacts that have to be taken into account. Can they be mitigated? And I guess I'll ask you guys, Vince, you've been doing this for a long time, and David, you have experience with this. I mean, talk to me about, hours of operation, about, I'm sure you built parks and the neighbors went crazy. It's just too noisy, too much activity, or maybe not. I don't know. But what kind of like hours of operation and what has your experience been with noise impacts? I think that'll probably be one of the biggest concerns of people.
Yeah, we have a few sound studies that have been completed for skate park projects that I could send you to reference. But basically, it says that within about 100 feet or so, 75 to 100 feet, noise from a skate park is going to blend in with ambient noise levels. And the thing is with noise, when it comes to skate parks, it's often a perception issue. So many people perceive skate park as, skateboard going on a metal ramp. There are no metal ramps in modern skate parks, so there's no clanging and banging. Modern skate parks, you have very smooth concrete and you have urethane wheels. So you have urethane wheels rolling over smooth concrete. And the other thing people may think of is, the skateboard clicking down the sidewalk. On a municipal sidewalk, a skateboard wheel is going over expansion joints. So you hear that click, click, click. In a modern concrete skate park, there are no expansion joints because they would trip up a skateboard wheel. So modern skate parks, it's all very smooth concrete. no expansion joints. In our experience, as long as you're at least 75 to 100 feet away, the noise from a skateboard is going to blend in with ambient noise levels. So we haven't seen that be too much of an issue. And regarding hours, most skate parks, the majority are kind of dawn to dusk. Some have lights and operate a little bit later, and will stay open as long as the rest of the park is open. Up to as late as 10 p.m. But most skate parks are kind of dawn to dusk.
Well, I didn't hear a comment about Pad 10, Dave, or Vince, or anyone. I mean, was Pad 10 considered?
I didn't know. Wasn't even really thinking that was an option. That's the one you're talking about down on the pier where the King of the Pier contest occurred?
Yeah, we have skateboard contests down there.
Yeah, honestly, it just didn't occur to me that was something that would be available as an option.
Seems like some of the money available could at least be used to put a couple of ramps in or some rails or something, that's doesn't get in the way of the concerts we have down there, doesn't get in the way of other things, but meshes well with other uses.
Well, I mean, that's the great thing about some of the features that are most attractive to skaters. You could do a ledge type stage that would be a skatable stage, really, a ledge that would be skated most of the times. But if you're having concert, you create this opportunity to have a stage for whatever performance is being held there. So yeah, it's an option. I would be thrilled to look at. Again, just didn't occur to me that would truly be something that was available to us.
Well, this is a great conversation. You guys have brought this to us, and we got a lot of things to consider. It's already been 4 years. I can't believe, how long this stuff takes. But we're going down the right road. Thank you, David, for hanging in there. It's, of course. You've been driving this. I mean, you're the one who started this. You're the one that's been driving this, and just can't thank you enough. And
it's been, Spawn Ranch has been such a huge asset now. I mean, I'm kind of sitting back a bit now, and Vince and his team are just doing a tremendous job. So a lot of credit go to them. One other point I just wanted to bring up in our current, a friend of mine I was talking to today really reminded me of this, that's in the skateboard industry. In the current situation, in the COVID world we're living in, team sports have gone away, but skateboarding hasn't. It creates this great opportunity to still get kids outside doing something. And as a sport, that social distancing occurs just by the nature of what is going on in skateboarding. So it's something that surfing and skating are what are still available to us. And it's been a savior for me and my 8-year-old to get outside and do things together. Riding bikes, skateboarding, and surfing, it's just about all I've done in the last 6 months, because that's all we have. And my son just, everything's been canceled, and it's a bummer. But these particular sports do provide a great opportunity to get kids outside and doing a safe sport from a social distancing perspective.
It's been what I've been doing for about 50 years. That and swimming in the ocean. Let me touch on one more issue. I'll turn it over to the council. Liability. Everybody says, oh my God, you're going to open a skate park. Somebody's going to fall and crack their head open and sue the city for millions of dollars. Maybe I should turn to Mike Webb or anyone who's feels qualified to answer the question about liability of parks. It's obviously more than just skating. It's basketball. It's all sorts of things. And anybody can for anything at any time. So I don't know, maybe Mike Webb, our city attorney, wants to chime in, or somebody else. It'd be good to get that question answered, because I'm sure people are wondering, skate park liability. Why would
Vince, I think you probably have a lot of direct experience with those questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can speak to it real quick and then hand it over to Mike. But yeah, the state of California, the Health and Safety Code typically has legislation addressing skate parks and provides immunity to municipalities from liability, so long as you post the proper signage that says, sporting and non-motorized wheel sports are inherently dangerous. Skate and ride at your own risk. As long as you post that signage, you're good, per the state of California's Health and Safety Code.
Okay. Mike, did you want to chime in at all, or just kind of leave it at that? I just didn't want to not.
No, I mean, we'll I can't add anything else. We'll look at where you do it to make certain there's no particular risk involved. Like it would have been a problem to put it in Dominguez Park, because we know of a risk there. Given where we put it, and to make certain that it is as safe as we can design it, but it will depend on what areas the council chooses, and we'll certainly weigh in as soon as the council makes the decision.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay, let's go to the council, and we'll go to the comments from the public, and then we'll go back to the council. Councilmember MD.
So thank you for your presentation. And I just want to clarify on process. I know that, David, you were saying that you were hoping we would approve certain parks, but so let me ask staff how when I read this first report, I just assumed we would approve it to put it on our capital improvement projects. And as we can get funding, we can go and put the parks in. I'm not seeing us having to approve a certain park, because this is just for us to decide to start working on it, put it on the CIP. Then we have to go out to the public, because, for example, at Anderson Park, they might not like it so close to the baseball diamond. They might want it to be further west on that to that park. They might not want it there. They might not be interested in having such a big park. I love the fact that this presentation shows that there's different types of parks, the spots. I love the spot idea that you can just put it anywhere you want. And so just speak a little bit to the process on that.
Maybe that's my cue, Councilman. You're right, there will be a process. At this particular point, we've completed the feasibility study essentially, and we're saying what are the probable costs involved with such parks to be done. The process would be, if the council today was to give us direction and say, we want you to consider Perry Park as an example. We have that $123,000 budget. As Dave mentioned, there's a donation in the Police Foundation Fund of $25,000. Let's assume that we can afford the $23,000 or $30,000 estimate at Perry Park. Then we would initiate a process by going out to the public for sure, going through the Rec and Parks Commission now from a look at more definitive design elements. We would actually be leading to contract with someone like Spawn or that can do design services to take that to that next level of design and then go out to that public to get that public comment. You're right, there would be a process to go through before we would move forward and say, yes, we're going to construct something. I think the process would be, give us the direction. We would start to explore that process by, again, contemplating a design contract, going out to the general public for comments, going through the Rec and Parks Commission for comments from them and the general public, then coming back to the council with that finding to say, we've got a park that's ready for you to support. It's within budget. Now we need actions to move forward on the implementation of that amenity. Parks like Anderson, as you mentioned, it's a significant cost. It's one that you don't have to necessarily earmark a place like Franklin or Anderson at this point because they're outside of our budget. This feasibility study has given you a sense of direction in terms of what you would need. It also gives you an opportunity that at future budget times or other funding opportunities, they come up and say, hey, we've got $1 million that you want to move on. Can we activate and reconsider Anderson Park or anywhere else for the next step? I think those higher ones that are outside of our budget are something that can come up at a future date. You don't have to do any earmarks for them at this particular point. Ideally, there are things that we can afford today if that's the direction that we see from the city council. We know there are elements that have to be considered. Zuliger, as Dave mentioned, it may be great, but we know we've heard some comments from the general public that may have concerns from noise and what have you. Vince said it well. There's technical data and there's perceived data. From a technical data, you may get support data that says, yes, the noise is actually going to blend in and it's going to be part of the ambient noise. The public perspective may be different and they may be vocal against such an improvement. And we want to be able to vet that through the public process. And then a couple of things on Perry Park as an example. We identified a great spot, but it's also adjacent to a very active spot with the basketball courts. We want to make sure that the general public is going to be supporting that and not create any conflict of those two particular uses. And the last one I would mention is Franklin Park. As much as that's identified as a great potential, it's also within a stone's throw from what the Galleria has also approved, and that would fit into the neighborhood skate park level. with an 8,000 square foot skate park to be constructed as part of the Galleria improvements. So those are all things that we would have to weigh as staff before we bring something forward to you. From a process tonight, if we get direction to go with one or two of the parks that are within the current budgets, so to speak, then we would go through that process to the public, to the Rec and Parks Commission, to a design, actual design, and then bring that forward for support for construction.
My concern is that if you just did a receive and file on a report, or if we were to sit here and pick a park, my concern is that it just goes away, as opposed to if you put it on a CIP, or if we're able to put it in that CIP budget. Even with, we have tons of projects in there that have absolutely no funding associated with them. They're just there as placeholders, and as funding becomes available or is identified, then you can apply it to that and start the process there. So I don't understand the hesitation of us being able to do it, other than this is not the right time to do it.
No, my apologies. There's no hesitation. There is a CIP project. That's the project that has $123,000 available funding. So if you were to say, pursue Zuliger and or Perry Park as an example, those fit within the current budget that's available, then we would start that process. It's not a hesitation. We're just looking for recommendation. The one that I was hesitant about was to say move forward on anything for Anderson Park when we don't have the budget to do probably design, let alone construction for Anderson Park.
But it would be okay to put it as a placeholder.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And so back to you, Vince, on Anderson Park, for example, if just because you have that expertise on how it goes and you looked at the park so in-depthly, if we were to, the residents, I shared this with a few residents, and they were concerned about the overlap with the baseball families because it's so close to the batting cages. And they said that the kids use that area to just kind of throw the ball to each other to warm up a little while another game is going on. Is there concerns or things that would make it impossible for it to be moved east, for example? I'm sorry, west.
No, I think that's a possibility. And just so you know, that overall area that we had kind of outlined is approximately 35,000 square feet. And again, we're looking at a neighborhood skate park. You're looking at 5,000 to 15,000 square feet. So I think we have enough space there to do a skate park, but leave enough of a buffer zone between the skate park and adjacent amenities, like the batting cage, so the overall space doesn't feel too cramped. But yes, I am aware of a different location within that park, and I think that location, could work as well. It's been a minute since I looked at that site. We did this work in late 2019, so I vaguely remember the other location, but my recollection is that other location could work as well. We just have to evaluate it further.
Yeah, we looked at the area adjacent to the basketball courts over there by the Boy Scout building, I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
So there is some space there as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, there might be some flexibility, whether it's to make it smaller or whether it's to move it to a different location. There are some flexibilities to that could work, you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. And the great thing about skate parks is, unlike a basketball court where you have standardized set dimensions of a rectangle with all the striping, a skate park is a unique concrete sculpture that can conform to any shape, any footprint. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a rectangle.
And two more questions. There was concern about security. Do you find that skate parks need to have security guards in them to help them? Is there something?
Yeah, no, we do not. Probably back in the 1990s when skate parks were first going in, I think that might have been a trend, but over time, 99% of municipalities, steered away from that just because of, one, of the expense of doing that, but two, skate parks kind of have a nice way of, activity as skate park kind of works itself out. There's kind of a natural order to things. The older skaters look out for the younger skaters. Skateboarders interact with bikers. It's just a very cool environment where people get together. But most importantly, visibility. It's all about visibility. As long as these locations are highly visible and law enforcement can just, go by on a street and kind of just keep an eye on things, then you're good. And it's for the users in that facility. If they have the perception that eyes could be on them at any given time, that's going to deter 99% of that illicit behavior. So for us, it more goes back to visibility. As long as the site is highly visible, then you're good.
And just based on the preliminary designs that I've seen, it appears that one of the things that I really liked about skate parks when it was way back in the day when I was on school board, was that you can also include people in wheelchairs, handicap, and so it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like some of your designs are with that in mind, that kids in wheelchairs could still use this park.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to the health and safety code. So in 2016, the state of California's health and safety code, the legislation was modified to specifically include all non-motorized wheel sports. So prior to that, it had only mentioned skateboarding and inline skating. So bikes, scooters, wheelchairs were all in kind of this gray area. So in 2016, that was formalized, and now wheelchairs are specifically listed by the state of California as authorized to use public skate parks. And we're big advocates of making skate parks wheelchair friendly. And we actually know there's a handful of famous wheelchair athletes out there who we've collaborated with a few times and gotten some kind of design pointers on ways to make skate parks more wheelchair friendly. So it's definitely something we like to look at.
Great, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, great. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah. So Vince, Dave, thank you so much again. And I just want to say, since the last time we talked and met, I now have 2 skateboarders in my family. So we've spent quite a bit of time during COVID, either, videoing and practicing ollies and whatnot, jumping off curbs, so it's been really interesting and really noisy in the backyard. But with that said, so I think this was great. I want to go back to something that Dave kind of started off the conversation with tonight, where he said, we're looking at this in terms of the short term and the long term, right? And I think that was an important point to make, because this has been a process. It's been a long process, and clearly we've had some hiccups, like with Dominguez and stuff. But as I went through the report and I went through the CIP and looked at what we had left, and to me, what really stood out was we have the opportunity here to effectuate, at least on a small scale, something like Zuliger and Perry Park in the near term. Clearly, as Ted mentioned, right, we still have to go through a public process like we do on anything, but they could happen with the existing monies we have, and possibly even leave a little bit of money left over to kind of start, seeding what we would call the longer term, CIP projects. And so it was nice to see that kind of range, and reimagine different spaces as you guys presented. I mean, I thought just the renderings for Franklin and Anderson, were gorgeous, and I know nothing about skating, but just from an aesthetic perspective, it looked, like something that people would have a lot of fun with, or kids, adults, doesn't matter. I will agree with Ted. I don't have a lot of negative comments, because it's not really worth it right now. I think this council has unanimously said this is something we want to, try to integrate into the community wherever we can, and as porously as we can, so that everybody has an opportunity to use it, whether it's, to your point, little small skate spots or neighborhood parks. I will just point out what Ted said. Franklin Park is so close to the Galleria. It just doesn't make sense to me from that perspective, because it's literally within, you could almost throw a baseball. But Anderson, I think, is great. And if we were to kind of to push this CIP further on, and then try to, as our budgets come back and we're able to seed them with further money or grant money, as David said, or donations, whatnot, then I think this is really foundationally the right start for where we need to go. So with that said, I would definitely be in support of tonight, at least directing us to move forward on the exploration of the Zuliger and the Perry scenarios. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, no, I see pad 10 as a definitely viable option. There's a lot of square footage there. What about temporary structures, wooden structures, temporary things like that? If you were able to do that indoors, would that be able to be much cheaper and easier? Either Vince or David?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly cheaper, but it's, I think it's a really question of usage. The city has access to portable features that are at Perry, but no one uses them because they break down. They're not very good. They're not. It's. I think I put it like the adage of, if you have a boat and you don't have it on a pier, how much do you use it? If you have to put it on a trailer and drive it down to the water, how much are you actually going to use it?
Right. So let me interrupt. Here's what I'm thinking. If we have temporary items and you can get a hold of them cheap and easy, we've got 30,000 square feet at the former Fun Factory location. That's a boarded up. It's 12, 15-foot ceilings in there. It's all concrete in there. We can secure it at night. If you have temporary things going on in there, there's nothing being used in there. It's completely empty. So for me, that's an option. It's self-contained. It's quiet, secure, plenty of parking. It's down the harbor, so it's easy to get to from multiple locations. Lots of parking, like I said. Another reason to bring people down to the harbor and utilize the harbor, coastal access, coastal bringing people down to the coasts and things like that. So that's a temporary solution. I don't think that's a long-term, that's rentable space that we need to get a businesses down in there for. But I think that's why I'm saying, any solution we have here is multiple years off essentially. So that's something I think we could definitely throw out there. I'd be in favor of looking at Franklin Park. I like the idea of the Lillian thought with the little sidle things that you have there. Like the idea of what is it? What did I write down? Zuliger Park at the bottom of Zuliger Park. Did you look at by any chance at open space between the bike path and what is there, kind of like the paddle house storage area, right where the stairs kind of go up? It's very long. It's a rectangular portion. It's very long, but it's not very wide. You know where I'm at thinking there? Lower level, right where the bike path across the parking lot.
Still brick, right?
It's all brick there, yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, we focus more on the top, but again, we're amenable to different options, certainly.
Because that lower spot is, since it's lower, the noise won't. It's kind of a little bit protected. It's a little bit more protected, so the noise won't permeate all the way through to different all those areas. I mean, it's not as wide, but it's really long. So that might be an option. You look at Google Maps, you can see it right next to Captain Kidd's and the parking lot there. Just as a side note, I got a lot of comments from someone. Let's see, I think it was last week Wednesday. I got an email and a message from somewhere. They put what is this called? One of those change.org petitions. Mm-hmm. Last week, Wednesday, I want to say it went live.
Yeah.
They're trying to get to 1,000 signatures. They have 815 signatures so far in less than a week. And particularly what they're hitting here on is there's a bunch of skateboarders in the Riviera Village at the Triangle that are being I don't want to say harassed, but the businesses don't like them, and they're in the streets. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, so they need a spot badly. And I'd love to have something down there, but there's no room down there. Is unfortunately where we're at. So there's huge support for this. I'd love to get something going. I'd love to make a motion to move forward with further investigating Pad 10. Doing something temporary at the old Fun Factory location, Zuliger Park, both of those locations that you had, as well that I just brought up as well. the Franklin Park and looking at Lilienthal, looking at those moving forward, so we have multiple options for staff and you guys to know what direction you want to go. So that would be my my motion. If you need anything else in that motion, let me know. Staff, or Todd, or Christian.
Well, generally, is there a second for that motion, or do we need more discussion? Am I going to second that? Because kind of, I think we're still trying to figure out exactly what direction to give.
Mayor, if I can, just for clarification, because Nierenheim mentioned a lot of things. Pad 10 and the Fun Factory, those would consider or would require some conceptual time from Spawn Ranch, which we don't have any funding for. And we could contract with them to do that further. Perry and Zuliger, at least from the surface perspective, it sounds like there may be enough budget to do design and outreach, amongst other things, and possibly implementation. Franklin, we don't have a lot of budget to do more than the conceptual on, and there's not much that we can do with it short of getting additional funding. So give us a little bit more refined direction, maybe on things that we can implement, maybe an amendment to Spawn Ranch to do further investigation for both R10 and the Fun Factory, and then continue pursuing Perry Park and Zuliger. If that's the direction, then we could take that to the next level by contractor for design, going out to the general public, and then coming back to the council with more information on them both.
Okay, well, that's helpful, Ted. That's helpful. Kind of taking Anderson and Franklin off the table for now because of budget concerns, and we would be able to get some things done now if we get proper direction. So, okay. Anything else, Nils?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
As someone whose daughter skates, if not every week, every day, Dave knows this. Thank you, Dave, for all the work you've done, and Vince for all the work you're doing now. My daughter's filming a skate commercial on Thursday in Orange County. So we're skate parents. This is all we do. I'm tired of taking my kids to Manhattan Beach or El Segundo, Vans, down in Orange County, Alondra, wherever it is. Like, we need to do something, and we need to do something soon. I actually really like the Pad 10 idea for a number of reasons. One is you don't have the neighbors around to complain about it. It activates the area because that area, we're seeing businesses fold. We need something to draw people there. There's parking right next door. Parents can drop their kids off and go get a bite. I mean, that's ideal, right? And so the other thing is, it seems like if you're removing all those stoppers, it's less money than Zuliger. Because Zuliger's got $30,000 to $35,000 for removing those 300 linear feet of skate stoppers. So I personally would love to see that, and then Zuliger as a secondary if that couldn't work out. And we do a test on it to make sure it's not noisy for people, because I am really concerned that residents are not gonna find this appealing. And then I would also think that we'd like to do something for the kids up in North Redondo. So I think Perry would be a great place. We have money between those two places, and while we gather money from either the Kings or CIP or whatever, we do a design. So right now we have 123 plus 30 from the Kings. That's 150. We could accomplish two things at once. We could do something down near the pier, and then something in North Redondo. And I personally like Franklin, but if Anderson, we could do it, and it was 450. Where we wouldn't be going years and years without being able to fund it. I'd be okay with Anderson too, but I'd prefer Franklin because it's more central to a lot of people. So that would be my preference, that we also do some type of a $30,000 conceptual study of that, see if we can do it like Dave was suggesting, so we can get moving on this, because this is taking a long, long time. And if we wait another budget cycle, this is not going to get done. And we're going to have a new council potentially. I think everybody in this council agrees that we want some type of skate arrangement. The only reason I didn't second Nils is I'm concerned about the cost. Lilienthal at $130,000, and also the neighbors, to be respectful of the neighbors. But if we had something in South Redondo for the kids, something in North Redondo, and figure out where we're going to do the big park, whether it's Anderson or Franklin, and do a design, I think that's the right move. The other thing we haven't talked about, I'm not necessarily making a motion to it, but we have $70,000 coming back from the method of service study from Edison that we could dedicate towards a skate park. And I want us to think about that because that's money that could be well used. And so this is definitely a priority for us. Dave, you said in the past you'd like to see different spots around the city, not just maybe one big spot. We could accomplish that with what I'm talking about. So
yeah, I love this. I love what you're presenting. Pad 10, I think, is a wonderful idea. Honestly, it just didn't occur to me that that was an option. So
yeah,
I love the idea of focusing on Pad 10, Perry. And the reason I kind of was pushing for designating, for lack of a better term, Anderson or Franklin, from some of the people I've gotten advice from and different people that have gone through this, like a couple folks I've connected with the city of Anaheim, having a home will make getting grants from the county, from this Olympic Foundation, a heck of a lot easier, and a conceptual designs. We can have something that say, hey, this is what we're trying to build, and this is where we're trying to build it. Can you give us funding or grant money to do this? So that's the impetus of why I'm kind of pushing to name one of them. I have a few colleagues that have done this in Baltimore and different cities, and having what they called the future home of the skate park of Baltimore or the future home of the skate park of Redondo Beach, it became more tangible for people, more real. They could stand there and say, in 3 years, there's going to be a skate park here that we're going to have for decades. And it just made it real. Seeing a design, having kids come to workshops, I think Vince can speak to this, and getting that public involvement and then coming out with a design of what it's going to look like and having people feel like this is what we're building and this is where we're building it. It just creates a lot of excitement and momentum for a project like this.
Right. And the thing that's nice about Franklin, though, is it's right near Torrance, and we can maybe get their, support of something so that we go and pitch it as a regional park versus, say, if you did it at Anderson, it's really bordering Manhattan Beach. Well, they have the skate spot up there. They won't be maybe as excited. I don't know. I wouldn't count on the Galleria. I mean, between the economy that's happening, retail dying, we don't know what their plans are. And there's been talk that they're not so excited about having a skate park there because we're talking about having a skate park in North Redondo. So, I wouldn't bet it. It could be years away, 3 or 4 years away. We don't know. I think, personally, I think Franklin's better. But if it's going to take, 3 votes to get it done, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it done. And we just need to get moving on this. Let's not keep pushing it. And let's maybe go towards, doing that study and seeing if it works. I don't see a reason not to do Franklin personally.
Interesting point you bring up with the city of Torrance, another large city in the South Bay that doesn't have a skate park. They built their one from years ago, the wooden one that just didn't last because it was wood. Next kind of town over down Lomita, Harbor City's a wildly successful skate park it's where I'm usually going these days because it's fantastic. It's great visibility. I mean, there was a Spawn Park, and it's a fantastic drive by. Just head east on Lomita, you'll see it, bright yellow all over the place, and it's so used right now.
Well, there's a big residential area within a 5-minute skate from Franklin, and in Torrance. And, those kids would love it. I'm not trying to do it for the Torrance kids, but I think it would draw a lot of kids there as well from there too. So I think it makes a lot of sense to do it there. It's away from a lot of houses. Laura's concerned is valid about other houses surrounding the park being that, so I think we should do it. I think that's what the move would be. So I'd like to make a motion to ideally activate Pad 10 to come back with the final budget on it. I mean, again, I think we can do the same elements we did there. And if that doesn't work out, it's too expensive, we do Zuliger. Do Perry Park, the elements from Perry Park, it's a skate spot, right? Not dot. And then we designate $30,000 for the study for Franklin, if people are up for that.
Second that.
Okay.
Anything else, Todd?
That's it. Thank you.
Is that clear, Ted? I want to make sure any motion that gets made and seconded and voted on is clear.
I was going to ask Todd if he could restate it without the explanation. You gave the first part and then you gave the explanation. So it'd be good to just restate what exactly the motion is.
Okay, my motion would be to designate Pad 10 with the same elements of Zuliger minus the skate stops. And then I would also do the Perry Park elements as well, and then designate $30,000 for study of Franklin. Is that good?
Yeah.
And and do I need to also say, Mike, that we should also look at a CIP for the rest of for Franklin for the money?
We already have a CIP, so we could just keep it and continue to fund it.
Right. I think Ted was just saying we don't have enough money to do it. So,
all right,
have it in place, and as you add more money, maybe at mid-year, then you can, at that point, put enough in, if we have it, to
raise money.
Franklin. So it shows us, you know, once we say, hey, we're going down this path, we put the $30,000 towards it. That's when people start to get interested in it, not conceptual. So that's why I think we need to decide tonight to do that and put the design in place and to get really moving on this, because it's high time we do this. Kids
Can
are
I make
waiting.
one comment? And maybe this is, I'm not familiar with how it has to lay out, but could we change the pad 10 recommendation to, because the layout of it may be more conducive to other features. Could we just say a design, whatever you want to say, at a budget consistent with that of Zuliger? Because we may find that designs, other features work better down there than at the more linear layout of Zuliger with the round shape of pad 10 kind of thing. Other things may be more appropriate, but budget-wise, we could stay right where we are.
Okay, that's fine. You mean, was it 75, you mean, or 40?
Beggars can't be choosers, whatever.
Okay, so the same budget as Zuliger. Go ahead, Ted.
So Mayor, just to clarify, because I'm glad Mike Webb asked the question to restate the motion.
Right.
Sounds like to consider activating pad 10 budget-wise for anything that's similar to Zuliger. So we would have to work with Spawn Ranch to actually come up with a concept in order to move that forward. Activate for Perry Park and move that forward, and then designate a $30,000 for further design and assessment on Franklin in order to further advance that. I had heard Zuliger to be activated, and then I heard Zuliger dropped out. So Zuliger is not part of the potential activation at this point?
I would say yes, because of the concern of noise and public perception. We're not going to have that problem down at pad 10.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry. We do have public comment to consider as well.
Yeah, we're not done here. We'll get to that. We still haven't heard from Councilmember Grand.
Okay, so that is my motion then, the same budget as Zuliger, Perry Park, activating that, and then the $30,000 for the study for Franklin.
Okay, I think that's clear now. Is that clear, Ted? Mike, okay, great.
It is, and is that acceptable to the seconder?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, great. Councilmember Grant.
You're on mute.
You're muted, John.
That's your favorite thing, Todd.
I've been sitting here so long being quiet, just I figured mute would be another point. So, quick question here with regards to the elements that are right next to the basketball court. Okay, so you had mentioned there's 2 rails there, I guess, new concrete grind ledge, 2 of those, and there's also a bar that would be on the other side. So these are right next to a place where people are running up and down the court. Is that kind of dangerous? Just because they're basketball players running and you're 3 feet out of court or out of there, and just looking at that.
I guess I would answer that. It's no different than playing basketball in a gym, and if you kind of run into the seats, I mean, there's inherent risk, I suppose, in everything, but I don't think there's any more than, on the other side of the basketball court, there's walls not too far from the if you run through a layup on both sides, that there's a wall not too far from there. Certainly we would do our best to give the necessary spacing, but I think it's something that, Vince could definitely design for to enhance safety from that point of view.
I just running up and down a basketball court and you run, 2 feet out of bounds for whatever reason. I don't want to be hitting those things. That's just my caution. Like I said, it's not a stopper. It's just as we're designing this or putting this in, kind of looking at those things. With regards to that area that's activated where the palm trees are, does it make sense to put something in between the trees, that sort of thing as well? Or
Finch.
Prairie Park.
Yeah, I can talk to that. Yeah, we looked at that, and the thought was to move the obstacles closer to the basketball court on the other side of the trees, just because if we had them basically in between the trees, that's kind of your main pedestrian thoroughfare, and wanted to kind of keep that open and to allow pedestrians to kind of safely navigate through the space, and kind of the skateboarders are on the other side of the trees, so those trees kind of create a natural barrier buffer zone, if you will. So not the question, but that was kind of the logic behind where we put it.
Okay. I like it. I like the fact that Perry Park's getting a bit of attention. It's kind of one of the forgotten parks. I'll just call it that. Not for us in Redondo Beach or District 4, but there are other parks that get a lot more attention. That's kind of nice. I think moving things to the pad 10 is probably a good idea. Mr. Nierenheim and Mr. Lowenstein are pointing out that folks that live above Zuliger Park are pretty vocal and can be quite formidable if they do or do not like something. So I think that's probably a good idea. So anyway, that was my only question. I think we're moving down a good path. So thank you. Great job, guys.
Thank you, Councilmember Grand. And yeah, I mean, this is the time to be asking those kind of detailed questions for sure. We don't want to send them down a road and have them come back and go, well, we always had this concern, and just creates more work. So let's try to get it all out now so that they have a better sense of what we're worried about. And yeah. Anyway, Councilmember Horvath, and then we will go to public comment.
Yeah, so I don't want to make a substitute motion. I'd rather make a friendly amendment to the motion as it is. So as I'm looking at this, Perry Park has a cost of just about 30,000. Zuliger between 45 and 70. So we're just at about 100K. And Ted, I think you said there was 123-ish right now left in that CIP.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's close to the 30,000 that Council Member Lowenstein has set aside for design. Dave and Vince, in your estimation, like if just say, like, I kind of want to still explore Zuliger to a certain degree, because at least it allows us to have that conversation, because we're going to still have to have that conversation about pad 10 as you guys are looking at that as well. And so to Todd's point, I don't want to necessarily lose momentum, right? It at least allows us to have a conversation about elements in the harbor area as you're exploring a pad 10 option, but you guys would have to design that out, for pad 10, or conceptualize that out. So, and Dave, did you also mention that, was that 25,000 a definitive from the, okay. So really we're just about shy of 150,000, which is great. So that, if I'm curious, just from a monetary standpoint, for you guys to kind of do some conceptualizations as you just did, say for Zuliger or Perry, right, at the pad 10, do you guys roughly know how much that would be? I'm just trying to think of this in terms of numbers right now.
I've been trying to find pad 10 while we've been talking, and I must be spelling it wrong because I'm not seeing it.
No, I don't think you won't find it on the map. It's just if you look straight down at the pier area, it's right. It's a concrete pad, kind of right towards the back end of the pier.
Near Kincaid's.
Right near Kincaid. Yeah.
Your Honor, I can share my screen and show that to Vince real quick if you want.
Oh yeah.
That'd be great, Ted. And do you know how big that is? I'm guessing it's, in the neighborhood of 10,000 square feet, or?
I would venture so, but while sharing, I'm not going to be able to get the full dimensions on it. Hang tight real quick.
They've had 8 contests down there already, Vince.
I was about to say, it's pretty cool to think about King of the Pier being able to be had there without bringing any outside obstacles.
There you go. So there it is.
Vince, that's the area. That's our pier. There's Zuliger is right over here.
Yeah.
That's where you were pointing out, and this is the pad 10 area that we're talking about.
Okay, and that's just a flat concrete slab?
Flat concrete slab.
Okay, and Dave, what's the condition of that slab? Is it smooth enough?
Yep, it's good to go.
Okay. Yeah, so you're asking for a rough design?
Just rough.
Whatever you do needs to be convertible, because we have bands and music events down there. So, whatever rails, benches, ramps, you'd want it to be convertible so that you can have other events there as well.
Yeah, okay, so movable.
Yeah, or not necessarily movable, but usable for those sorts of functions as well.
So Vince, I'm thinking a fairly long ledge.
Yeah.
18-inch tall with hubbas on the end type design that could be a stage for bands as well as skatable.
Okay.
And some peripheral stuff on the edges, kind of leaving the middle. Maybe a centerpiece, kind of bump in the middle with peripheral features that keeps a lot of open space available.
Okay. Okay.
Just similar to the round spots you showed on your presentation.
Okay, gotcha. So when we say design fees, design is broken up into two components: conceptual design and then construction documents, which is all the technical design and construction blueprints and engineering, all that. Are you referring to just conceptual design or everything?
Yeah, I think conceptual design, clearly.
Just conceptual. Oh, yeah. Then less than 5K, I would say.
Excellent. And, you could have a ramp, maybe it's just not everything has to be convertible, but I could easily see having a ramp down there.
Yeah. Yeah, I would love to explore that.
And Vince, one clarification on the presentation and the cost estimates. You have all the different components. I know you guys are a design build firm. Is this a concept that includes both design and construction as a design build, or is it just for construction that these estimates are?
Yeah, so for the larger parks, Franklin and Anderson, you'll see in the cost estimate I have broken out design as a separate line item. For the smaller skate dots, it's so straightforward that we don't even charge for design.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, so they have other events down there like music and yoga and what's the other thing they do down there? So movie nights, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just want to be able to still be able to do those sorts of events.
Okay, so I would just make a friendly amendment to massage the motion ever so slightly to say explore the activation of Pad 10 or Zuliger, right? So that way we're moving forward because we already have kind of a rough idea here. And there's funding. I think the lower end, the 45 you said for Zuliger was if you didn't have to remove all those things on the curbs. Was that correct?
Yeah, remove the skateboard deterrent and then install new steel edge protection.
So, okay.
We kind of have that estimate now. It's kind of a matter of us deciding, and then
that way there's so much buffer there to be able to have some funding to explore the conceptualization of what a Pad 10 could look like, right? And then instead of saying 30K to designate it to Franklin for design, I would just say the remainder of funds, right? What's left over, because it's not just the over the 100,000 say or whatnot. It's whatever we get from the Police Foundation to explore future design at Franklin or Anderson. So we're not pigeonholing ourselves to one location. And you said you were open to one or the other, and that way it gives us the opportunity to create these discussions in all the different neighborhoods, and we can actually start this process. As you were saying, we have to go through a public process. We have to go to the commissions. So it at least gets us going. The monies are there to start it. And I think having that is a good way for us to at least also look for private partners and donation money in the sense that we're exploring multiple options. We have potential concepts in mind, and I just think it gives us a good roadmap ahead. So that would be my friendly amendment to the motion.
Is that clear? What the friendly amendment is, Nils, I guess you made the motion, or was it Todd?
No, it was Todd.
I don't accept the friendly amendment. Because there's too many things in there that I don't like. I really think it should be a pad 10. And if that doesn't work out, we'll come in.
I hear you. So I'm going to make a substitute motion then.
Okay.
And the substitute motion would simply be pretty much almost what yours was, which is to activate the Zuliger / pad 10. Pad 10 requiring some monies for concept design, and to activate Perry. So that way we're moving forward with those, and then to designate remainder of funds in the existing CIP or monies that are going to be donated from elsewhere to begin exploring the designs at either the Franklin or the Anderson locations.
Okay, what does begin exploring designs mean to?
I don't know, because he said that was what Todd. That was what Todd was designating the money for. So
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
Hear from Ted. Ted, what does that mean? Begin exploring designs. I don't know what that means.
I don't know. That's a very good question. I think right now we have concepts for both of those parks, and those concepts are vetted. We know Councilwoman MD asked some questions about Anderson. Can we shuffle things around? Can we move it a little bit and make it a little bit smaller? And Vince already answered that component of it. I really don't know what does that mean at this point, since we do have conceptual designs and cost estimates already on hand.
Okay.
Can I suggest maybe making a motion along the lines of, and I don't care what it is, give direction to staff to begin the process of implementing the designs at whatever park, and then if you want to add something further, and furthermore explore a park on, skate park options at this location, subject to available budgetary restrictions. And that way it's clear what you're telling staff. Hey, go do Zuliger, or go do, we don't have directions for pad 10, but you could do the other locations as a direct staff to go implement, and you can give additional direction to look at options for those other places.
Okay, so then I'll just amend the language to say the substitute motion would be to implement the designs at Zuliger and Perry, explore conceptual designs at pad 10, and use remaining funding to continue down the path with Franklin or Anderson, either saving or continuing the projects at those locations at a future time.
Is that clear, Ted, to you?
That would be clear, yes.
Okay, great. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a substitute motion with a first and a second. And let me go to the public. We haven't heard from them, and we're making all these motions, and I think it's important that we hear from the public. So, Vicki, what comments do we have from the public?
The first comment should be from Mr. Rick Howard.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Rick Howard. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach and a professional skateboarder of 30 years now, and very excited to hear where these conversations are headed. And we just wanted to thank David for all his hard work and the Spawn Ranch crew. I'm just echoing the sentiment of the need for a skate park. Obviously, it's really cool to hear that you've had that many petitions going from kids locally, and I heard the term sacrilegious for Redondo Beach not having a skate park, and I back that back that feeling. So yeah, I'm just here in support of the great work that David's doing, and we run a skateboard company here locally, and this would just be a great addition to the community here. So, and we're able to lend any kind of fundraising or awareness that the city will need, and I could work with David on that. And yeah, just wanted to thank you all.
Well, thanks for joining us, Rick. Really appreciate your input and taking the time. And it was the mayor that used that term, and I think it's true. So you can quote me anytime. Okay, and who's the next public speaker?
We have the hand raised by Mr. Zaino Baji.
Okay.
Howdy. I kind of want to echo what Mr. Grand said. That jumped out to me at Perry Park. That bar next to the court could be a little too close. I fully support, though, getting a skate park to Perry Park. You know, on the weekends, back in the day before COVID, I could hear the little league teams playing there and the crowds cheering, and that's one of the most beautiful sounds you can hear. I imagine the skate park would not be even audible to where we live, but I would welcome it anyways. Those are great sounds. I see kids, I'm not a skater myself, but I see kids skating by our house and going to Perry Park, and I think it's beautiful. They're hanging out and they're actually naturally socially distanced, side by side, going down the one way. So I fully support any efforts and all efforts to get skate parks into Redondo. Thanks, guys.
I have to agree with that. That clickety clack sound is music to my ears. It's better than another car going by. So anyway, it's just my opinion.
And that's a point where we looked at Perry. Perry's just a place kids skate anyway. So it made a lot of logical sense to add features to a place that kids are already at.
Okay, any more public comment?
That concludes public comment.
Okay, great. So there's a substitute motion on the floor. Hang on, you guys 1 second. Councilmember Horvath, do you mean to have your hand up again?
No, I apologize.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Yeah, so I'm a little confused by Christian's secondary motion, alternative motion. You said Zuliger and Perry?
I said to start the implementation of Zuliger and Perry, which is going to require public outreach, right? So that doesn't mean that Zuliger could happen. You could have a lot of negative feedback while you are also starting on the conceptual designs for what Pad 10 could look like, and then use any remaining funding for future projects at Anderson and or Franklin.
Why do you want to insist on Zuliger when we know it could cause trouble when Pad 10 is available?
Well, I'm not insisting on it, Todd, because it's got to go through a public process, right? So it's presented to us, it's here, it's something you can show, right? And you're gonna eventually have those materials that you can show for Pad 10 too. You just don't have it right now, so you can start a conversation. And part of that conversation, right, is going to be we're also conceptually looking at Pad 10 and how to activate that area, right? So ultimately, at the end, you could end up there, but to be honest, there is a historic element, as Vince and Dave mentioned, about the Zuliger part. So even if you didn't go to the full 70,000, but you put a few elements there, I don't think it's going to be so highly activated, especially if you're creating a Pad 10 thing that is literally another 1,000 feet away. I think it's just giving more options. And ultimately, as I recall in our last, conversation, we want to try to create pockets throughout the city, and so if you're able to eventually create more and more skate spots everywhere, then that's all the better. I think you're hitting all the goals that we had originally discussed. So,
well, I think we agree on Perry. I have a lot of concern with Zuliger. As John said, people are very vocal there. I think we're asking for trouble. And
listen, Todd, people are really vocal about Franklin too, but
they're not vocal. They're not going to be vocal about Pad 10. They're not.
I'm just saying. I'm not ruling out the idea of Franklin. I've heard he heard.
Okay, so I can buy that. My only concern is the wishy-washiness of Franklin or Anderson. Let's figure something out and do it, because I'm really concerned. There's nothing that investors hate more than uncertainty. And if you want to sell something, you say, we're going forward with this. We want you to back us on this. And if you do wishy-washy, it's not going to get done. I'm telling you, we've been at this now for 4 years, Bill said.
Well, I don't think that's wishy-washy, Todd, because you need to have your residents weigh in. And so to have two locations in two different parks, one of them which is regional, which is Anderson, right, allows people to weigh in. And so it gives us that. We have two designs.
Isn't that what for tonight is? Isn't that what tonight is? Isn't this a chance for them to weigh in?
tonight is a preliminary discussion, but as Ted, already explained to you, the process is just beginning with tonight's direction, right? So
we've been at this now for way too long, Christian. Way too long.
I hear you, Todd. That's part of how democracy works at an exceedingly slow level. And so, yes, if we're going to move forward with either or, then it's going to go out. We're going to notice, the people in those neighborhoods. We're going to notice the people down by the harbor. Like, that's just part of the process. It's going to go to the Public Works and the Recs and Park Commission. We're just at the beginning of this. So
you're going to commission this to death.
I'm not trying to commission anything to death. This is how the process works. I'm just reading.
Christian, I'm aware. I've been on council long enough to understand it. Yeah. I understand how it works. I'm just looking for some certainty, and I think we need to move forward. This is like the 4th or 5th meeting we've had on skate parks. The public has had lots of opportunity to chime in. I think we need to move forward. If you're going to do public outreach and everything else, okay, that's fine, but they've had a lot of opportunity to do that. We need to move forward, and we want to be known as the council to get stuff done, not the council that is wishy-washy and doesn't get stuff done. And I just think we need to move forward on this and get it done. John, you always said, let's get it done. Let's do it.
So
right?
Todd, I agree with you. I want to get it done. I'm politely and respectfully disagreeing that the public has really weighed in because we didn't have anything like we have right now. When we were we were delayed by Dominguez Park and the geotechnical studies. Ideally, we would already be doing something there if it wasn't for the technical issues. So it's frustrating. I hear you. It's super frustrating to have things take a while. But we have.
Well, you know what? Kids are getting old. Kids are getting older. They have nowhere to skate. And now what we're doing is just delaying it longer.
I'm not. So first of all, by executing the smaller skate spots and trying to implement and move that process forward, we're not. We're actually.
But that's not what your motion is. Your motion is Zuliger, or if not, then Pad 10.
No. My motion is to implement Zuliger and Perry because we have the funding, and you still have the funding there as well to now explore conceptually, which they have to go back and do the work for Pad 10. You don't have that work, so they have to do it, and then you're still going to have to come.
Christian,
Todd, I'm arguing. I think we're missing each other somehow, and this is.
I have the floor. I have the floor, Christian. When you're talking about Zuliger, you're talking about input. Okay, there's not going to be anybody opposed to Pad 10. There will be people opposed to Zuliger. I'm telling you right now. People will be noisy. They don't want a skate spot in their backyard, and what you're doing is delaying this longer. Let's move forward with Pad 10. It's really simple. I'm not.
Let's move forward with this meeting. We've got a substitute motion in a second. So I'll tell you guys, I share the exact same concerns about Zuliger Park. Those skate guards are there for a reason, and it was because people complained. So to go and remove them, I don't need public input. I'm pretty sure what's going to happen down there. But whatever. Look, we've got a substitute motion in a second. If that passes, we'll move on. If it doesn't pass, we'll move on one way or the other. But unless anybody's got some, I see Councilmember Narenheim's got his hand up, but let's make this quick so we can get moving.
Yeah, I would love to do it at Zuliger Park, but I just see a lot of residential pushback, perceived noise pushback. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I'd love to say it's going to happen. I'd love to explore it, but just for time's sake, Pad 10 is far better. Let's just move forward with designs on Pad 10. Let's make it multi-use, go down that path, and then go down with options on a Perry Park as per Todd's motion. I'm not going to be voting yes on Christian's motion. Sorry, Christian. I just can't because I just see the way it's going to go, and you bring a good point as to how much time it's going to take to move forward on things. So let's just start pursuing things that's actually going to happen and actually start moving things forward. So I like Todd's motion better.
All right. So there's a substitute motion on the floor and a second by Councilmember Indy.
Wait. I'm sorry. So Christian, just take out Zuliger Park out of the motion.
Removing Zuliger Park from the substitute.
And the reason why I liked Christian's better is because he didn't want Franklin Park. He didn't really care for it. You guys liked Franklin Park better, and he's also giving the option of Anderson Park. What I'm hearing is that they're saying that Anderson Park has the potential to be a regional park, and I think I'd rather pursue Anderson Park. So that's why I'm supporting Christian's motion. So if we take out Zuliger And then that would be your biggest concern. And then with Christian's motion, I have the flexibility of being able to get Anderson Park in there.
And leave in pad 10.
So, and then you still have your pad 10, right? So Christian,
I'll remove Zuliger, John.
remove Zuliger out of it. That's their biggest concern. And then that way we have the compromise.
Sorry.
So basically, we're moving Franklin Park to Anderson Park.
No. I said you keep going with both.
So the one you're going for, you're giving direction to staff, that's ready to go is Perry Park.
Yeah.
And the other ones that we either don't have designs are 10, or pad 10, or we don't have the money, Anderson or Franklin, you're giving direction to explore those. So it's go forward with Perry, public outreach, all that. Design something for R10, and then as money becomes available, you're exploring Anderson or Franklin, and you're starting the process of getting public outreach. But the one thing you're implementing now, or directing staff to start the process of implementing, so it can get done, is Perry Park. The only thing you're eliminating is Zuliger because of the fears of Todd and Nils that it will definitely be objected to, and that would be a waste of time. And Christian, at Laura's suggestion, has now accepted the elimination of Zuliger. Is that clear?
Okay. So the substitute motion is what you just described. The only question I have, and I want to just be clear that Vince and Dave are clear and Ted's clear, what that means, like move forward with Franklin and Anderson, or further work.
What I'm hearing, tell me if I'm hearing it wrong, move forward with Perry, and that is construction design, public out, or whatever
Right.
your public outreach, construction design, and
design. Yes.
and build, and then conceptual design of pad 10, but quickly behind it, construction design, public outreach. I would love those two to go as close together as possible, and I'm going to put words in Vince's mouth. I hope he doesn't yell at me, but I think him and I could do the conceptual design for that very quickly. Once funds are approved for that $5,000 for design, that's not going to be all that.
Pad 10?
To get to pad 10 to where Perry is, I think we could move pretty quickly, right, Vince? Once funds are approved?
Couple of weeks.
Oh, wow.
So within a couple weeks, we could implement Perry and pad 10 for public outreach, construction design all together, and implementation, and the remaining funds could be for enhanced feasibility design or whatever we call it for Anderson and Franklin.
Well, I think you should begin public outreach for Franklin and Anderson too. We don't want to get too far on those areas that are in densely populated places without getting public outreach.
And I love to have the idea of a public meeting workshop on all the parks with those conceptual designs for Franklin and Anderson there, if that's what the steps would be.
But you'll need additional funding for it, depending on what monies you spent on R10 and Perry. So the things that are going to get done relatively within the speed of democracy quickly are Perry and pad 10, which I keep calling R10, and the ones that are more the future things that you can address more money to the existing CIP at mid-year will be Anderson or Franklin. But you will be, in fact, moving fairly quickly towards Perry, and based on Dave's description, pad 10.
Vince, Dave, Ted, are you guys okay with that description right there that Mike gave us?
I'm good with it.
Okay. And Christian and Laura, you guys are okay with that description? Okay,
Yes.
great. So we got a substitute motion on the floor with a second, and I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember 15?
Aye.
Member Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Gran?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, that's great. So you can come back maybe in a month or so with
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Well, okay, well, all right, that's not going to happen. But in a month, you could come back with further discussion about pad 10 and where we are with Perry Park and next steps with Franklin and Anderson. Is that correct?
I'll be at pad 10 at 9 tomorrow morning if anyone wants to meet me there.
I might come down. I gotta be somewhere actually. Okay, great. So thank you, David. Again, it's fantastic. I count 10 skateboards in the background of you there. So
yeah, the converted garage office. Yeah.
And Vince, thank you so much for what Spawn Ranch has done. You guys did stuff up front at your expense, and it's not gone unnoticed. So thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate all your support. It means a lot. Thank you.
I think we actually did something.
Thanks, Chads.
Thank you.
So next up on our agenda, which I see, okay, is discussion and possible action regarding coronavirus relief funds provided in the Federal CARES Act. Marnie Ruland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Marnie Ruland, Finance Director. I have a quick update for you tonight on the CARES Act funding the city will be receiving. And in fact, just last week, we got our first payment on it, which is 1/6 of our allocation. Redondo Beach has been allocated over $800,000 in CARES Act funding to reimburse us for COVID-related expenditures. To date, we've spent approximately $380,000 that we believe would be eligible for the CARES Act funding on a wide variety of expenses. Some of those expenses have been personal protective equipment or PPE, items needed to block access to the beach and bike path and playgrounds. We had some payroll expenses associated with the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. We've also incurred some unemployment charges, and another example is just disinfection around public facilities. If this rate of spending were to continue for the full eligibility period of the CARES Act, which goes through the end of December, we would exceed our allocation by about $200,000. And that doesn't include regular payroll time, which is also an eligible expenditure for the funding. At your last meeting, Councilman Nierenheim had inquired about using a portion of our allocation to help struggling businesses within the city. The information in your packet tonight from the U.S. Treasury does include economic support to businesses. Can be either in the form of grants or loans. And that information also gives some hints on how to structure those programs. But with our expenses to date and going forward, the city would be foregoing some of its reimbursement if it were to use that funding on grants. I should also point out that the city is also struggling through the tough economic times. The adopted budget this year has a general fund structural deficit of $5.7 million. And that concludes my update, but I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Marnie. What kind of direction are you looking for? I guess whatever we give you.
Right. It's more in response to Council Nierenheim's question on whether you could use this funding for grants or loans to businesses.
I see. Okay.
You could, but
and also this is the first time that we've had a specific report on the agenda about the CARES Act funding, and we provided a copy of the guidelines, which continue to be refined. And so it's a follow-up to the referral from a couple of weeks ago. The guidelines may change as time goes by, and our expenditure level may change as well, depending on what happens with the virus and the city's associated expenditures. So given the structural deficit that we have with the adopted budget, we certainly are going to be able to spend the $800,000 that's allocated to the city to create a grant or a loan program to the private sector essentially would take monies away from the city. So we want to make that clear. It's certainly an option, but it would come at some direct expense to the city.
Okay, with that, I'll turn to Councilmember Lowenstein.
I'm sorry, that was from before.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. Marnie, I was wondering if the transportation cleaning funds that Mr. LaRock had actually talked about for cleaning the beach cities transit and things like that, we had diverted different funds over to other things. I believe that was the CDBG funds that were specifically for coronavirus. Are some of these funds noted for that to help assuage some of the costs that he and his department are taking care of?
So those expenses are on top of the $380,000 that we've spent. We have those. I believe Metro is giving some funding for the extra sanitation we need to do of buses. I know the police department has also received a grant to alleviate some expenditures, but those are all on top of this $380,000.
So, Joe, or maybe if John LaRock is there, just wondering, are we going to be able to make your department whole on those? I mean, I know we diverted CDBG funds to other issues, as I think it was put here. We positioned them for resident-based needs instead of using them to clean the transit. Are we going to be able to make that department whole?
Well, John LaRock, if you're on, could you tell us what's left to do in terms of sanitizing the buses? Maybe you already figured that out or not.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services. Councilmember Graham, thank you for the question. The expenditures that the CDBG funding is partially offsetting is the dedicated transit fund expenses for out-of-contract services. That largely covers the transit operators' staff expenses for the required cleaning of the buses and the bus shelters as they route through the city. So that is not monies that are outside of our already established transit budget to pay for our system. Those are additional expenses which are being partially offset by CDBG funds, and then, as Marnie mentioned, by Metro funds. So nothing whole to be made there. And then the rest of the CARES Act funding that you allocated in June to the various service organizations and other needs, again, that was expenses on top of our already general fund and transit fund and housing fund budgeted expenses. So we are not at a loss on budgetarily without the CARES Act funding that we received and you allocated. It was just to take care of those expenses so we didn't come at a loss on our normal budget allocation. So we're not seeking additional reimbursement.
Yeah, that was the key question there, John.
Correct. We're not seeking additional reimbursement, and there is very likely to be additional transit funding coming in whatever form of the next HEROES Act or whatever comes out of the federal government at this next round of stimulus.
All right. Just in our decision, we cut some of the funding that you had allocated for that specific need. I just wanted to make sure we're mindful of that as well. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Grant. Councilmember Nairnot.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yeah, I talked to Harbor Interfaith the other day. They are extremely happy and thankful for that $28,000 and change, and the other groups as well. They're unbelievably happy and thankful for that. They're using it and they've used it, so it's helping situation for them. What are the six? I can't find the 601D guidelines. I'm assuming, Marnie, that those are the guidelines that we're looking at here, the 601D guidelines. In the packet, I saw those. I looked them online, but I couldn't find the grant measures or fund payments under that guidance. Is that somewhere further in a document or somewhere online I can find more information regarding that?
You're muted, by the way, Marnie.
I'm looking to,
Okay. Well, and the follow-up question we're going to have to that is the Riviera Village Business Association is pre-fronting all the money, but they don't have all the money. They're doing a GoFundMe. They're getting the community to pay in. I think if we invest in ourselves, and we're seeing that investment pay off in droves with parking revenues, with sales tax revenues, with businesses that are not closing their doors like they were going to on the 4th of July weekend. I think it'd be a wise choice for us to move that forward, especially get breathing life down in some of these areas that we can breathe some life into. Would the Riviera Village Association 501c3 qualify if we were able to get them set up with a loan and then move that forward?
yeah, they would. It can be for profit, not for profit. It just has to be, covering our same requirements, covering expenses that are COVID related.
Okay, so it would just be a factor at this point in time to figure out how much money we want to set up, what we want to spend to give us in a program like this, essentially.
Right.
Okay.
It would be a policy decision on the part of the council to number one, say that we want to make that a priority. We want to allocate a certain amount of funding for this. And I don't know if Ted Simon, who's had the most interaction with Alex Hanford and the restaurants, has any sense of how much money is needed in order to continue with the outdoor dining into the rainy season, if we have a dollar amount from a design standpoint that would be needed.
Yeah, I think the key questions here are how much, for what, and in what form. Is it a loan? Is it a grant? How much, and specifically for what?
And Joe, from a value perspective, I'll need to touch base with the Riviera Village Board, because they've been exploring that. I don't know if they've gotten any feedback from any of the engineers. I had that conversation with them as late as last Thursday. So I don't know if they have solicited someone just to get some costs. My assumption is going to be in the $30,000 to $40,000 range, possibly to do so. But we could explore that further with them to understand. And then the other mechanics are going to be if there is a study that can support it, what are the improvements that have to happen in order to maintain the park beds while addressing the drainage issues?
So right now the GoFundMe that's set up, the Riviera Village Support Fund, is $50,000. They're at $41.90. Like I said, it's brought a whole new life. Lots of tax revenues down there for us for sales tax, parking revenue, everything else, retail. So I think I think $50,000 of this can be easy set aside for that as a loan that we could talk about later. It's a double investment because as the businesses pay it back, they can use that. The Village Association could use that money again somewhere else, and they're doing a great job down there. Nothing but great reviews. So I think I'll make a motion to put out $50,000 earmarked to the Riviera Village Business Improvement District to continue the garden patio dining program and for any modifications that they need for that program up to $50,000. Is
that a loan?
As a loan, yeah. Following the. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion in a second. I tell you, I'm a big fan of us investing in our community, whether it's Riviera Village or out at Tortisia. We just need some specifics, and our businesses are what make us, and we really need to at least make these sorts of loans to help them as they try to help themselves. So anyway, I don't see any more hands up. Are there any comments from the public about this?
No, none submitted for this item, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath, you have your hand up.
Good, Christian.
You're on mute, Christian.
Marnie, in a situation where a loan is made, as Councilmember Narenheim's motion states, did you just say though that the monies have to be used specifically for COVID-related response activities that are in the guidelines? Like they would have to basically use those monies in the same way we would have to use them? I wasn't clear about that.
Right. And so making, accommodations to meet the public health requirements, I would certainly think would be eligible.
Okay. All right. So if we were to go ahead with that, then we would basically have to have an understanding as to what those monies are used for, and then does that have to be accounted for since they come with kind of guidelines?
Yes, to some extent, and of course, if it's a loan, we're gonna want to draw up loan documents that would have the criteria they'd have to meet.
Okay. And then this is a question for, I guess, you or Joe. If we were to do a loan situation, when would we need to have that loan paid back so that we can meet the obligations and expenses we're accruing as a result of our COVID response?
We would want it December 30 is our cutoff. We would want that money back in time to be able to reprogram it.
Okay, by December 30, you're saying?
Yeah, so I would think a ways that, a little bit ahead of time of that.
Okay.
Right on the day.
All right. Would it be appropriate for us to include that within the motion so that it's clear that if we are loaning any monies that they would need to be repaid by that time?
Can do that. We would certainly need to bring loan documents back to you anyways, but the more direction we have on what those include, the better.
Okay. Well, then since we have COVID, we have COVID expense obligations that we're meeting, and we are, hopefully going to get these monies. I don't think it's not guaranteed yet, right, Joe? I mean, like we think we're getting those monies, but.
Well, we've already gotten our first payment, as Marnie indicated, and the $800, I think it's $20,000, has been approved. So, we have gotten written documentation that we will receive it if we have eligible expenditures.
Okay. All right. So then I would support the motion if we added in the, just the direction that it would need to be repaid by 12/30 so that the city can continue to meet its expense obligations related to COVID.
If I may interrupt, we do have a public comment submitted for item 01, which is actually very topical to what you're discussing right now. So may I read that?
Sure.
Okay, it's submitted by Alan Sanford. My name is Alan Sanford, and I'm the owner of Rockefeller and Riviera, the Beach Life Festival, and I'm on the RVA board and disaster committee. I want to commend the City Council for acting fast to help the outdoor parklets come to life, and I have personally spent a significant amount of time navigating and fast-tracking the plethora of requirements and obstacles to make these happen. Happy to report that these are working. The businesses are able to utilize, customers are provided a safe outdoor experience that is commensurate with the quality level of Redondo. And the city has been able to experience some small level of sales tax increases as a result. I wanted to make the City Council aware that we have a new obstacle. Not only have many businesses not been able to build because of lack of upfront funds, but we also have obstacles to surpass the winter coming, rainwater, electricity, heat, etc. The city staff needs reports and studies executed, but there is no funding to support this. With your leadership, perhaps there is an answer with city involvement somehow. Most important, businesses need to be able to know that these parklets aren't going away in 2 to 3 months so that they can invest in them temporarily. As a small business owner, I'm ready to help. However, I can However, I can excuse me, let me read that sentence once more. I'm ready to help however I can to forge ahead through these obstacles, but we need your help. Thank you in advance for any assistance you can offer. That concludes that comment.
Okay. Great. Councilmember Grant, did you mean to have your hand up? And you're on mute, by the way.
Thanks. So let me get this straight. Sorry, I'm trying to kind of rectify. We're going to be getting $800,000. We've identified $380,000 worth of expenses thus far. We believe that as we get closer and closer to the cutoff, which is December 31st of this year, that we're going to go over that $800,000 and we'll be probably at about $1 million worth of expenses. What we're looking at and what Mr. Nairnheim is asking for is a $50,000 loan to some organization, whatever it is, that they would be a short-term loan that they would pay back by December 31st so we could reappropriate those funds, but also see that it's necessary. Am I getting that right so far? Marnie?
Yes.
Okay, great. I think that's wonderful, but I also do think that it's important to have short-term loans available for businesses up on Artesia Boulevard and elsewhere in our city. And I would certainly support that. The Artesia corridor and the businesses down Aviation as well. If they have to make enhancements or put out a balcony and they need some short-term loans, I'd like them to be able to do that as well. I think if we were to allot another $20,000 worth of short-term loans, I think that would certainly help. Okay, we're looking at it's a little bit more piecemeal. Obviously, we don't have the RVA to coordinate everything or actually be the primary engine, but getting out to each business and being able to say, hey, we have $20,000 worth of loans that we can do. There is a stipulation that needs to be paid back by December 31st, but we're happy to do that. Can do that? I would support that motion just because we need to look at other areas within the organization or within their city. So anyway. So, Mr. Nairnheim, did you make actually a motion?
I did. I would have been amenable to $20,000 for Artesia Boulevard in addition to the $50,000. I think it's a great idea for the businesses up there.
Aviation and Artesia as well. So
yeah,
those two corridors. So
the amount, to be clear, John, the amount was 50, not 15. I thought I heard you say 15. The amount is 50 plus 20 for Artesia Boulevard Aviation.
Correct.
Yep.
So so that's a friendly amendment that I'm making.
Yep, I'll accept that.
And I'll accept it as well, too.
Thank you.
Okay. Mike Webb, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one thing in Mr. Sanford's email, which may be problematic, is that he's saying businesses understandably may not want to go forward if there's no certainty that the program can continue. That's not solely in our control. And one of the things I would ask you to consider, in addition to loans, which will the process of coming up with the loans when they're due can take some time. If it's designed for parklets as opposed to the cost of, say, a TUP, one of the alternatives, which I mentioned last time when Councilman Nairnheim made his direction, is you could direct city to use those funds to take care of that work. Mr. Sanford saying there's got to be studies done to get to the next level. You could direct staff to go do those studies using this fund. We have a number of requirements to make it safe, such as the water barriers. You could, as a policy matter, choose to direct staff to put those up. And you could, in other words, it might be quicker that way. The downside is you won't get the money back to reprogram. But on the other hand, there won't be that tension between, restaurants can't pay it back, or, I've spent this money, I borrowed it from you, and now the Coastal Commission won't allow you to use the parking spaces for the parklets. So if you want to do it quicker and you're okay with using the funds in directing staff, you could just direct staff to, okay, can you allocate whatever amount of funds do the necessary studies, and put the necessary barriers in to get that done as expeditiously as possible. Riviera Village took that on because they had an active association and they could do it for the restaurants, and they're getting the money back as they make money. If you really want to make a statement and become supportive, you could just direct staff to take care of the things that we're going to require of them to have a parklet. So I just want to throw that out.
Yeah, well, great minds think alike. I was thinking exactly the same thing. I think this idea of a loan that's only going to, by the time you drop the paperwork, it's going to be into September. I mean, come on. So
one clarification though, that assumes that we have the expertise on staff to complete the work, which in speaking with Ted Simon earlier today, we don't have that staff. We don't have those skill set among our staff. So it would be the city contracting with someone, which maybe would take some time as well. So I just didn't want you to think that it's just reassign someone in engineering and suddenly this starts tomorrow.
Well, there's, like Alan Sanford, in my discussions with him, he's kind of turned it into something he's learned to do. And so you may just end up contracting with him in the bid to execute what they need to execute.
And you could, you can make it in the alternative as part of the motion if you're willing. Hey, explore 70,000 for either of these, and we could take the path of drawing the paperwork for the loans, and staff could take the path of coming up with a contract to go to get the studies done. I imagine Alan already has someone in mind who can do the studies, and I think that they need the funding. And with this alternative direction, the motion, you could see which one works quickest.
Yeah.
And Mike, to Joe's point, again, we don't have necessarily the staff, so we would have to contract with somebody outside. And our process is generally longer than it is on the private side. That's the only advantage for Alan to run lead with that, because they can, as an RVA board, they can probably contract with somebody much faster.
Yeah.
You can
get something in place for
but it's simple as you could make the motion to reimburse a business or an association that gets approval. So if he submits something and it meets, your standards of you could have a process for, we'll reimburse a business or an association for doing that expense. And so they can speed up the process, and then they'll know that they're going to get reimbursed from the CARES Act funding.
How about reimburse the Riviera Village Association up to $50,000 worth?
If it's of eligible coronavirus spending.
Right.
Yeah, that's got to be consistently understood everywhere.
So I understand Ted's and Joe's point. I'm trying to speed up the process to get to the result that you all want.
About a loan for a few months, and I think we need to do something similar for aviation and Artesia, where maybe we make a certain amount available to businesses out there who can come forward because they don't have a bid with coronavirus related refurbishments to assist their businesses.
Well, what we do have up in the Artesia corridor is we still have the remnants of the business improvement program, or business storefront improvement program. There are still some funds in there, but there's also, if we were to put some funds in there, we could use the same function for that to actually get funds out to them. So.
That was the storefront improvement program was for just improvements of storefronts. I'm with you, John. I think if we just directly say, you give us, you have an application that directly gives us outside dining expenses set up, we will reimburse you.
Right. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I'd rather go direct to something like that.
That'd be quicker and easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I will amend my.
You could direct staff to start that process, and we could, at your next meeting on the 18th, bring these all to you to approve reimbursements for particular expenses after finance has verified they seem to be compliant with the requirements of the CARES Act.
So I will amend my motion to state that $50,000 to be directed to given to the Riviera Bid Association for direct COVID expenses on the garden patio program to be reimbursed to reimburse them for that program, and $20,000 for the Artesia Boulevard and
storefront.
It's not the storefront, just the Artesia Boulevard outside dining for direct reimbursement to be come back and have that paperwork come back for Artesia at the next council meeting on the 18th. And for Riviera Village, I mean, do we need that money to come for that program to come back on the 18th as well? Or is that pretty well set, directing staff to go down a path for them?
Mike, I think that's Mike Webb's question, that you would draw up some sort of a contract to reimburse Riviera Village Association.
Right.
Expenses, correct?
Yeah, I was saying you direct us to go ahead and contact Riviera Village and, hey, give us your, you think and then you'll get the final say on it after we draw out the contract and after Marnie, verifies that it appears eligible. And I'm going to put a provision in there. If it's not deemed eligible, then you're going to have to, refund the amount that we've given you. But that would be the quickest way to accomplish what you all seem to want to accomplish.
Perfect. And okay. So come back on the 18th for both of those locations. Thank you.
Okay.
Just to clarify, so now it's not a loan? It's
yes. Now it's not a loan.
Right. That's correct.
Are you okay with that amendment?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, sir.
The next hand up is Council Member Imdy. Laura.
Mike's already answered that, but I was a little concerned about a statement that Alan Sanford said that he was for the businesses to invest, not knowing whether or not this program is going to be able to continue. And so I want to just make sure that staff and everyone is communicating to the Riviera Village that we don't have control as to how long that can continue. That statement that he made concerned me just a little bit, in that we're not the people who are going to decide whether or not that gets to continue. So I just want to make sure that's done. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's an important point because everything could change. I think it's likely this is going to kind of continue for a while, and I feel more comfortable with this idea than if you would have brought it forth a couple months ago. So, but yeah, everybody's got to be cognizant of the uncharted territory we're in.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilwoman, to answer your question and to the mayor's question, we have been in conversations. Our primary limiting factor that we've been relaying to the RVA is the rainy season. We know they built those little parklets not to accommodate rain. I mean, they were initially brought in at the early stages of COVID to try to ride through the summer. Now they're seeing the level of investment, the cost that it's taking them to have the materials out there, and they're looking for additional time for them to be out there to get their investment back. They're looking at the end of the year at minimum, and we were concerned that once we started to enter the rainy season, that would be problematic. So we've been working with them administratively and said we would be willing to help them get into October, but without short of them doing a study to show how they would address rainy day conditions and make those modifications, we couldn't allow them to continue that process. And on top of that, as you mentioned, the whole COVID situation, if that changes in any way, that essentially changes the timeline altogether as well.
That already changed it once, right? They eliminated indoor dining for 3 weeks. I don't even know the status of that, but we'll find out later. Anyway, okay, no hands up. No comments from the public. There's a motion and a second. I think it's clear. Let's have a roll call vote. Councilmember Anaheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Graham.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Great. There you
Awesome.
go.
Thank you.
It's a great thing.
Thank you as well.
A lot of people are going to be very happy about that. A lot of people. Okay. That was in 3. Let's go to in 4. Discussion possible action regarding the next phase of the enhanced response to homelessness pilot program. Mike Webb.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see if I can share my screen here. 1 second. Wow.
Is it a PowerPoint, Mike?
Yeah, it is.
Usually you just pull it up.
Yeah, I'm pulling up share screen and it's not appearing on my shared screen. So let me.
Give it a few minutes.
Yeah. Okay, let me try one more time. There we go. All right, you can see it now.
Yeah, looks good. Looks great. You're on mute, Mike. You put yourself on mute.
You can do it, Mike. Come on.
You're not going to be our.
This was Christian made a comment recently that it about my ability to talk and chew gum at the same time, and so I teased him back, and this is my payment for that comment.
Well, I'm impressed you're talking and you're sharing a PowerPoint presentation you're going to give us. So.
Okay, so we had this is less an update. It's sort of the next steps. And of these three things, one of them was always going to be part of our pilot program. One of them will greatly enhance the effectiveness of our overall approach to homelessness, but it still has a lot of challenges that remains to be seen if we can work it out, but I wanted to get council direction. And one is something I never thought I'd see in my wildest dreams, but it's kind of necessary given the impact of COVID on the homeless situation. And just to remind you, it was designed to treat those who are having the most impact on the community. We in Redondo had a very good base to build from. We have a very giving and caring community. We have a very forward-thinking police department that has paired with mental health advocates in dealing with it. The part that was missing from Measure H funding, from the state approach, from the county approach, and frankly, because of changes in state law and federal court, was a focus on the impact on the community. And the community was becoming increasingly impatient and frustrated, understandably, with the effect on their quality of life. Didn't understand why we couldn't deal with things, the police couldn't deal with things the way they had done in the past. So we decided to focus on those with chronic mental illness who homeless advocates will tell you their experience is it's greater than the estimates of most estimates you see, but then they're dealing with the ones who are causing the most problems in the community. Those with drug addiction and those just, who are habitual offenders who are taking advantage of the crimes of opportunity. And although they've been offered many different types of services, they're either unwilling or unable to accept those services. I should mention on this call or on this meeting, we have Anna Papadakis, who is the Senior Deputy City Prosecutor, who's most responsible for creating the homeless court program. Joy Abikin, who is our Quality of Life Prosecutor, who handles mental health court and deals with communication is largely for communication to residents who have concerns. She is selected by both Debbie Strift and United Methodist as to be the go-between between Debbie's organization and the neighbors and United Methodist. As part of that, we were able to create a form where United Methodist authorized the police department to notify and then arrest for trespassing people who were staying there when the church wasn't open. And also Lila from our Harbor Interfaith is a huge part of this program and is on this meeting call as well. This next phase, I'm going to recommend that you give direction, if we can make this happen, to host the homeless court program once a month for a year that's held in Superior Court. And it has been held in court since we created the program in August of last year, a month after you directed us to start the program. As you know, I can't find a city attorney's office anywhere who's been directed to do this, but it's a problem in throughout the state. And Mayor Brand and Councilman Horvath each separately came to me and asked to try and come up with something creative to deal with the program. And I did, and it was ultimately approved for the first year in the budget, and then this year with a grant from the South Bay Council City of Governments. We don't have ultimate control of that, and I'll talk about that. The second part is directing me to prepare an MOU with the Clear Recovery Center so they can donate $5,000 a month for a year in professional clinic services for a mental health treatment program. And finally, to prepare and return, if we can make this work, the documents necessary to rent beds for the homeless within a collaborative housing program that we've located in a nearby city that's within SPA 8. So let's turn in order to the homeless court. This is a photo of Anna Papadakis on the right. We have one of the participants who had been homeless, is not now. And this is his graduation from the program. And he's found permanent housing in a nearby city. Lila Murrah, who is admittedly quite excited in this photo, very happy. This was a particularly troubling case. And I will say Lila focuses on, because our program is designed to prevent the impacts on the community. And the impacts on the community, when we talked to everyone who had, or we offered to talk to everyone, and most took us up on it, who had taken the time to email one of the council members or the mayor. And we wanted to know what the extent of the problem, how are they impacting your life? And we looked at it, we saw we were really having an outside impact by a disproportionate minority of the homeless population. And Lila doesn't cherry pick, she doesn't chase stats, she focuses on the most acute problems. And that is to the left, that's Devin Arp. He's the public defender. I'm tempted to make a joke that, like on a Western, good people wear lighter masks, I guess, instead of hats, and the people on the side, not necessarily a good, wear a black hat. But the truth is, with homeless court, it's a very collaborative process. And so we provide additional attention to the individuals who have impacted the community through the criminal process. If they don't agree to cooperate, then we just focus on punishment, because they're choosing not, they're making a choice not to change their situation. But if they're willing to work with us, we really focus in bite steps to find out, with Lila, what are the underlying causes of the behavior that's preventing them from accepting services? We spend a lot of time, Anna and Lila, getting them housing ready. And what that means, they need to have to, even if there's housing available, they need to have certain documents. They need to have their social security number. They need to, and card. They need to have a driver's license. And so in baby steps, unlike the normal courts, it's just the hustle and bustle of trying to get through the cases where you can't spend as much time. They'll one month direct the person, okay, you need to get a driver's license. You are ordered to go with Lila to DMV. And the next month they come back with a driver's license. Maybe they can afford a phone and Lila can't get a hold of them because she doesn't necessarily know where they're always going to be. Okay, you're ordered to get a phone and carry it with you so Lila can reach you. And they do that. And then the second month we go, great. Now you've lost your driver's license, so go back to DMV with Lila and get two and give a copy to her so that she can prepare you. And it's really a time-consuming task, but the ultimate goal is getting them permanently housed. Now, one of the things we found early on is that as we're paying attention and with Lila's involvement, a lot more of them show up. Close to 80 to 90% of them show up, and the normal numbers from homeless, they just wouldn't show up. They'd wait until they get arrested and then cited out on a warrant because our laws have changed even before the emergency bail, and they wouldn't be held unless it got a large number of cases. And they're showing up. And like I mentioned, they had the very tailored conditions of their continued release. Lila shows up to all the homeless court sessions, and you, at our suggestion, changed and with John LaRock's help, changed the contract with PATH to provide for them showing up in the future for homeless court. As I mentioned, it started in August 2019, continued and interrupted until March of 20, and then COVID hit. And COVID really has wreaked havoc on the court system. We will be dealing with the consequences of that for years. You know, people will claim that they showed up. The court may have mailed them a notice. They'll never say they got it. They'll ask. We're already seeing demands to dismiss the cases, and it's even more problematic because there's nowhere to mail notice that the case was continued. We prevailed on the court to resume in June and July before the court really had reopened to have homeless court, but will be dark this month. The next homeless court date is in September. Now, it's a problem for them getting to court with COVID, and it's a problem for Lila in transporting them, which she transports a lot given the COVID restrictions. Also, you know, we can have more than 20 plus homeless defendants in court on the same morning, and that's not ideal to not spread the coronavirus and have it spread to court personnel as well. So, since part of my direction at the urging, persuading, badgering of Mayor Brand and Councilman Horvath, and with the ultimate acceptance of the council, was that I try and overcome all the different obstacles and be creative. So I called up Alan Honeycutt, who is the site supervising judge at Torrance. I feel very old in saying I hired him as a law clerk out of law school, and then eventually promoted him up the line to city prosecutor before he was appointed the youngest judge in LA County. He's now progressed to being the site supervising judge. And I asked if he would consider moving them to Redondo. He said he would consider it. He and Judge Renee Gilbertson, who's the judge where our cases go to and presides over homeless court, came out and toured possible locations. Judge Gilbertson is very supportive of the program. Her bailiff, at a meeting we had, talks about they can see the difference in the transition of the individual from their first appearances until when they graduate. And so we first toured the pier area that used to host the Torrance Municipal Court back in the day, and it's currently vacant. And then it was Joy, Anna, and we had Stephen Proud arrange for us to see it, and both judges. We then toured properties owned by St. James with Monsignor Myers and Linda Cabibo, Alan and Judge Gilbertson, and Anna and Joy. Ted Saman also looked at them to see if there was ADA compliance issue. And eventually, we decided, given that it would be best to have it outside, and it would be best to be on a city property owned by a city and not by a religious organization, the best location would be in the parking lot outside the Detective Bureau at 200 North BCH. Now, if you've been there, you may have noticed there's a fenced off area to the far south of the property that has a rolling gate. And you may on occasion see cars going in and out of there that the police department have. They park cars within that gated area for security. Once we focused on North BCH, the Chief Kaufman had a great idea, which is have it inside that gated area. It's maximum for security, at maximum for controlling the crowd. And this is the 5th edition, and most certainly not the last, of a mock-up of the court setup that Mike Klein was gracious enough to prepare for us. We then had a meeting in Judge Gilbertson's court with all the sheriffs, their higher ups, the public defender and their higher up, the alternate public defender, Ted Sma, Mike Klein, Chief Kaufman, Captain Naylor, Anna and Joy, and me participating both in that and the field trip by Zoom via Joy's iPad. And most of the concerns were addressed. The sheriffs then sent even higher ups out for a tour of the site last Wednesday that Mike Klein, John Naylor, Joy, and I via Zoom attended. And the end result of it is, although it would be the first courtroom of its kind, and surprisingly the only outdoor courtroom in LA County during an age of coronavirus, Judge Honeycutt has agreed to recommend it to the overall presiding judge at the LA Superior Court. There are still details to work out, and it would have to come back for approval from the council. But if the council gives direction to go forward, he's going to send a recommendation that we do this, and a package that we're going to provide to the BJ. And that is something, that the fact that a Superior Court would move their location to a parking lot outside a police station is not something I ever thought I'd see, but it is certainly within the realm of possible if you give that direction. Second part, and this was the part that was always going to be before
you go on, Mike, let me just interrupt for a second, because I don't think people really understand the importance of this homeless court, why these courts, why these cases, what's unique about what we're doing that other cities aren't, and what would happen if we weren't doing this. I think that might have gotten lost.
Yeah, okay. It is essential because we're addressing the underlying causes and trying to find, well, I'll give you, so I'll cut to the end. It's a slide I had. No, it's a good way to say it. I don't want to lose it. You may remember early when this started, back in late spring of 2019. And we would have for a while, you were all getting bombarded with concerns about the growing homelessness situation and the inability of the police to deal with it effectively. And you heard, Andy Lesser was the most vociferous, and he'd show up, seemingly every meeting, and he was not alone, and he would talk about people who were, causing that. The same people would come up causing the biggest issues. You may remember one person was Camo Mike. We heard about Camo Mike for, meetings after meeting after meeting. Chief Kaufman and I went out and met early on with the people in charge of the homeless meal services in Redondo. So we met with St. James and First United Methodist and St. Andrews and St. Paul's and made suggestions, and all of which but one they've complied with so far. Like, St. James moved the meal program inside. So, and they agreed to allow a police officer to come, like Officer Turner, so that the problems wouldn't spill out into the neighborhood. And ironically, Camo Mike was passed out on the grassy area in front of the Cabinet Hall at St. James. That's Camo Mike. So Camo Mike made it through the program. It took a lot of effort from Lila, from Anna, from others. You may recall that cameras aren't allowed in a courtroom or to be used in a courtroom unless you have the specific permission of the judge. This photo was taken by Judge Gilbertson. She's as enthused about this program as everyone else. And Camo Mike is housed in another community. I hear he's still around on occasion, but he's not housed in. I'm hearing myself. He's housed in a nearby community. He still comes to Redondo, but he has picked up no new cases, and we have no resident complaints about him. So that's an example of you can come up with as permanent solution as you can for someone who's causing a disproportionate impact on the community, because you're taking Lila's beyond diligent efforts. You're taking Anna's patience and it makes Lila, and she's on here, she can talk about this, it makes her more effective. She can ask until, forever to get people to change, but they're not going to change unless they're ready. And change is hard, as we said from the start, for everybody, let alone people who are have substance abuse or alcohol problems or mental illness. And so by having a prosecutor holding them accountable, have a judge order to comply with the baby steps of Lila's, Lila knows what it takes to get them housed, and this program is putting the weight of our office and the court system behind it. They're not just getting lost in the system to shuffle in and revolve back out. And so it's why we're getting such exceptional support from the court. It's why I don't want to celebrate it, because I think I still won't believe it till it actually happens. But everything that I've heard from the court makes it seem that it's a possibility. So this is a huge thing. It's something that other agencies could use. The homeless population is different in each community and has to be treated differently, but there are some common themes, and this is something that could be a model, which is why the South Bay City's Council of Government gave us full funding, and we're the only city that received funding in the innovative program category, because I think, truly, we're the only one who's developed an innovative program. Everyone is trying to catch up, and so we're very lucky that so many people work so hard. Lila, as I mentioned, Anna, Joy. There's not a weekend day that goes by or an evening, no matter what time, where I don't see her communicating with some member of the community who has a concern or a complaint, and working with the watch commander to try and see that that's addressed. You have Captain Naylor, you've had Officer Keith Turner, Lieutenant Jeff Menens, Chief Kaufman. We have a lot of people who are working very hard to try and address that, and not using the very real reasons, very real obstacles as excuses, but trying to find workarounds, whether they be the Martin versus Boise case that eliminated a great tool for the police, or the changes in the criminal justice system that make punishment more difficult to obtain, or the lack of permanent housing. It's really an essential thing to keep going. And I'll wrap up at the end, and certainly if there are any questions for Anna about homeless tour, Lila, how it helps, joy with the outreach and how we try and address in real time, no matter when it is, the concerns of the communities. They're available to answer them, or me to the overall strategy of the program. Mental health, we've always identified as a problem in society, doesn't get enough resources poured at it. And I think there's a slowly development recognition of the need. And we're working on a number of different programs. Many times you need counseling to help the homeless individual become housing ready so that they can comply with what Lila needs to comply with to become housing ready. We have a couple of different options that aren't ready yet. We're meeting tomorrow night with psychiatrists. We met last week telephonically with Chief Kaufman and Tom Backley with Beach Cities Health District in trying to also make a psychiatrist care available. Anna's also identified a field program with a regional hospital that we're exploring, but we've now have someone willing to donate $5,000 a month for a year, or for the end of our program, which is currently set to expire June 30th. And they're going to evaluate it. You have the proposal as the first attachment to your staff report. We had actually met with them early in the year. And this is Clear Recovery Center. It's a South Bay based mental health center. And they're doing this because of their concern for the South Bay. It's essentially, they've offered pro bono. I want to come back with an MOU that at least gives us the option, if we need more than $60,000 a month, to use some of the South Bay CAW grant to supplement them. It add additional services. It will be designed to be, they're going to be evaluating it for the effectiveness. Much of this program is we're trying things and we're doubling down on the things that work, and we're abandoning those that don't seem to work. And this will give us a good, we don't know what we don't know, and this will give us not only immediate clinical services, but also help evaluate what type of services are most needed. With the mental health of homeless individuals, there's a lot of chronic mental illness and substance abuse, but they go together, and you don't know if someone has a chronic mental illness because of the long-term effects of dangerous drugs, or if the drug addiction or alcoholism was caused by self-medicating for untreated mental health. And so, we're not experts in it, but we're going to get somebody who are experts of it. And their proposal also mentions they may be willing to expand it beyond a year if it is effective. Now, so we met with them early in the year. We have the proposal, received it March 6th. Correct me if I'm wrong, Anna, but I think those were the dates. And we're going to bring it to you along with other things, or another thing in the end of March, and then COVID hit. And so we put that on the back burner. This will partner well with the homeless court being Redondo. We'd have it hosted in a conference center inside the police detective bureau in a community room. They have a contract on staff to sanitize it after it's used, but then it's used in conjunction with the homeless court program. It may be 2 times a month instead of 1 time like the homeless court program. The only thing that 2 of the churches resisted was, we have a problem on Wednesdays. By most metrics that the police use, and I think Chief Kaufman can address this, but the metrics of calls to the police for regarding transients, or police crime involving the transients, or even their Lucid program that measures statistically, it's a program by President Obama's former person in charge of analytics, measure community concerns. And homelessness went from either number 1 or 2 to, and it trails, but at one point, in the last point, it dropped off the list of top 5 concerns. Now it trails, and I expect it to go back up because we're seeing increased challenges because of COVID and because Project Room Key is basically full. And so we want to get out ahead of that. But we're bringing it to you now. And so I would like your direction to bring back in the form of an MOU, basically a program like that letter with the option to pay for up to $50,000 of additional services if needed from the South Bay COG money. And finally, it's no surprise to anybody that there is a problem not only in permanent housing, but transitional housing. And Lila is probably the best person to address the problems of getting somebody housing ready for permanent housing when they're out on the streets, which is not a healthy environment and can cause them to go back to a lot of their bad behaviors. There are no homeless shelters in Redondo, and housing is cost prohibitive, and I don't see a likelihood of any occurring. So we started looking early on in the program at trying to find a housing program in a nearby city. We located a couple of potential things with Lila's help in March, about the time we got the proposal from Clear Recovery, and then COVID, and they just disappeared as options. We've located a situation. I don't want to say which city because I don't want somebody else to beat us to it. I'll be happy to tell you offline. We're looking. And I know another city looked at it in the past. But part of the problem is you need to make certain there's somebody available to handle any issues that come up. You can't just dump people with a number of problems in a house and not expect problems. So we have a very generous offer from someone in a separate program to donate some services at no cost to provide some after hours and weekend support services. We'll need to, if you give us direction, to arrange for additional hours. And if you give us direction, we'll try and finalize both the housing for a year and for the duration of the pilot program and the staffing that would be prudent to have with it. As I mentioned in the staff report, I talked to Mike Wazanski. This would, as currently constituted, qualify for CARES Act funding. And it has to be funded by December 30th, but there's some guidance or some language in the guidance that says you don't have to, it doesn't have to be for, like if you order supplies by December 30th, you may use those supplies after December 30th, and that's okay. And so we certainly were going to pursue it. Now that could change and the amount could go up and we may get more flexibility, but that's certainly an option to go forward. And it's invaluable to help them to transition and become eligible for permanent housing. And it's important, as I mentioned, to get out in front of Project Room Key. So Lila has been a superstar in many areas, but in particularly in working with Anna in getting our people placed in Project Room Key as soon as there became beds available. And that's important because Governor Newsom has indicated people in Project Room Key are first in line whenever new permanent housing will become available. But then we don't know what happens if they're not housing ready, if they don't have all their documents, if there's a lag time between Project Room Key ending and sufficient permanent housing becomes available. And we want to have that transitional housing available so we don't lose the people. We have a couple of people in Project Room Key that have been long-term homeless or have faced really difficult problems to overcome. We have one person who you may recognize because he was always around City Hall for a long time. Person is more balding, fairly well dressed, has a mustache. You would see him sweeping up around City Hall. He finally approached Lila about getting getting housing, and he's in Project Room Key. We have another person that Councilman Lowenstein doesn't know that I know he's been checking up on. We have a very young individual. He's in his early 20s. He looks a lot younger than that. Had a problem with alcohol. Kept being arrested for a variety of crimes, including drunk in public. Anna finally got him sentenced to jail for a lengthy period in January. He indicated to Lila he was finally willing to accept housing. He dried out in county jail. We then got him a bed in Acton, which is a treatment center. And then COVID hit, and he was released from county jail. The minute he was released, or set to be released, Anna contacted Lila so she could be there waiting and transferred him to Project Room Key. I want to make certain that as soon as there's a bed available, he's ready to claim it. And so we're trying to get out in front of it. And finally, this will probably be, this comes with some measured risk, but it's my opinion that the police would, if we have beds available, potentially be able to once again enforce our no camping in public ordinance. As you know, Martin versus Boise said you can't enforce it. He said the court said even writing a citation is cruel and unusual punishment, because if the homeless person has no choice, has nowhere to go, it's cruel and unusual. And it talks about it in terms of jurisdiction. So this wouldn't be a bed within our jurisdiction. That's the measured risk. However, unlike the mythical Bellflower bed that is just a rumor that can't be seen to be put to bed. Once again, Manhattan, I reached out to the city attorney, the firm that handles city attorney, being the city attorney for Manhattan, and their city prosecutor, both of whom we have good relations with. They have no contract with Bellflower, and they've not since Boise. They have 0 arrests and 0 citations. But more to the problem, more to the concern is that I think is an invitation. My philosophy in this, I think in most things legal, is akin to the physician's motto, first do no harm. And it's when cities are in a hurry, they end up doing harm. So if cities take discarded property or abandoned property and get rid of it, not in compliance with the law, they not only lose a lot of money, they then have a federal judge telling them what they can and can't do. And a federal judge, I'm sorry to say, just doesn't care what a city council member or a mayor or their constituents thinks about it. They don't have to. They're appointed for life, and they don't have to sit for election ever. And so it's a mistake to do something that will invite them or could invite them in to take control. There are a number of cities that are subject to a federal consent decree from Judge David Carter, who I'm happy to see is still practicing because I met him when I was a law clerk. And part of his order is they can't enforce the anti-camping in public ordinance if a bed is available, but the person would have to be transported across spa lines or service. We're in spa 8. And to go to like Bellflower as an example, we'd have to cross 2. We leave our spa. If you went directly, you go to another spa, leave it, and get to spa 8. I think that's a reasonable risk to take, because we would be in compliance with the federal consent decree, but we still wouldn't be subject to a federal judge telling us what we can and can't do. And so I think that is potentially a big benefit to this, to be able to stop tent cities from popping up, because we can enforce it, because we'd have to work out the logistics. The police would have to verify that, in fact, before they enforced it, a bed was available, and that we could transport the person to the bed. But if we work out those logistical issues, now we've talked to Lila, and the ideal situation would be 7 to 8 beds for males, 3 beds for females. We've located a location where we think we may be able to rent the 8 beds for males. And so that's a very positive step. And after our experience of having the locations disappear on us in March because of COVID, I would like to act fairly quickly. So this was the part where I was going to reveal it was Camel Mike. It's still a great story, and it's still what our program is attempting to develop as a model for other agencies, so we can treat homeless individuals compassionately, but with with absolute concern for the quality of life of the community as well. And I don't think we have to compromise both. I think that, in fact, it actually works better because we have a very big carrot with the programs that we have established, or you have established in Redondo, that Chief Kaufman has established with the passionate work from Lie with the Harbor Interfaith and with PATH. And now we have a more effective stick that's no bigger than it needs to be, because the ultimate goal is to get compliance, not to seek punishment and then have them right back out on the streets causing the same issues. And this is the recommendation of what I'd like to see you give the direction to me to go forward. And with that, I would turn it over to any questions you have of me, of Joy, of Anna, or of Lila.
Well, thanks, Mike. It's a long presentation, but somewhat overdue, because the work that's been going on out there has been somewhat unnoticed by the community. And for you to just lay out everyone that's involved, I mean, it's an incredible demonstration of teamwork and professionalism, coupled with compassion and ability to address things in a way that it's appropriate. I mean, it really, the whole package is just a testament to the capabilities and quality and character of our community. And I take like zero credit for this. I think it was more you bringing ideas to me and Councilmember Horvath, and I was going, yeah, that sounds good. Like the Beach Life Festival, and staying out of the way and getting whatever funding we can, so that the real people in the front lines and going to court. I've seen Anna in City Hall on weekends and off Fridays, and I mean, it's just I rode around with Lila, and I know that the council and the whole community really appreciates all this. And I frankly don't know what else to say except way to go, and this is fantastic what this Clear Recovery Center has agreed to do. And whoever is going to help us on the collaborative housing program. I mean, and it's all because of the work you guys have done in moving the court. I mean, did you even think they would move a courtroom to? I mean, it's just something that happens that you never even envisioned, and all of a sudden, yeah, let's move the court. So, and to the judges who saw the value in what we were doing. So, it's hard to even describe to people who challenge us on what we're doing for the homeless. It's so comprehensive. Frankly, people don't even believe me when I explain all that we're doing. And so, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Anna and Lila and all the Redondo Beach police officers who have really dedicated their efforts towards this. And everybody I'm missing, the other agencies that participate. It's really an amazing patchwork of teamwork that kind of came together almost serendipitously. The way it just demonstrates how when you start down a road, all these other things start happening, and people jump on. So anyway, I don't think you have a problem getting this approved. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, I want to second some of what the mayor was just saying. Thank you to everyone, because I mean, really, this has been such an enormous team effort, and it goes back before all of us were on council, with the exception of the mayor. When Joe started a homeless task force, and I think what's awesome, like before we were talking about how sometimes it's super frustrating that things take a long time, but if you really look at this over the past 5 years, between what Joe did with the homeless task force and then the PD, like everybody's taken this very proactive and empathetic view towards homelessness. And it's not one that you see necessarily in all other cities. So it's been a real joy to work with, community services and the police department and watch, the outreach and what they've been able to engender from, the faith-based community and the business community and even residents. And then, to watch that kind of move forward as we brought along PATH and Harbor Interfaith. And then, as Mike, alluded to last spring in 2019, like starting to have this conversation after we were getting all those meetings where the people were really angry in District 1 and District 2 and talking about like, how could we solve for that part of the equation? Because it wasn't something we were thinking about, right? We weren't thinking about the people who were suffering from drug addiction and stuff like that. And so as, Keith and Joy and Anna and Mike, as they kind of cultivated this program in time for us to actually vote on it for last budget was amazing. And then, I mean, I dragged Mike up to county a handful of times, and Joy and Keith, because, I felt like we had to find funding for this. And it was really interesting because I felt like on paper, it looked like this amazing pilot program, but everybody was kind of looking at us like, well, let's see what you can do. And then literally within 5 months, we could actually show what was happening and you could actually see the change. And now a year later, the stories are just awesome. And Lila, I mean, everything is it's really awe-inspiring, and it is a good example of, even though it's taken a while, it's a good example of how sometimes things actually can move a little bit faster when you get buy-in from a lot of different people. So I'm just extremely grateful for all of you who are engaged in every department, and especially Mike and his team and Lila, because it's a great story to tell to all our sister cities, and I really believe we're doing something that is changing the way people look at these individuals, and they're looking at them with a sense of humanity and not just a sense of they are criminal elements, and that to me is super important. And we're not done, right? We're working now, even at the state level. We're trying to change some legislation that'll allow Joy and Anna to be able to do other things. So it doesn't end here, but it's just so incredibly heartwarming, and I'm super grateful for all of you. So I'd just like to make a motion to accept City Attorney Webb's 3 recommendations.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Is Lila available at all? I see your name there. Lila,
Yeah, I'm going to call on her, just give her an opportunity to talk, because she never.
Yeah, Lila, come on up. Can you speak? Can you speak to what you think about this? What you've been doing and seeing? Mike, can we do no more screen share? Or do we still need the screen share?
That would be great if I can get rid of it. And
yeah, it'd be great.
Now that you've seconded the motion, I can.
Perfect. Lila, there you are. Oh wait, hold on. Yep, there you are. Hi. Good to see. Hold on. I don't really recognize you. Now I recognize you. just so everyone knows, I was working Project Room Key for 30 something days straight, and I don't know what it was like 5 days in, 6 days in, I started talking to Lila just like this with my mask on. She had her mask on, and I just started talking to her for about 5 minutes, and I'm looking at her like, wait a second, this lady, she knows what she's doing. She hasn't introduced herself yet, but she's wearing something, and she's coming with people. I think she's a caseworker, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, wait a second, you're Lila. And she looks at me and says, yeah. And she says, who are you? And I go like this, and she looks at me, Nils, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "What are you doing here?" So it was a really, really cool, momentous moment where we had that connection, and really amazing because Lila, why don't you say? I got a lot of things to say too on this, but Project Room Key and what you're doing over there is just absolutely fascinating, just awesome. It's given me a whole new perspective.
Yeah, it has been a lifesaver to have so many of our folks being able to just be in a safe place with, on-site case management and 3 meals a day, and for outreach case managers like us to be able to locate our folks, to, get the document ready. And, I'm not spending hours or days just driving all over Redondo, climbing on the break wall looking for people. It just makes it easier. So I'm really happy. I know on the last meeting, the Lomita site was coming to an end, which it is. But I'm very grateful that my supervisor was able to pull all of our Redondo people out. So by the end of the week, all of our Redondo people will be out of Lomita, and we're going to be checking them into your old Project Room Key at the Sunrise, because I believe they extended their program.
Perfect. Good.
And we're still waiting for a few other individuals. We're just waiting for their housing. It's just this whole COVID has just delayed everything a little bit. Right. But I wanted to thank you, Mayor, and the City Council and Anna and Mike for this pilot program. Really, the individuals that have been housed and that are going to be housed soon, this would have never, I'm telling you, this would have never happened. Just to get the individual to work. It took months. And I would tell them, I will pick you up and I'm going to sit with you. And I promise, if you show up, you're not going to go to jail. Just trust me. So it's just been amazing, and communicating with Anna and explaining everyone's different situation has just made everything so much easier for me. Instead of going to court, what was it, Anna? I was in there maybe 3 times a week for different clients. So I could be sitting there for 5-6 hours for one person. So for the courts to be able to bulk, get all 20 individuals there on one day is so much more work can get done, just being there for a few hours a day. And it's just amazing. And to have the courts move to Redondo Beach, so I'm not having to lug 20 people. That's just crazy. I was trying to explain to my supervisor, this new step, and she was just amazed. She couldn't believe it, because who does this? Who has court outside in a parking lot? So I can't wait to, for this, for everything to get set up so we can I can start telling clients, meet me in the parking lot. They're just going to be amazed. But again, I want to thank you for all of the work that you did. And even Judge Gilbertson, all the individuals love her to death because she's so compassionate. It's just unbelievable. And again, these individuals would never be able to get to the next step. These are those service resistant, chronic alcoholic addicts, mentally ill, that would never, it would take me years to do what we've done in just a short time. So thank you so much. Thank you.
So, Lila, obviously people better than I do, but it was amazing for me to watch individuals come into the program. There was one individual in San Pedro that Lila brought in that was literally sleeping in a dumpster in a trash truck.
Yeah.
And he came in one day, and I don't know, it was like a day or 2, 3 days later, and my partner who I was working with from the fire department, shared the same background as him from where his family is from. And he had a real connection with him. He took him under his wing. In fact, the only reason why he was able to even come into Project Room Key at the Sunrise Hotel was because my partner had that background familiarity with him and was able to speak to him in his native tongue. And literally 2 days later, I didn't even recognize him. Walked into his room. We were doing some stuff. Didn't even recognize. He took a shower. He shaved. Fresh pair of clothing. And this goes the same thing with some of the other people that we had from Redondo Beach. We had a young guy who came in. First day he was there, he was out. Second day he was out. Came back, late at night. And then after 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5 days, he'd take 1 or 2 showers and he'd get the food and he'd get the check-ins. And it's just an amazing program to get the, we take it for granted for where we live and how we live in a clean environment and the resources that we have. But these people, a lot of people don't have anything. Literally don't have the shirt on their back. And so this process, what Lila does is bring them down to the DMV, the hand holding, literally bring you down to the DMV, bring you back. That's half a day to a whole day's worth of work. We all don't like going on DMV. Now imagine taking someone else down there, getting their paperwork done, getting through the process, and then bringing them back. So, this is a great program. Obviously, everyone's in huge favor of it. It's going to change the way things are happening in Redondo. I can already see things that are happening in Redondo. The city hall's a ghost town. I'm so glad we're doing this, moving this forward, and we're cutting down your commute. And even though you can still maybe bring just one person down or 2 people in your van, it's you're not going to 45 minutes away. So that's awesome. That's huge. And we can get a more throughput of people to help out. So I'm in huge favor of this. It's definitely changed, reinforced some of my thoughts and changed massive pieces of the pie in my head about how I think about this and the way that we need to deal about this situation. So, I see what works and what doesn't work at a granular level now. Spent a lot of time with there, and I really appreciate Lila, all the things that you guys do, and all the other caseworkers that work down there too. Your partner, he does a fantastic job as well. Can't forget him. And so the teamwork is awesome. Teamwork makes the dream work. So
Absolutely.
Thank you. So like I said, I would refer to you as a politician running around, because you have to get the trust in the people that you meet out in the field. And when you meet those people in the field, you get their trust and to bring them into Project Room Key and say, hey, come on over. There's food. There's this. There's that. And we're not just going to throw you back on the street. We're going to have a process for you to move forward. And that takes trust. That takes a vote of confidence. And it's huge. People don't understand that. When you have nothing, you made something somewhere, that takes a lot to move forward. So I'm glad to hear Lamita's working out. Glad to hear that St. Peter Sunrise Hotel is working out. That makes me really proud, actually. I'm alma mater there. So that's awesome. Thank you very much, and glad this is coming through. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, Mike, for all the work that you and Joy and Anna have done, all the extra hours you put in. I know it's taken you away from your family sometimes, so I really appreciate it. But I want to put a shout out to Lila, because those of us who are fortunate enough to be Facebook friends with Lila understand how interesting. Whenever her posts are up on Facebook, I drop everything and read them, because it is literally reality TV happening in real time. And it's amazing when I'm either texting you or something, and in the middle of texting you, you say, I found this person and I'm going to get them, into a shelter as I'm texting you. To me, that's really exciting. But, my wife has always asked, well, what about this for, the homeless? What about that? I go, you need to follow Lila on Facebook. And we spent the weekend up at Big Bear, and on the way there, we're just discussing about you. All the work you're doing. It's really amazing. I follow you. I follow when you get a new truck. I follow you when you were working with those 2 twins. I follow you when, you got the older lady off the bench. It's really exciting. So hats off to you. I know the amount of hours you put into all this. And, on behalf of all the residents of my district who are definitely impacted by the amount of people that are homeless around, I can't thank you enough for all the work you do.
Thank
because
you.
you probably don't get enough thanks. So
And do you remember you're the one that actually texted me about the 80-year-old woman on Catalina? Do you remember that?
I remember exactly where I
6 months
was
ago?
when I'm going back and forth with you for about a half. I was at the doctor's office. I'm going back.
Yeah, yeah, that was her.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So thank you for all you do. You truly are an angel. So, and then this program is exciting. So I'm very excited to vote for it, Mike. So thank you.
Yeah, I think Lila, this is Mayor Brand. I'm always puzzled. What drives you? What you probably make the least amount of money of anybody involved in all this. So it's certainly not the money. But you do this day in, day out. You clearly live it and take such personal interest in everybody. I mean, what do you get out of it? What drives you? Not to be too.
Well, I believe it's from, just my lived experience. So, our family had a really hard time when I was probably hit hard times when I was maybe 14 or 15. So our family actually was homeless, I want to say, overnight. And it was really difficult for my mom because so, the culture, you do not burden anyone with your problems, not family. So it was really challenging. So I saw how hard my mom worked. So our cars were taken away. She became basically a single mom overnight. So it was with myself, I was the oldest, and my two younger brothers. So we actually, it was all of us. So we lost the car. She got 2 full-time jobs, and she actually took the bus from one city, from LA, all the way to Eagle Rock. I mean, it was crazy. But she did that for 3 years while we all slept. We shared a bedroom with my great-grandmother. So I saw the struggle, but I saw that she was able to do it, just work hard. So I thought about it and I said, I can't even imagine. She doesn't have any substance abuse, right? It just happened. And so for the folks on our street with substance abuse, and they all have a story. So when you get to know them and you get to actually, people aren't out there just using drugs and just, causing trouble for no reason or because they want to. When you get to know them and you hear their story, and each one is different. Every single one of them has something in common, and that is a loss of a parent or a spouse or a child. And it's just, they can't recover. They haven't been able to deal with those feelings. So, and I'm a widow. I was widowed when I was 32. And so I had a young son. So a lot of the folks that were on the pier, 3 of them were widows when I first started. So there was a huge connection. And they're housed now. But, I try to put myself in their shoes because there's no way someone would want to just lie underneath the pier. Freezing to death. There has to be a reason. And that's why I'm so grateful for this Clear Recovery, right? So they can get the counseling and we could just figure out what is a root of this pain that you're trying to, get through one day. So, I think that's it. I'm sure that's it. And I love people, all people.
Well, I need to change your job title from case manager to case angel.
Thank you.
And I will tell you, and all the people that are around this and everybody that's doing all this work, you're really the leader of it, whether you realize it or not, because we would have this sort of success without you out there on the front lines, bringing these stories back. And it's very motivating. And, whether you believe it or not, your service is leadership and people are following you, and you should take great pride in that. And obviously you get a lot of fulfillment out of what you do. And we're all benefiting from it. So thank you.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Anyway, so I believe, did you mean to have your hand up again, Councilmember Nierenheim?
Oh, sorry for that. I always forget to take it down.
All right. Well, as I recall, Councilmember Horvath made a motion, and I think Councilmember Nierenheim seconded it. So I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Before you do,
I'm sorry. Public comment on this. Thank you.
actually, there is no new public comment, but I wanted to mention that for the record.
Thank you.
Thank
you. It's getting late. I forget. Actually, I forget even when it's early. Okay. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
16 ayes.
16. Councilmember Grant.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Definitely aye.
Okay, well, thanks everybody. I just, yeah, much appreciated from the community, knowing and unknowing. It's great work. And thanks for your presentation, Mike. As long as it was worth it. Okay. So, where were we? Next up is discussion and possible action regarding a capital improvement project to improve the iconic pier sails at the waterfront and the potential incorporation of public art in the project. So, John LaRock, our Community Services Director, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. We have a presentation for you this evening. We will share the screen and give you this presentation.
There it is.
The report is on an upcoming CIP project to repair and improve the iconic pier sails on the Horseshoe Pier. Prior to tonight's report, the item was presented to the Public Art, Public Works, and the Harbor Commissions. The pier sails are one of the most recognizable architectural features of the waterfront. They are grouped in 4 areas on the pier, and there are a total of 10 sail sets and comprised of 30 individual sail shapes. However, the condition of the pier sails warrants repair and improvement. The frame paint colors are faded, the screen inserts and fittings are rusted, and bird mitigation needs to be improved. Additionally, the current lighting is outdated and can also be improved. Originally, the CIP included a project to perform a restoration of the existing sails as they are now, repainting, repair, and replacement of the screens as needed, and potentially upgrading the lighting. That project is still available, but in the course of evaluating the project, staff also discussed an option to incorporate public art into the sails themselves. Artworks that could be considered might include material to replace the screen inserts that interplays with natural light, or potentially and also nighttime lighting design, or to replace the screen inserts with materials that react to the natural winds, or to simply enhance the silhouettes of the signs by defining their structure through nighttime lighting design. The 3 commissions were generally supportive of the concept to incorporate public art, and those minutes are attached to your report. We are seeking direction, as you'll note on the screen, for the recommendation from the council on whether to pursue the public art idea or to proceed directly with the maintenance project as originally conceived, which is to repair and improve the existing sails. That concludes our presentation. We're available for any questions.
Okay. Thank you, John. That was quick and efficient. Councilmember Horvath.
I just want to say I do like the idea of looking into kinetic stuff and I mean they are almost an art project as it is right now. They've become so iconic, but to add in some other elements to that would be exciting and just yet another draw for people, whether it's during the day or at night. If there's a lighting element, I think that would be beautiful and interesting to explore. So I would be in support of that. Thank you.
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Brand. Yes. So I've worked a lot along the coastline. I've built a lot of, I've installed a lot of projects and using a whole host of different materials, and have watched how corrosive the coastline is and how wind and water just destroys things. So I am very, very tepid at putting any type of kinetic motion, possibly sound themed, or even, glass and things like that in there to make it look cool or sound cool. I'd be very, very tepid on that. I am 100% in favor of repairing, restoring those elements, and adding some nighttime lighting to the sails to add some something like that that can be more fixed and provide some of the light play coloration. But when it comes when it comes to glass, no plastic, but it's got to be glass. I saw some cool photos there in your presentation with the colored glass. I think that's cool as well. But it's got to be extremely durable, and I mean extremely durable. Not a fan of the kinetic side or the sound or things that are moving. Anything that's moving is going to fall apart in very short order. So yeah, repair and restore, nighttime lighting would work for me as well. So, but that's and with this, if you're doing some of the glass inserts in there, that it would have to be extremely what's the word I'm looking for? Able to withstand the ocean environment. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Councilmember MD.
Am I on mute? Hold on.
We hear it.
I just wanted to say, actually, those are my comments as well as Nils. And I would really love to see some lighting at night, some really cool representation. I think that would create more of excitement up there to be there at night. And I'm all supportive of this. That's it.
Yeah, I'll just agree wholeheartedly. It's really all about operations and maintenance. Whatever you do down there, we don't want to sign up for some expensive maintenance ongoing. But on the other hand, we want to incorporate some form of public art in lighting, whatever you do. It's got to be on the lower end of expenses to maintain it, and if it's moving or if it's lighting or whatever it is. Again, it's got to be durable, and this is the harshest environment you could possibly be doing anything in. So, and those sales have actually held up pretty well with the maintenance that we've done throughout. So it's great to see this project moving forward. And yeah, I guess all we really need. Oh, Councilmember Grant.
Yep, I'm going to make a third on what Mr. Nierenheim and Ms. MD just mentioned. I'd like to make a motion to appropriate $99,646 for a CIP project and make it go forward.
Second that.
Councilmember Grant, if I could just interject.
Yeah.
No fiscal appropriation necessary. This is a pre-existing CIP project that is funded, as noted in the report. So what we're looking for is direction on one of the three choices, and it sounds like the consensus, if I may, is for number 3. Do the like for like with a potential lighting enhancement for nighttime visibility, which may or may not be the result of an artist's work. We will explore that offline with the commission and staff. The economy of the project might be that it's done in-house, similar to what we have on the Catalina Circle under the King Harbor sign.
So that would be correct. And John, if you don't want another $99,000, that's fine in my food.
Okay. Is there a second? I didn't hear.
Second that.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Nierenheim. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Wait, before you vote, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, public. Sorry.
I'm just interjecting. There are no comments, but for the record, it must be mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Okay, great. Moving right along. Look forward to that being completed. Discussion and possible action regarding the consideration of further direction on the sale and use of balloons within the city. So we haven't talked about this in a while. Public Works Director Ted Samant.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you mentioned, this year in January, the council asked us to bring forward an ordinance for plastic bans and consideration of balloon restrictions and limitations. On January the 14th of the year, the council adopted the ordinance, and in doing so did everything as it was written for the plastics. On the balloon side, though, the council modified that ordinance to only restrict helium-filled balloons from being released anywhere in the city, and further directed staff to come back to do further considerations or discussions on the balloons, especially the metallized and mylar type of balloons. So with that, I just wanted to update you on where we are on the plastics ban, and Geraldine is going to do that for us in a second. And then after Geraldine finishes her part, Andy will talk about what are the expectations and the direction we're seeking from council on the balloons altogether. Geraldine?
Great.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As an update on the plastic ban, we kind of got a little delayed with the COVID crisis, but we were able to prepare some outreach material, and we'd like to thank the city of Manhattan Beach. They gave us a lot of their information, so we just kind of took their information and modified it for Redondo. The outreach material was attached to your agenda package. So there were several items. We had a little placard that they could display at the restaurant once they switched to a plastic-free environment. We also had a brochure that kind of outlined all the different products and the alternatives for the polystyrene products. And then in addition, we had a balloon notice that we haven't really gone out in full force on this yet because we're focusing on the polystyrene bans first. And I don't know if this one was actually in your packet, but we do have it available. And that is on the website also if you wanted to check that out. So the way we were going about our outreach is we have ongoing regular inspections that we do as part of our permit programs for our NPDES permits. So we have a contract inspector who goes to our restaurants twice a year to do various inspections. So as part of her outreach, she's been talking to the restaurants for over a year now about this matter. But over the past 2-3 months, she's been handing out the brochures and explaining what's coming, the due dates. The first, if you recall, when you passed the ordinance, we had 2 trigger points. The first was 6 months out for the polystyrene product. So that's the plastic number 6, and the plastic or the polystyrene that's labeled a PS. So that actually will take effect August 13th. And then the second part of that ordinance was the regulations associated with the single-use plastic products and the balloons. So that takes place in February of next year when we will start enforcing that. So to date, I believe we've hit about 90% of the affected restaurants and businesses. That doesn't include the farmers markets. We haven't gone to those kind of outliner type events, but we will get there eventually. And overall, the response has been pretty favorable. A lot of people have already been using different products that are already acceptable. However, the inspector did tell me that she did have a couple that were very unhappy and, you know, very vocal and unhappy and just not supportive of this whole movement. But overall, it's been pretty good. I've gotten quite a few calls asking about their products. Is this okay? Can I use a straw? What do you mean by polystyrene? When does plastic kick in? But the people that I've talked to, they're very supportive of it. So, and I feel like we've given them enough time to get through their products and start purchasing new compliant products. So that's kind of an update on the plastic. As far as the balloon ordinance goes, we haven't done any outreach to that part of the ordinance yet. It won't be as hard because there's not as many businesses. Actually, we don't even have to do the businesses because the current regulations state you just can't release helium-filled balloons anywhere within the city. And I'm going to pass it over to Andy, who's going to just kind of walk through kind of where we were and kind of how we got to where we landed on the balloon portion of the ban.
Thanks, Geraldine. Good evening, everybody. As you might recall, when we were discussing the plastics ban last year and then into January, we were asked to kind of model it after the Manhattan Beach City's plastic ban ordinance, which included some language about balloons that goes beyond what you adopted in your ordinance in January. So there was some doubt about consensus on some of these items. So the sticking points were the sale, distribution, and use of foil, metallized or mylar balloons, the use of mylar balloons on city property, including beaches and parks, and the use or distribution of helium-filled balloons at city functions or city-sponsored events. Those were the three items from the Manhattan Beach Ordinance that did make it into the Redondo Beach Ordinance. Of course, we meant to bring this to you in March when it was still fresh in your minds, but COVID hit and then the budget process hit, and so we're just getting back to it now. But we've tried to reproduce some of that information that we brought in January and added some additional information regarding existing statewide regulations about balloons. So staff is just trying to revive this conversation and requesting direction on preparation of ordinance language regarding the sale, use, and distribution of balloons for a future first reading. So we're just looking for direction from the council on what else you would like us to consider and bring back for a potential ordinance. And that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Geraldine, Ted. It's pretty clear. We have some options. Let me go to Councilmember Grant.
Sure. Thank you. And, I really want to appreciate, I do appreciate the council. This is one of the compromises of what I would call a SEP approach. We're phasing things in. Geraldine, it's great to hear that we've had enough time to start talking to the businesses, voice their concerns as well as their encouragements and things like that, and really kind of take a slow approach. With regards to the balloons, which we wanted to talk about tonight, I'll just say, I think the discussion that we were having back when we were talking about balloons was mostly we're not finding Mylar balloons in the ocean, and we are really, our ordinance really worked on being able to deal with the issue that we were having, which was releasing balloons. And that's really what we wanted. Banning the sale of Mylar balloons and things like that for right now, I don't see that as something we really need to tackle at the moment. I don't see that. That seems like a solution looking for a problem. And when we had all of the balloon folks and we had all these different folks about, hey, we need to be able to sell them. We've got businesses that are still trying to deal with COVID-19, meaning like the markets and the flower shops and the places that actually sell them and all of that. They've got enough on their plate for right now. I think we're going to be going forth with the businesses that are going to have to comply with both the polystyrene version of this, the single-use plastic portion of this, and kind of going through. We're all dealing with COVID right now. And my suggestion would be dealing with balloons or changing our ordinance and whatnot, I think would be probably wise to do that sometime next year. And I'd say towards the beginning of the year, if we want to talk about it and go a bit further, but I just see this as a discussion that, we don't need to have right now. We've got enough issues with all those businesses trying to figure out what's going on. So that's just my opinion and how I'm starting off the conversation, obviously, but I think we take this balloon portion and just let's deal with it in 2021 at some point. That's my thought.
Okay. Are there any comments from the public on this issue?
Oh, we do have one speaker, Craig Cadwallader.
Sure. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Brand and council members. My name is Craig Cadwallader, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Surfrider Foundation South Bay chapter and a 42-year resident of the South Bay. And I just want to make a couple of comments. First, Councilmember Grant, I appreciate your comment about not finding Mylar balloons in the ocean. That I don't know which ocean you're going to, but I do know that we continue to find Mylar balloons in the ocean, and friends of mine regularly pick them up and stuff them in their wetsuits. So, it's probably you're not seeing it because the surfer has stuffed it in his wetsuit. And it is still a problem. If you look at the statistics in the staff report, it shows that we continue to have the problems of Mylar balloons causing power outages, the average of 3 per day, and That doesn't count the damage it does to sea life that might ingest these things, as well as general trash in the environment. And I really think it would be a good idea to match what both Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach have done. And that is getting the Mylar balloons out of the system. And what I've noticed is that the stores have been inventive, and now they have a non-latex clear plastic balloons that are not metallized. So they've actually gotten around the ordinance by having helium-filled plastic balloons that are not latex, that are going to won't cause the power outages, but they're still going to drift off. They're still going to be ingested by sea life and still cause the pollution issues on the ground. And I just think it's good if all these cities could adopt similar ordinances so that it's a level playing field for everyone. And this is not a new thing. It's been implemented with no ill effects in your neighboring cities. And so I would think it'd be good to go with those. And I think also we're going to have to look at maybe modifying some of the language. If we just say latex and metallized, this new type of balloon, which I saw in Bonds and Hermosa Beach, about 20 of them, I think those are going to be a new problem now. So I just think it's a good idea to keep it out of the environment, to protect the sea life, to protect the quality of life by not having to see balloons. When we used to do regular cleanups, I can tell you we found them every time.
Motion to extend.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, thank you. So I'll wrap it. So I just hope you might consider, and in the staff report, you see the Manhattan Beach ordinance. The Hermosa is nearly identical. They added lighter than air gases to the Hermosa, but otherwise they're identical. So I would strongly suggest that. And I think it's a positive thing, and with minimal downsides on any business. I think they can switch to other party items that are more compatible with the environment. Thank you for letting me talk over time. Appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you, Craig, and thanks for all your activism on the environmental front. Much appreciated. And Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I don't want to, I mean, I would agree with
comment, Bill, first.
I'm sorry, John?
I'm sorry, I had re-raised my hand first, so.
Before Todd, I thought your hand was just left up. Yeah, go ahead, John.
I brought it down. Just, Craig, thank you very much. I didn't mean to suggest that we're not finding balloons in the ocean. That's not what I was meaning. I was actually making another point, but I appreciate your guidance on what we've been doing here, and I appreciate your point of view. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, you know, I agree, John. We don't necessarily have to rush into this, but I think long term we need to look at it because, as Craig said, it is finding its way into the ocean. But I will tell you that pretty certain that a Mylar balloon caused a massive power outage in our neighborhood. I lost over $1,200 worth of appliances easily. That's repaired, not actually replaced completely. My neighbor down the street lost $6,000 worth of electronics. And that's just the two of us. I heard from numerous people that they lost a lot of things. So these do cause a lot of problems. And yeah, you know, they could say, well, it's illegal to release them, and we know that for the last 30 years. But if they're not around, they can't be released anyway. So I don't see the point of allowing them to stay around. Now, I do understand that this impacts people's businesses. And I think that's one of the things we do need to listen to and gather more input from people, the people that came last time. But if it's just a lobbying group, I'm not interested. If it's an individual store owner, yeah, I'll listen to that. Because the past couple of meetings, we've had lobby groups here and just supporting the industry. And, you know, I want to hear directly from the business owners how it's going to impact them, and then also come up with a good solution. Just like we have with plastics, there are substitutes, and there are other things that people could sell in place of balloons, I would think. that would make kids happy. So let's figure out a way to do that, and let's figure out when we can bring it back and into more detail, because I think we're making some progress here. So in honoring your stepped approach, I think that's what we should do, John. I know that's what you like to do. So that's it for me.
Well, I thought that's kind of what we were doing, coming back for further direction, and that's kind of what we're supposed to be doing. Maybe it's late in the night, but staff's looking for direction on how to craft this ordinance and what language to have in it. If you want to continue the item, that's an answer. But they've already gone out and done outreach with the various, if you read the staff report, with various business owners, and generally, even on the plastics, they get generally favorable response. Obviously, if you sell Mylar balloons, you're not going to get a favorable response. But going back to Southern California Edison, spokesman said there were 1,128 known metallic balloon cost outages in year 2019. So just last year, there were 1,128 in Southern California Edison area. So 3 per day, which, yeah, as you well pointed out, Councilmember Lowenstein, costs a lot of people a lot of money. And you don't really appreciate till it happens to you. So I don't know. I'm okay with the Hermosa ordinance, frankly, saying lighter than air, because there are other gases out there lighter than air that effectuate the same thing as helium does, and then it would be legal, but you'd have the same sort of impact. But you know, if you guys want to continue this item, that's one thing. But if you're gonna, I am a little bit confused. Let me ask you this, Andy. We passed an ordinance in January. Are you looking for further clarification or the addition of things?
So there were 3 or 4 specific things regarding balloons that were left out of the January ordinance that are part of the Manhattan Beach ordinance. So
okay.
Our direction was to bring those 3 and maybe other issues back for discussion, just to give us an idea of how to craft new language, what language to craft. And maybe that'd be a good opportunity to invite the business community to a little more robustly than we have.
Not including the plastic ban as well as the balloon.
The plastic ban was pretty much done as a match with Manhattan Beach.
Okay, so that's we're
pretty much done with that one, unless.
When you say business owners, are you talking about people that sell Mylar balloons?
Right. Yes.
So
yes.
We know what their opinion is. I mean, I think the council needs to make a decision here, and we don't need to have any more hearings. They either want to do this or they don't. Obviously, the business owners that come in are going to be completely opposed to it, and it will be however many come in to 0 from the business community. So, you know, if you guys want to continue it, that's fine. But otherwise, I think we need to make some decisions here. But that's just my opinion. And right now, I don't hear a motion. So
I actually do have my hand up, though.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Grant.
So, I'll make a motion to continue this to January of 2021.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Sounded like a tie to me. Who was that?
Laura.
MD. Okay. Councilmember MD, seconded by Councilmember MD. Motion by Councilmember Grand. I don't see any hands up, so let's take a vote. It's to continue the item till January 2021. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Yeah, let me just say I'm very disappointed. I think the council should have a much stronger stance on this. Hermosa's done it, Manhattan's done it, and now we're punting again. But that's the history of Redondo Beach on environmental issues. We're last to ban smoking and last to do all these things. And eventually we end up doing it, but somehow we end up dragging our feet. So I just want to go on record as disappointed that we're dragging our feet again. That's my opinion. So anyway, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Geraldine. And thank you, Ted, for doing that. Continue to another time. So last item, well, one of the last items, or city manager item, discussion of possible action regarding the city's local emergency pertaining to COVID-19. Joe.
Yes, good evening again, Mayor Council, Joe Hefkin, City Manager. We're before you tonight again with another COVID-19 update. We have 2 resolutions before you tonight. The first one confirms the most recent city manager order related to extension of certain closures. We have pretty much all of our facilities closed and programs suspended until further notice. There were a few that were not in that category. City libraries, both the Main and North Branch libraries, were actually scheduled to open August 1st. We didn't feel comfortable with that. We've got the takeout service for checkout and return of books. So this would take city libraries, basically put them in the same category of our other city facilities, that they're closed until further notice. Also, not knowing before the status of schools and our after-school program, it was also that suspension was scheduled to lapse. We're also putting this in the same category of suspended until further notice, and then citywide special events. So that's what the first resolution does. It confirms those recent orders that I put out on July 30th. And again, we've got our 3 senior centers, we've got the Performing Arts Center, we've got all of our city facilities, including public counters, we've got the teen center, all basically closed until further notice. We also have playground equipment, aviation track and field. Those are tied to whenever the county takes action to lift those restrictions, that we would take action to open those facilities as well. So that's the first resolution. The second resolution is a follow-up from your city council meeting of July 21st. City attorney will address that second resolution. And so I'll turn it over to Mike at this point.
Yeah, it's a resolution calling on everyone to wear masks. It was based on the Manhattan and Hermosa ones. I would call your attention to, there's a lot of language in brackets, because if you struck all those, you'd end up with the Manhattan and Hermosa. They passed it as a ban, somewhere in the netherworld of misdemeanor versus administrative citation. They passed one that was both, but then have had comments. I believe they're taking it up subsequently to fix that. But the language is in brackets is from the state and county orders that are much more expansive to the provide many more exceptions to the requirements for wearing a mask, such as, one provides for only not wearing a mask if you're involved in exercising in the water. The other one would allow exercising if you can maintain a difference of more than 6 feet, not wearing a mask then. So I just designed a reso per the council's direction that you can modify as you wish. Just don't adopt it as is, because it won't make any sense to have competing exceptions. You can either adopt the one that without the language, or you can add the purposely add the additional exceptions in the brackets language. So with that, I want to give you as much flexibility as possible to pass what you wanted to put in the reso.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. Thank you for preparing that. It gives us the options. So with that, Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, 2 things. So, I mean, I know we kind of reached a compromise on this, the motion that's coming back to us tonight, and just making a recommendation. I just want to say, since then, I have gotten more feedback on people who would like to see us be more stringent. So I'm just going to point that out. I don't know if anybody else has gotten that same feedback, and I know some of you were not necessarily interested in that, but there are a handful of people out there clearly who, well, not a handful. There's a lot of people out there. This is a very divided issue, I guess. So just food for thought. And then the second thing I wanted to bring up as it relates to just our ongoing COVID orders and how we're dealing with things. I've had some businesses that do yoga and, fitness type stuff. And they are unable to do their business indoors. And so we've been suspending or the temporary use permit fees for businesses to function outdoors. But one thing we haven't considered is suspending permits the fees related to those who maybe want to do things in our parks. So if they want to teach a yoga class in their park because they're unable to do it at their place of business. So I would like the council to consider suspending those fees as well to help out those businesses. That's it.
I like that idea.
Okay. I guess we could add that to your emergency orders, Joe.
Yes, you could give that direction. The one thing I would say is that businesses wanting to use city parks would still need to get a permit. They would still need to go through a process and comply with health guidelines in terms of mask, social distancing, and all those requirements. There just wouldn't be a fee charged. So yes, if you give us that direction, we can move forward and put that word out. And John LaRock also was on the call. John, you've got some that are kind of in the pipeline at this point, I believe, right?
Yes, so far we have 3 boutique fitness facilities in the pipeline to use city space in the parks, but we've paused that process pending council direction on the fees.
So, John, to clarify, a yoga studio, for example, could be applying for use of a park to do their yoga classes?
Yeah, any applicable outdoor activity that complies with what is currently the county camp activity, which provides for a maximum number of participants and the traditional distancing, hygiene, and facial coverings. And then the typical park rules, so no audio enhancement, no tents, no enclosures, things like that, no staking into the ground. The typical rules for our park permits, with the additional requirement of the county camp rules for participants that they would have on site, sort of like their health grade if they were a restaurant, so people could ask them for their protocols if they were challenged. They would still have a city permit in hand, and that would be their proof that they verified the use with us. They provided us with valid business insurance, and we verified their possession of a Redondo Beach business license. They just wouldn't pay us the transaction fee for what we would typically charge for a special event use of the parks.
And if there's a business out there that's interested in that, they should contact whom?
Community Services.
Community Services, like you, or?
310-318-0610.
Okay.
That number again is?
310-318-0610.
And there's some people that are going to be calling you. Okay. Let me just say, masks. Everybody's seen how controversial it's been. Talked to Manhattan Beach. Joe maybe got to talk to the city manager of Manhattan Beach today. They're enforcing it. Hermosa decided to enforce it. They've hired an outside firm to enforce it. We decided not to move forward on that last time. Just as piece of information, I spoke with the CEOs of the 2 local hospitals, Little Company Mary and Torrance Memorial. Torrance Memorial said they were in about the same situation they were a couple weeks ago. And Little Company Mary has said they've seen it went down from a couple weeks ago, and now it started back up again. So they're both at about 35 COVID patients as a census. So I would say that there's not indication of a large spike. It's not like they're all up over where they were in late April, and it is what I just described. So it's just kind of some information I wanted to share. I got in the habit of calling them before we have these meetings and consider any further restrictions or enforcement or what have you. But I'm, as Councilmember Horn said, I've gotten a lot of emails about why do we have to wear masks outside, and when are you going to start enforcing the mask requirement? So, and as for this ordinance, we're going to need some specific direction from us. As Mike said, he put into brackets.
Resolution.
I'm sorry, the resolution, what you may want to add or not add, and not to duplicate or contradict what we already have. So there you go. So let me.
And for example, if you're, I don't know if John has an indication, if you're waiving the fees so businesses can have fitness activities in the park, are they going to be required to have masks? Because under the the Hermosa and Manhattan Beach, they would be. And under the county and state, if they're exercising, they wouldn't have to. And you don't want to have a connect between
social distance, right? They still have to be 6 feet apart if they don't have a mask.
Right, correct. But the Manhattan and Hermosa, it doesn't matter if you're socially distanced. They're going to enforce it if you don't wear a mask unless you're exercising in the water. And that's why I'm giving you all the options, but please don't, send a mixed message by recommending that people wear a mask except if they're exercising in the water, and then allow it in our parks. So I'm just pointing that out. Make certain you're consistent.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Grant.
Hi, thank you. So reading through this, I'll just say on page 3, what I would recommend and what I will make a motion on is to remove the A, B, and C version of the restrictions and go with the bracketed version or the brackets. That seems to be in compliance with the state. I would also then add in the verbiage about the fee waivers for these, just so that it's in the resolution as well. So that so just kind of the decision is to go forth with this resolution, remove the A, B, C, and D exceptions, and instead use the bracketed ones for what we're trying to accomplish here.
So remove A, B, C, and D and replace them with the bracketed ones, which would be A, B, C, D, and E.
Correct.
Okay. Somebody with a
I'll second.
Covering the medical program.
Can I suggest, like, for example, you might want to leave in A, because I don't think you want to recommend that people under the age of 2 have a mask on.
All right, leave in A. How's that?
B, C, and D are gone.
B, C, and D are gone.
The bracketed ones.
Thanks, Mike.
The one bracketed one might be problematic. Those instructed not to wear a face covering by a medical provider. People just stand up and go, "My doctor told me not to wear one, therefore I don't have to have one." You might want to say you have to have a doctor with you, otherwise everybody.
Bill, you can't enforce that because it's a HIPAA regulations. You can't say for what reason. Where you're showing me your medical documentation. Those are HIPAA issues.
And plus, it's just a recommendation. But that's it. Mary, you bring up a good issue, and that's language essentially from the old medical marijuana initiative. So we'd have 18-year-olds who would provide a defense that they were recommended by a doctor to smoke it for chronic fatigue. But this is just a resolution. It's
right.
Who do you want to recommend? And if a doctor has told them you shouldn't wear it because of asthma or whatever else, then I wouldn't think you would want to be in the position of recommending that someone does it against medical advice.
Right. Oh no. Yeah.
Oh. Did they freeze? Uh-oh. You just froze. Hello? Okay, wait a minute, it's connecting. Hello?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. We just froze. Not sure what happened.
Yeah. Okay, that wasn't just me.
No,
it was me.
It was everyone.
We all.
Did I say something wrong?
Or you guys get tired of listening to me. Okay, so Brandy, last time we left, are you there? Did you want to say something? You're muted.
Yeah, so I wanted to point out, I know that there was the point about using the parks and waiving the fee for that, but there's one other situation, which is the sidewalk dining. And right now the fee is still in place for that. And we're not seeing a lot of applicants coming in. And I think the concern is just that they don't want to have to pay that fee. So I just wanted to put that out there as a possibility of waiving that for the sidewalk dining.
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
I would accept that, absolutely.
Perfect. I'll accept that amendment as well.
Okay. Thank you, Brandy.
How much is that fee, Brandy?
I'm not sure. It falls under Public Works. I want to say it's around like $215, $200, something around that. But I'm not.
Mayor, this is Ted, and the sidewalk dining is about $1,000 between inspection fees, permit application, etc. So $1,000 and can go up as more and more inspections if needed.
So I think the motion is to waive all those fees if somebody wants to do it. Is that correct, John?
Correct.
Okay, and Councilmember Narenheim, you seconded it?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brandy. So there are no more hands. Are there any comment from the public on this issue?
Yes. Yeah, we have Joan Irvine. So
go ahead.
Let's see. Okay, Joan, you're on. Oops, what happened here?
Still muted.
It's not. There we go.
I'm
Joan?
not sure.
Hi.
There you go.
Okay, it's a little late. I'm a little tired. I think almost all of you got the email I sent to you, about my concern on the mask. That did you all receive a copy of that?
Yeah, that was a blue folder item.
Yes.
Okay, great. So I just wanted to just say once again, I think that, first of all, I want to thank all of you. You're doing an amazing job with what's going on. I mean, it's such a crazy time. And the fact that you all are able to be, looking forward on what the city's going to be doing while you're trying to work on this crisis that nobody knows what is going on. So just wanted to start off with that and thank you all for your service. But with the mask, my concern is how to say it. If masks are going to take care of it, as I said, if it is that the masks are going to take care of it, I just feel that it's very important that everybody wears masks. One of the things, I've sent a picture to everybody, that you have a lot of people who are, running, not wearing masks. I was in the village tonight at Hennessy's, and I saw all these bike riders passing, cyclists passing right by where everybody was having dinner. They had no mask on. And I just think that my real concern is that some people are wearing them and saying, we don't have to wear them outside when we're exercising. And that if that's the case, then other people are saying, well, I'm out walking on the Esplanade, I don't want to wear it, or I don't need to wear it. So I just think that we need to have some consistency. I don't think that the $100 fine is very realistic, but that's just me. And I recommended that maybe a way around this is to have it become something that is a community unifier, perhaps produce masks that have our Redondo logo on it and hand that out to people so it becomes something of kind of a unity, a community pride of working together rather than having it be a negative. And also, I just happened to, I don't know the details, I got an email from Mike Ward at Village Runner that there's actually masks that are meant for people who are exercising. So there's a special mask that's supposed to make, and I don't, as I said, I just got an email about an hour ago from Mike. So there are masks that people who are, if they're going to be running or bike riding or whatever, that there are special masks that can be bought from Village Runner for that. So just my feedback into it. And once again, thank you for everything you're doing.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Any other public comments?
No. Oh, yeah, we have e-comments.
Go ahead.
First comment submitted by Jeff Ginsburg. My name is Jeff Ginsburg, and I am the current president of the Riviera Village Association. I wanted to say that the RVA greatly appreciates all the support the mayor, city council, members of the city council members and city staff have had in assisting us with the outdoor dining parklets and sidewalk sale in Riviera Village during these unique times with COVID-19. The RBA is receiving frequent positive comments from business owners and visitors in the Riviera Village, and therefore we really want to focus on extending the date of the special event permit until at least 12/31/2020. Planning ahead with approvals for this will give the RBA and city staff the time needed to adjust for the winter season, which will be upon us within a few months. Please let us know what the RBA can do to assist with this, as our goal is for the Riviera Village to safely make it through COVID-19 as problem-free as possible. Thank you again for all your support. The second comment is submitted by Daniel Elder. We can't have a healthy economy without a healthy community, and the best medical advice tells us that face masks are a critical tool towards slowing the spread of the COVID-19. A resolution recommendation them and nothing else doesn't accomplish anything. I strongly support requiring them in appropriate situations consistent with medical advice. Face masks aren't something you can choose to believe in any more than the sun is something you choose to believe in. They're a tool, and right now the best medical advice is that we should wear them when we're around others who don't live in our household. Our catastrophic inability to effectively mitigate the spread of this disease is heartbreaking because it is so unnecessary. The challenge is how to get everyone to wear a face mask when appropriate. What language is needed to ensure people are only required to wear them when failing to do so is a public health risk? How effective have fines or other measures been in other cities? What type of burden does this place on RBPD? What type of public health education can be most effective at conveying the reasons why face masks are necessary in some situations currently? What can we do as a city and a community to ensure we do everything reasonable to minimize the spread of COVID-19 so we can save lives and get back to some type of normal as quickly as possible? We should do more than strongly recommend, quote unquote. The third comment is from Leslie Campeggi. Please do more than make just a recommendation to wear masks. At a minimum, we should be consistent with Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach on this issue. Wearing masks, social distancing, and hand washing are the things we can all easily do to help lessen the risks of contracting and/or spreading this deadly virus. Please be consistent with our neighbor cities to the north regarding the wearing of masks in public. If we do nothing, ours will be the city where anti-maskers will congregate. And that completes public comment.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
See if we got any hands up. I don't really see any hands up. So,
Bill, just one, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
But just one thing. Once again, Mr. Ginsburg is asking us to extend the program to 12/31 as if it was our choice. And so
it is our choice.
But
to some extent.
Right. And so it needs to be communicated that that this is special permission by the Coastal Commission and all that we've had to do. So we need to make sure we get that across, that it isn't just us that decides that.
I totally hear what you're saying. I'll speak to the bid and make sure that gets relayed. Whenever I have conversations with people, I always tell them this is as per Coastal Commission, and COVID's not going away in September after Labor Day. It's not just a summer thing. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and the bid is well aware of that as well. They just want to get some backup. I appreciate that. I will talk to them as well. Thank you.
And Ted and Brandy have. I've seen the emails. They've communicated that very clearly and consistently. I take it from that this is it's in part up to you, and they are trying to get your support. Hopefully they have also understand it's not entirely up to you.
And that's fine if that's what's going on, but it's just that when I'm hearing them keep begging for us, it just concerns me on how this is going to go. Okay, so that's all. Just making sure we're all communicating.
We are, and it may be a valid concern, but I've seen the emails from both Brandy and Ted, and they've been very clear.
If I may, the Coastal Commission waiver goes through when the LA County, so long as the LA County order is in place.
Okay. Well, that'll be a while. Councilmember Horvath.
Just before we close this out, I just want to take the temperature on my colleagues as to whether they want to be more in line with Hermosa and Manhattan as it relates to masks. So, yeah, I'm sure you find it funny, but I just want to say
Your temperature. No, you're using the word temperature, taking the word temperature.
There you go. Well, yes, better than getting your nasal swab. How about that?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I was looking at the numbers, and the numbers clearly state in Redondo Beach, we are number one at being last with the lowest numbers. So I think El Segundo is actually a little bit ahead of us, maybe. But they're Spanish for the second. So we're doing a great job in Redondo. We're, like I said, of the South Bay cities, we're down on the lowest end. We're way below LA County. We have the beaches, we have the Esplanade, but people are doing what they're doing, but we don't have a huge breakout. So I don't see a need to pull that lever right now. If we need to, we'll go for it. But being the lowest that in the South Bay and LA County, I don't see a need for it right now.
Just remember, I'll just say this cautiously, that where we're at today is a reflection of where things were at 2 or 3 weeks ago. So
100% agreed.
Okay, just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yep, totally agree.
Well, and what we do today will be reflected 2 or 3 weeks from now.
Correct.
So, any other comments? Okay, as I recall, there was a motion on the floor by Councilmember Grand. I forgot who seconded it.
I did.
Okay. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein? Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay.
And I think that was just for the second resolution. Is that a motion for both resolutions or just the second one? Because the first resolution dealing with
I think it was for the second one, so why don't we make a motion for the first one?
Okay, I'll make a motion for the first one, whatever the first one.
Yeah, okay. Councilmember, any discussion?
Just a point of order. Did we need John's motion had language related to fee waivers for sidewalk dining and stuff, but I think that needs to be in this motion, right?
Yeah, that's a good clarification. That's exactly right.
Sidewalk dining as well as the
parks.
And the fee waivers for the dining.
So I will be making that motion as well too.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Is any public comment on this? Guess we already had it. I'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim?
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein?
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath?
Aye.
Councilmember Grand?
Aye.
And Councilmember MD?
Aye.
Okay, I need to read the resolutions.
Yes, go ahead.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2008-057, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, confirming the actions of the city manager acting as the director of emergency services in issuing additional emergency public orders dated July 30th, 2020, and an updated summary of emergency orders under the City of Redondo Beach's emergency authority. Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2008-058, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, recommending individual wear face coverings when in public with certain exceptions as amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Mayor and council items. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, is Ted here, or maybe Joe? I asked a couple weeks ago regarding if we had any extra bike racks for the village. Everyone's biking down there and putting their bikes all over different places. Did we find any? Were we able to procure any?
I am here, and yes, we found a couple of extra racks that we have here. So Mike and I have actually been down to the village. We've identified several locations where we can install these. So those are going to get installed. And we have ordered some additional racks, and they are on a 6-week turnaround for that.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I've noticed, a number of people in my neighborhood have noticed, and it's been verified that it seems like there is an excessive amount of sirens going off these days.
So I would like us to look within at the first meeting in September what our policy is for the use of sirens by public safety.
Yeah, I heard similar complaints, frankly. Yeah, okay. Is there a motion to?
That's my motion.
Is there a second? Have a discussion about siren use for our public safety.
This is citywide to talk about both police and fire.
Yes.
Call level, include the call level if we hire a lower call level.
Well, I mean, that would go with it, right? If there's we would know based on call level that there actually is more calls going out, but that would be part of the discussion.
All right, I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Councilmember Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Grand.
Aye.
And Councilmember MD.
Aye.
Yeah, I know a lot of people will be happy to hear that we're going to at least have a discussion. Councilmember Horvath.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
No, thank you.
Councilmember MD.
No, thank you.
Joe, I'd like to know when our next strategic planning session is. We haven't had one since last September, October. We missed the spring, so it'll be good to come back with a a discussion or a proposed date by you when we could have our next strategic, or several dates that we can consider for September, October. Is that okay?
Yeah, I can reach out to our facilitator, check on her availability, and bring that back if that's fine with the council.
Anybody object to that? Just suggestions. And
then, Mayor, I wanted to, before you wrap up, under city manager reports, I wanted to kind of give you a preview of some other items that are coming. We're kind of playing catch up, things that we had on hold, and I appreciate your patience and
we got a lot tonight.
all those items. We have more coming on August 18th. We've got the public hearing to introduce the ordinance dealing with allowing dogs in certain parks. So that will be the public hearing on August 18th. We are going to also have the city council follow-up report on the review of the use of force policies by the police department. We will have some traffic control issues, traffic circles on Fremona, traffic control at Ruby and Gertruda. Those are follow-up reports that will be discussion items. We also have from your budget motion 2 additional items, options for supplemental code enforcement, as well as expedited plan checks. So these are the items that we're looking at for your August 18th meeting. I think your meeting next week will be primarily closed session. You know, if there may be an open session item or 2, but we're not envisioning anything big at this point for August 11th. So I just wanted to give you an advance warning. It'll be another heavy agenda on the 18th.
So we do have a closed session next week.
Yes, at this point.
The other thing on the 18th, I'm supposed to make commission appointments. So I'll be looking for you guys' recommendations when you can get them to me.
Yeah, Bill, you should have received mine today.
Okay, I didn't notice, John, but I haven't checked my email in a few hours, so I'll go back and
And it should be allocated more than the normal time for closed session, because we have a couple of items that should take considerable discussion from the council. And on the 18th, I'll also be bringing back the item that was referred last time about appointments to the Harbor Commission, or the appointment from the Harbor Commissioner to the Commission from the Harbor and lessees.
Oh, right. Okay. Thank you.
Because your appointment is.
Yeah, maybe you can tell me, maybe you can talk to me before that meeting so I don't do something and then you say, no, you can't do that in the middle of the meeting.
Yeah, like many things, it's not very clear, but I'm happy to talk to you about what we've learned so far.
Great. Okay. I think that's it, you guys. And we'll be back for closed session at 4:30 in a week. And yeah, I guess I'll just entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any opposed? Not hearing it opposed. Okay, so ordered. Everybody have a good night. It's good seeing everybody, and we'll see you next week.